Hey Todd, so let's talk about countries.
All right, let's do it.
So you live in Japan right now.
Yes, that's right. I live in Japan and I teach English in Japan.
Oh, cool. And tell me, what's expensive in Japan?
Well, Japan is a very, very expensive country. So transportation is very expensive in Japan. Train tickets are expensive. Also, sometimes taxis are expensive. Even buses are expensive.
Wait, so you don't have a car in Japan?
Actually, I do have a car. That's funny because in Japan, cars are very cheap. So cars are cheap, but taxis are expensive. It's crazy.
That's so weird. In the UK, where I'm from, taxis are really cheap, but to have your own car, it's so expensive.
Wow, that's strange.
So I'm really interested in Japan. Tell me, what's beautiful in Japan?
Oh, Japan has lots of beautiful things. The temples are very, very beautiful. The nature and the scenery are beautiful as well. There are beautiful forests, beautiful lakes, beautiful beaches, and even beautiful buildings.
Cool. So, what is difficult about living in Japan?
Well, Japanese is difficult. So, reading Japanese is very difficult. Writing Japanese is difficult because kanji is difficult. Kanji is the Japanese character.
And how many characters are there in kanji?
There are about 2,000 characters. So, it's difficult to learn all the characters, all the kanji. It's very hard.
Wow, I bet that's really tough. So, tell me, what's fun about living in Japan?
Well, there's many things that are fun about Japan. Uh, the people are fun. They're very nice. And teaching English in Japan is fun. The students are very nice. So day-to-day life in Japan is fun and exciting. So I live in Japan, but you live in Thailand. So what about Thailand? What is expensive in Thailand?
Well, Thailand is a really cheap place to live, but some restaurants are really expensive. For example, if you go to a American restaurant, that's very expensive. But if you go to street food carts, they're really cheap.
Yeah, and the street food is very delicious.
It's amazing.
So, speaking of food, what Thai foods are really delicious?
So my favorites are pad kaprao, and this is pork. It's spicy with rice and chili. I also like tom yum goong. This is like a soup, but it's very spicy. It usually comes with shrimp and mushrooms, ginger, and I usually get some rice.
Yeah, I love Tom Yum Goong. It's really, really good. So, what is difficult about living in Thailand?
I think that transport is a very difficult part of living in Thailand. If you have a car, the roads are very busy, so it takes a long time to get anywhere in the city. I usually use the subway or the SkyTrain system, but these get really busy in the morning, so when I'm taking the train to work, there's usually so many people on the train at the same time. Sometimes it actually makes me late for work.
Yeah, the trains in Japan are really busy too. And what is fun about life in Thailand?
Good question. So, I really like the people here. Thai people are so friendly. They're very fun and they always like to hang out.
Yeah, Thailand sounds like a nice place to live.
Yeah, it's a great place to live, actually.
Hey Todd, let's talk about months and American holidays.
All right, let's do it.
Great. What holiday is in January?
Well, on January 1st, we have New Year's Day.
Right,
It's very fun.
of course.
I love New Year's Day.
Me too.
And what about February?
In February, we have Valentine's Day on February 14th.
Ooh, that's right. So romantic.
Yes. And
I don't like Valentine's Day.
why not?
I never have a girlfriend.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
What about March? What holiday is in March?
March has St. Patrick's Day
Right.
on March 17th.
Yes. Do
Yeah.
you usually celebrate St. Patrick's Day?
I do. I love green. Green is my favorite color.
Me too.
Oh, nice.
What about April?
April has April Fool's Day, but that's not a holiday.
Not really, but it's still fun to celebrate on April 1st.
Right. Oh, usually Easter is in April.
Usually, yes, but the day changes every year.
Right. Sometimes it's March, though.
True.
Right. Okay.
What about in May? What holidays are in May?
In May, I think a lot of countries have a holiday on May 1st, but America doesn't have a holiday on May 1st. But we do like to have fun celebrations for Cinco de Mayo, May 5th.
Right. What do you usually do for Cinco de Mayo?
We usually eat Mexican food.
Same.
And I hear that in Mexico, they don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Really?
Yeah, it's only in America.
That's funny.
Yeah, funny, huh? I actually heard that St. Patrick's Day also is not popular in Ireland.
Oh, that's surprising.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay, what about June?
In June, we have the first day of summer.
Ooh, what day is that?
I think it's on June 21st,
I think so.
the longest day of the year.
I love that day.
Me too.
It's the best.
Yeah.
And July?
In July, in America, of course, we have July 4th, Independence Day.
Yeah. What do you do on July 4th, Independence Day?
Usually, I would have a barbecue with friends and family and watch fireworks.
Yeah, me too. The same.
It's fun.
What about August? Is there a holiday in August?
I can't think of a holiday in August, but my brother's birthday is August 15th.
Ooh, that's great.
Yeah, my younger brother.
Oh, wow.
Do you know of any holidays in August?
I don't, but usually school is out in August. So
Right.
for the whole month, there's no school.
Yeah, vacation time. What about September?
Well, September has Labor Day,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't remember the day. Is it September 1st?
I'm not sure.
I think it's September 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th.
I think it changes every year.
Maybe it's the first Monday.
I think so. Let's see. After September, what holiday is in October?
The best holiday, Halloween.
Yes, I love Halloween.
And Halloween is October 31st.
Right, every year.
Plus, October has my birthday,
Oh, what day is your birthday?
October 2nd.
Nice.
Yeah, when is your birthday?
Not until December.
Coming up.
Yes.
Okay, so what holiday is in November?
November, we have Thanksgiving Day.
Yes, actually, Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday.
Oh, you said Halloween.
I know. I changed it.
What day is Thanksgiving?
It changes like Easter. It's on the third Thursday
Is it the third or the fourth Thursday?
It's the fourth Thursday.
Oh, okay.
You're right. It's on the fourth Thursday of every November.
Right. How do you usually celebrate Thanksgiving?
I have dinner with my family,
Me
and I
too.
watch football.
Yes, it's tradition.
Watch football, yes.
Right. Okay, what about December?
Well, December has Christmas, which is December 25th.
Yes.
And we also have New Year's Eve, which is December 31st.
Right. Both fun holidays.
Yeah, really good holidays. I like it because you get lots of time off work or school
Yeah, it's good to spend time with friends and family.
and get presents.
Of course.
So when is your birthday?
December 14th.
Ooh, nice. I have to
Yeah.
remember.
Yes, you could give me a gift.
So what is your favorite holiday?
My favorite holiday is actually Halloween.
Ooh, okay, I change again. Me too. Hello, are you the new teacher?
I am, yes. My name's Natalie. What's your name?
I'm Todd. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Welcome to the school.
Thank you.
So what is your morning schedule?
So, first period I teach maths.
So do I. I teach math first period too.
Oh, cool. After that, for second period I teach French.
You speak French.
I do. Oui, oui.
That's great. Well, I speak some Japanese, so I teach Japanese second period.
Oh, that's so cool. I wish I spoke Japanese.
Yeah, but my Japanese is not very good. But
Oh.
I'm the only teacher that speaks Japanese, so I teach Japanese.
Maybe you could teach me one day.
Maybe, but I don't know much. How about third period? What do you teach third period?
Third period I teach English.
Ah, I teach English too. Our schedules are very similar.
I know. Although it is my first day, I'm a little nervous.
So what about the afternoon schedule? What do you teach fourth period?
So fourth period, I think I have physics.
Oh, you teach physics.
Yeah, I love physics. Do you teach physics?
No, I don't teach physics, but I teach math. So I teach math fourth period.
Oh, what do you teach in fifth period?
In fifth period, that's the sports period. So I am the cross-country coach.
Oh, I have sports too, but I'm the coach for swimming.
Oh, really? Are you a good swimmer?
I think I'm a really good swimmer. How about you?
I can swim, but I'm not a good swimmer. I like running.
Oh, I hate running. How far do you run?
Well, for the class, usually we run 5K every day.
Wow, 5K. So sixth period, I hear that's our teaching hours.
Yeah, so sixth period, we are in the classroom, but the students are free. They can do what they want, but the students can come to class and ask questions.
Oh, cool. So do lots of students come and ask questions?
Yeah, some students come, but not too many.
Oh, okay.
Well, this is your first day and your first week, so maybe the job will be a little crazy, but I think after your second or third week, the job will be very, very easy.
I hope so. I'm really excited to meet the students. They seem great.
Oh, I think the students will like you a lot.
Oh, I hope so too. Maybe if you have some time, you could give me a tour of the school?
Sure, I'd love to.
Great, thanks.
So, Natalie, let's talk about times,
Okay,
like when we do things.
sure.
First, when do you get up?
I get up around 7:30.
Yeah, I get up early too. I don't get up at 7:30, but I get up at 8.
Oh, well, sometimes I get up at 8. Maybe at the weekend?
Yeah. Actually, I always wake up at 6. I wake up very early, but I don't get out of bed. I wake up, I have some water, and then I sleep some more. I sleep 2 more hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a bad habit.
Sometimes I wake up at 7:30 and I play on my phone for maybe an hour.
That's so bad.
I know.
I read that it's not good to check your phone in bed, so I never check my phone in bed.
Oh, I should try that.
What about breakfast? When do you eat breakfast?
I usually eat breakfast at around 8:30, but sometimes I don't have breakfast.
No time.
No time. How about you?
I usually have breakfast right away, so I wake up at 8 or I get out of bed at 8 and then I eat something at 8:15. So I eat something as soon as I get up.
Oh, no, I usually have to wait before I can eat.
Well, I always eat and I always have coffee very early.
Do you have coffee every day?
Every day. I have 3 cups of coffee. I have 1 cup of coffee around 8 o'clock. I have another cup of coffee around 10 o'clock. And then I have my last cup of coffee around 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock.
Whoa, 3 coffees?
Yeah, my office is by a cafe, and the cafe has really good coffee. So I love their cafe mochas.
Oh, I really don't like the taste of coffee, but I do love a hot chocolate.
Oh, I hear you. So when do you start your day, at work or school?
Well, I work as a teacher, so I start at 9 a.m.
Oh, that's fairly early. Uh,
Yeah, it's okay. I work for a few hours in the morning, and lunch comes by really quickly. How about you? When does your day start?
well, I have 2 jobs. So now I make websites and I work at an office. So I start at 12 o'clock, so noon. So I start my day late and I finish working at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, I wish I started work at 12, but I don't think I'd enjoy working so late.
Oh, it's great. I love it because there's no traffic at noon when I go to work, and there's less traffic at night when I come home. So I finish at 9, and the train is not crowded, and it's really nice.
How long does it take to get to work?
It takes 15 minutes by train, and if the weather is nice, on nice sunny days, I walk to work, it takes 1 hour, and I walk home, it takes another hour.
Oh, I bet that's really nice.
It is nice. I like to walk to work and I like to walk home. But I work at night, so I eat dinner really late. I eat dinner at 10 o'clock, and that's very late and a little unhealthy. When do you eat dinner?
Well, yeah, 10 p.m. is really late. I'm usually in bed at that time. I usually have dinner, I'd say maybe 7:30 p.m.
Wow, you have dinner before I finish work.
I know, but if I don't eat at that time, I get really cranky.
So you go to bed around 10 o'clock.
Yeah, most nights, but at the weekend, I usually go to bed later. I'd say midnight, sometimes 1 or 2 a.m.
Wow, that's interesting because on work days, Monday to Friday, I go to bed late. But on the weekend, my days off, I go to bed early.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So on Saturday night and Sunday night, I go to bed at 10 o'clock. But Monday to Friday, I work. I go to bed at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock.
So why get up early at the weekend?
I don't know. I actually don't like staying up late, but I do it for my job. So it's strange, I guess. On the weekends, some people like to sleep in. On the weekends, I like to go to bed early.
Oh my. At the weekend, I love to have a lie in bed. Sometimes I stay in bed all day and watch movies.
Oh, I'm guilty of that too. I do that also.
So, Todd, where are you from?
I am from the U.S. I am from San Francisco. It's on the West Coast.
And what do you do?
I'm an English teacher. Also, I create Ello. So I work on Ello a lot.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 47. Yeah, I am old.
No, that's not old. Who is your best friend?
My best friend is Don. He is a teacher too. He lives in America.
And are you married?
No, I am not married. I am still single.
Where is your mum from?
My mom is from California. She is from Los Angeles.
And what does she do?
She is a manager. She works in a clothing store.
Where is your dad from?
My dad is from San Francisco. He is not from Los Angeles, but he met my mother in Los Angeles.
And what does he do?
He is also a manager. He works for a tree cutting company. They cut trees.
Wow. That sounds
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, cool job.
Is it dangerous?
It is a little dangerous, a little. And Amy, what about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Glasgow, on the west coast of Scotland, in the United Kingdom.
Nice. And what do you do?
I'm also a teacher.
Nice. What do
Yeah.
you teach?
I teach English.
Me too.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is. It is very fun. Excuse me, can I ask, how old are you?
Of course you can ask. I'm 34.
Okay, very young. Very young. Where is your mom from?
My mum is also from Glasgow.
Nice.
Yeah.
What does she do?
Well, she's retired now, but she was a nurse.
Oh, nice. And is your dad from Glasgow?
Yes, he is.
What does he do?
He's also retired, but he used to be a teacher.
Oh, wow. Many teachers.
Yes. Looks like it.
Well, thanks, Amy. Nice talking to you.
You too, Todd.
Natalie, let's talk about our favorite things.
Sure.
First, what is your favorite color?
My favorite color is purple.
Really? My favorite color is purple too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I don't have purple clothing. I love the color purple, but I don't have purple clothes.
Oh, well, everything I wear is purple.
No kidding.
Yeah, really.
That's so cool. So what about food? What's your favorite food?
Good question. My favorite food is pizza. I love pizza, but I don't like really big pizzas.
I love pizza too. What is your favorite topping on pizza?
I like really spicy toppings. So salami or pepperoni, chilies, and sometimes bell peppers too.
Do you like thick pizza or thin pizza?
No, I don't like thick pizza because I can't eat too much. But the thin pizzas, I get lots of toppings and I don't feel so full.
Yeah, I agree. What about seasons? What is your favorite season?
My favorite season is winter.
Winter?
Yeah, I love winter. Don't you?
No, I hate winter. Why do you like winter?
I love the snow.
Oh, I hate the snow. Well, I like the snow a little bit, but I hate cold weather.
Yeah, I guess the cold is kind of annoying, but the snow is so much fun. I go skiing, and I play snowball fights, and I build snowmen.
Yeah, that sounds fun. What about sports? What's your favorite sport?
I'd say my favorite sport is tennis.
That's interesting. Do you play tennis?
Yeah, but I'm not very good.
Do you like singles or doubles?
At the moment, I'm having singles lessons. They're really fun.
Oh, now you are taking tennis lessons.
Yes, about twice a week.
Do you watch tennis on TV?
Yes, I watch it all the time.
Who is your favorite tennis player?
I really like Roger Federer.
Yeah, he's really good. Okay, last question. What is your favorite movie?
I don't have a favorite movie, but I really like comedies.
So, what is your favorite comedy?
My favorite comedy is Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura is very funny, but that movie is really old.
It is, but it's a classic, Todd.
It's like 20 years old, I think. Maybe more.
I know, I've seen it 100 times.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. Hey Chantel, what do you do on the weekend?
On the weekend, I wake up and first I make breakfast.
Oh, what do you make?
I like to make toast.
All right. I often eat toast too.
Do you put butter on your toast?
I do. I put butter and jam.
Ooh, I love butter and jam on my toast.
Do you eat cereal?
No, I used to, but not anymore.
Yeah, on the weekend, I don't eat cereal. On the weekend, I cook a nice breakfast, but I eat cereal during the week. What else do you do on the weekend?
Let's see. After I eat breakfast, I clean the kitchen and make my bed. What about you?
I also clean my house. I clean my rooms. I vacuum. I wash the windows. I wash the dishes. I do my laundry. I do that on Saturday, but on Sunday, I have fun.
And what do you do for fun?
I go to the park. I play sports. I play soccer at the park. Sometimes I ride my bike. Sometimes I go hiking. I do lots on Sunday. On Sunday, I relax. I don't study. I don't work. And I don't clean my house.
Nice.
What do you do on Sunday?
I also enjoy my time on Sunday. I really like to meet my friends, and sometimes we go to festivals or visit new cities, and we eat a lot of really good food.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yes, actually, we also really enjoy camping. Do you like camping?
I love camping. I love the outdoors. I go hiking often.
Oh, me too.
Oh, that's cool. What about Sunday evening?
Oh, Sunday evening, I relax. I cook a big dinner and I listen to music and sometimes I read my book. But often I go to sleep very early on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
And you?
Well, on Sunday, I don't cook. I usually order food. I order pizza, or maybe I eat at a restaurant. And then later in the evening, on Sunday, I always watch TV. So my favorite TV show is on Sunday night.
And what's your favorite TV show?
My favorite TV show is called Billions.
Billions?
Yeah, it's about money and power in New York. It's very interesting.
Nice. Maybe I should watch it.
Oh, you should, but you go to bed early.
Yes, around 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Maybe you can see it.
Okay.
Hey Todd, let's talk about colors.
All right.
What is blue?
Ooh, the ocean is blue. The sky is blue. During the day, the sky is blue. And my eyes are blue.
Oh, mine too. What is red?
Red, let's see. Well, tomatoes are red. Strawberries are red. And
And roses are red.
roses are red. That's right.
Yep. What is green?
Well, lots of vegetables are green. So lettuce is green. Cabbage is green or purple. And asparagus is green.
Asparagus, right. Also, grass is green.
Ah, that's right. Grass is green.
What is yellow?
Ooh, well, lemons are yellow. The sun is yellow sometimes, or orange.
Or red?
What else is yellow?
Sunflowers are yellow.
Ooh, sunflowers are yellow. That's nice.
What is orange?
Also, sometimes the sun is orange. Oranges are orange.
Of course.
And persimmons are orange.
Yes.
Oh, I know.
What?
Carrots.
Carrots.
Carrots
Of
are
course.
orange.
Carrots are orange. What is black?
Sometimes dirt is black. The night sky is black.
Right. And your shirt is black.
It is. I like my black shirt.
What is white?
Vanilla ice cream is white. The snow is white.
Yes. And clouds are white.
Clouds are white. Ooh, and sometimes clouds are black
Yes, when
Or-
it's going to rain.
or gray.
Right. What is pink?
Ooh, some flowers are pink. Ooh, cotton candy is pink.
Yes.
And sometimes lollipops are pink.
Yeah, a lot of candy is pink sometimes.
Now, sometimes women's clothing is pink.
Or men's.
Or men's. Do you like pink shirts?
I don't usually wear pink shirts. What about you?
I don't like pink shirts. No. I don't like pink, actually.
Oh, that's too bad.
So what is your favorite color?
My favorite color is orange.
Really? Orange.
Yeah,
Nice.
I love orange. It's so bright. What about you?
I have three. I like the same. I know. I like green.
Wow.
I love green. I love blue. I love purple.
You like the cool colors.
Right. And I don't like orange. I don't like yellow. And I don't like pink.
You don't like the warm colors.
Yes. Bright colors, not so much.
Ah, I see.
What about red? Do you like red?
I don't especially like red. I like red poppies, a type of flower,
Oh, right. Yeah.
but I don't like to wear red.
Yeah, me too. Do you dislike any colors?
Actually, I don't like brown. I think it's a boring color.
Yeah, that's true. But often dogs are brown. And I love dogs.
I also like dogs, so a brown dog is okay, but a brown shirt, no thank you.
So, Natalie, what is a typical day for you? For example, what is a typical morning?
Well, I wake up at about 7 a.m.
Oh, that's early.
Yes, I really am a morning person.
I think you are a morning person. I'm not a morning person at all.
Well, I don't actually get out of bed until about 7:30.
Okay, so what do you do?
Well, I play on my phone, I check my emails, I check Facebook, and I read the news.
And do you eat breakfast at home?
I usually prepare breakfast at home, yeah.
What do you eat?
Oh, just the simple stuff. Eggs, bacon, sausages. Sometimes I'll have toast.
Do you drink coffee or tea?
No, I don't like coffee or tea.
Oh, what do you drink?
Actually, I like hot chocolate in the morning.
Yeah, I like hot chocolate too. So, what about your day?
Well, I'm a teacher. I teach at a school. Lessons start at about 9 a.m. and we have lunch at noon.
How many classes do you have in the morning?
Each class lasts an hour, so I have 3 classes.
Do you eat lunch at school?
Yes, we have a huge canteen.
Ah, is the food good?
The food is great, and it's so much fun eating with the students, too.
Is the food cheap or expensive?
It's pretty cheap. I'd say maybe $3 for lunch.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, and for that, you get a lot of food.
What do you do in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, I have more lessons, usually taking me till about 4 p.m.
Oh. And do you have big classes?
Yes, so I teach English. That means I teach the whole year, so I have really big classes. We have about 200 students at the school.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is.
What about the evening? What do you do in the evening?
When I get home, I'm usually really tired. So I get changed into my pajamas and I watch TV for about 2 hours. After that, I'll maybe have some dinner, maybe get a pizza, and then read a book or play on my phone again.
What do you watch on TV?
I really like watching Korean drama.
Korean dramas are cool.
I know, the characters are so much fun.
Do you listen to K-pop?
A little bit, but I think it's a little bit boring. I prefer American pop.
Oh, so you like Korean dramas and American music.
That's right. I also like game shows.
Ah, what game shows?
Well, actually, my favorite one is Busted, and that's also Korean.
Okay, I need to see that. So, when do you go to bed?
Most nights I go to bed at around 10 p.m., but at the weekend, sometimes it's later, maybe around midnight.
Well, I think you have an interesting and long day.
That's right. I'm usually very tired.
Hello, Chantal.
Hello.
Let's play a game.
Okay,
Can you guess the famous person?
let's play.
Okay, person number 1. She is American.
Okay.
She is a singer. She is young. She is about 25 years old. And now she is very famous. Her hair is blonde, and she's very cute and very pretty.
Is it Taylor Swift?
Yes, correct. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so the next person is also very famous. He is from Argentina. He is a soccer player. He is very good at sports, and he is on a team in Spain.
On a team in Spain.
Yeah, he is very good. He is a little short, but he is quick. He is very fast.
I don't watch soccer so much, but is it Cristiano Ronaldo?
No. Oh, it is Lionel Messi.
Ooh, I don't know
Oh, no.
who he is.
Ronaldo is the rival of Lionel Messi.
I see.
Okay, so 1-1. All right, ready? Next one. This person is from Hong Kong. He is older. He is my age, about 50, maybe older. He is good at martial arts. He is in many movies.
Okay.
Oh, also he is funny. He is very funny.
Is it Jackie Chan?
Yes, correct. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, so now let's switch. You ask me.
Okay. This person is a woman. She is American. And she is a very famous singer in the United States and in the world. And she is married to a very famous rapper. Do you know who she is?
Is she Beyonce?
Yes,
Hey.
very good.
Bing, 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 bing.
She is Beyonce.
Oh, nice.
Okay, are you ready for the next person?
I'm ready.
Okay. He is a Jamaican and he runs really fast.
Okay. He is fast. He's from Jamaica.
And he is so fast, he joined the Olympics and won many times.
Is he a gold medal winner?
He is a gold medal winner.
Oh, I know.
Who is it?
It is Usain Bolt.
Correct.
Hey.
Ding, ding, ding.
Thanks, Chantel.
So, Todd, you live in Japan. Do you see your family often?
Yes, I see them often. I see them usually once a year, but I write to them often and I call them sometimes.
Okay. And when you see them, do you go to the United States to visit them, or do they come to Japan?
I go to America, and then everyone goes to my mom's house, and everybody meets me at my mom's house, which is nice. I see my sister, and we talk a lot, and it's good.
Does your mother miss you?
Yes, she misses me, and I miss her a lot, so it's very nice to see her. And also, I miss my dad, and I miss him a lot, so I'm always happy to see him.
Nice. And what about your sister? When you are in the United States, do you have some activities you like to do together?
Yeah, sometimes we do stuff together. Maybe I will meet her at a cafe, or I will go shopping with her. So we do something fun each time I go back.
Nice.
Also, when I go home, I see my best friend, and that's always nice. I usually meet him for dinner, and of course, I call him, and it's always nice to see my best friend. And how about your family?
Well, since I live in Japan, I also call them and write them, but usually we only Skype about once a month.
Ah. So, who do you Skype with the most? Your mom or your dad?
I Skype the most with my father because he wakes up very early. So his time and his schedule match my schedule. So it is easy for us to Skype.
Do you call him or does he call you?
I usually call him, but sometimes he calls me. Usually, if he calls me, it's because I haven't called in a long time.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you make him mad.
A little angry.
Right. That's nice.
But
And you have a brother too, right?
I do have a brother, and I call him less frequently because he is so busy with his job. So we speak about once or twice a month by messages or by phone.
Oh, that's nice. So, do you follow your family on social media?
Yes, I use Facebook.
Oh, I use it too.
It is a really easy way to keep in contact with them.
Yeah, I agree. What about other social media? Do you use Twitter?
No, I don't use Twitter, and I don't use other social media either. Only Facebook.
That's good, I think. Too much is too bad.
I agree. But I do love Facebook because I can speak with my brother and my mother and my father anytime.
So, with Facebook, do you check it every day?
I do check it every day. Maybe it's a bad habit, but I do like to check it every day. Do you check your Facebook every day?
Not every day. I check it maybe 3 times a week.
3 times a week?
Yeah, I don't use it much, and I don't use it on my phone.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I like my free time.
Do you use other social media, such as Twitter or Instagram?
I do use Twitter, but I don't use it on my phone. I only use it on the computer.
Okay. What about Instagram?
Oh, I don't use it at all. Do you use it?
No, I don't use it.
Oh, that's right. You only use Facebook.
I only use Facebook.
Oh, interesting. Well, that's nice that we can talk to our family on Skype and Facebook because Japan is so far from America.
Yes, and I think they are very happy too.
Yeah, I think they are happy. Hey, Natalie, I like your outfit. It looks really cute.
Oh, hey Todd, thank you.
So that shirt looks expensive. Did it cost a lot?
Oh, this one? Yeah, it was about $50.
$50. That's a lot.
I know. It's an American brand.
Do they have that shirt in different colors?
Yes. So I actually have this top in 6 colors.
Really? What colors?
I have it in purple, blue, red, gray, white, and black. Actually, I have 2 black ones. So that's 7.
You have 2 shirts in black? Why?
Well, black is such a good color to wear. It matches everything.
Yeah, so true. So true. What about your pants? Those pants are pretty cool too.
Oh, these? Yeah, these were much cheaper than the tops. I bought these in San Francisco. They cost about $40.
Ooh, those are cheap. That's a good price.
It is, and I only have 1 pair of these.
And your shoes? Did you buy those shoes in San Francisco too?
No, I didn't buy these in San Francisco. These I bought online.
You bought them online.
Yes, these sandals are really hard to find, so I had to buy them through Amazon.
Oh, I like Amazon. I buy lots of things on Amazon. For example, I bought this watch on Amazon.
How much did it cost?
Well, this watch was really cheap. This watch only cost about $20.
Whoa.
But I have two watches. And I also bought a nice gold watch on Amazon. That watch was very expensive. It cost $200.
Whoa, $200 on a watch? I think my watch only cost, maybe $70, but I really like this watch. It's an Apple Watch. I bought it in Malaysia. I've had it for about 2 years now, but I think now that I have an Apple Watch, I'll always have Apple Watches.
Yeah, that is a nice watch. I want an Apple Watch too.
Yeah, they're so cool. I spend so much time on my phone, and the watch works really well with my phone. I definitely recommend it.
Yeah, I like this cheap watch because if it rains, or if I play sports, or if I am traveling, I can take my cheap watch because this watch is not important. I can break it, I can lose it, I can do anything. But my gold watch, that watch is expensive, so I keep it at home. I only wear it on nice occasions.
Oh, well, it's nice to have something a little more expensive, but my watch can tell me what the weather's like. My watch can tell me how many calories I've burnt, and my watch can tell me what the time is anywhere in the world.
You know, I think I need to get a watch like that.
This is the greatest watch.
Hey Todd, what is your hometown?
My hometown is San Francisco.
Oh, nice. Is your town beautiful?
Yes, San Francisco is very beautiful. It has a nice view of the ocean.
Sounds nice. Is your town clean?
It's pretty clean. Sometimes it's dirty. Some places are dirty, but usually the city is clean.
Oh. Is San Francisco dangerous?
No, it's not too dangerous. Sometimes we have crime, but it's safe.
Great. Is your town expensive?
Yes, San Francisco is very expensive. Everything is expensive. Food is expensive. Housing is expensive. Shopping is expensive. Everything.
Oh, really? Is San Francisco famous?
Yes, it's very famous. In America, it's famous for its bridge. We have the Golden Gate Bridge. It's the world's most famous bridge, I think.
I know that bridge. Is your town hot?
Never. San Francisco is never hot. It's never super cold, but it's never hot. It's always warm or cool.
Sounds great. Is San Francisco interesting?
I think so. It's a very interesting city. We have people from everywhere, and we have good food. We have nature nearby, and we have interesting buildings.
Wow, I'd like to go there.
Ooh, you should. What about your city? What's your city?
My city is Chicago.
Ooh, Chicago, Chicago. Is your city beautiful?
Yes, it's very beautiful with lots of tall buildings and a big lake.
Ooh, nice. Is Chicago clean?
Some parts of Chicago are clean and other parts are a little dirty.
How about dangerous? Is Chicago dangerous?
Similarly, some parts are dangerous and some parts are safe.
Yeah, San Francisco is the same. I think every American city is the same.
I think that's true.
Most places are safe, but some places are dangerous.
Right.
Is Chicago expensive?
Yes, because it's such a big city, almost everything is expensive.
Oh,
Food, attractions, parking, entertainment, everything.
sounds like San Francisco.
I think so. A little similar.
Is it hot?
It can be hot in the summer. Usually July or August, it gets hot sometimes.
Is it interesting?
Yes, of course. Chicago is very interesting. We have many museums and things to do, and we also have nature. At the lake, you can go and enjoy the day on the beach.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Is Chicago by the ocean?
It's not by the ocean. It's by a really big lake called Lake Michigan. What about San Francisco? Is it by the ocean?
Yes, San Francisco is on the ocean. It's on the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So we have really nice beaches.
Do you like the beach?
I do, but the beaches in San Francisco are a little cold.
Oh.
In Los Angeles, they're warm. But Los Angeles is not interesting, and it's expensive, and it's not
Right.
beautiful,
Right.
so I don't like Los Angeles.
So we should stick with San Francisco.
Or Chicago.
Yeah.
So Meg, are you busy? Do you have a busy week?
Yes, I usually have a busy week.
Yeah, me too. So what day is your busiest day?
My busiest day is Thursday.
Ooh, why?
On Thursday, I have to work from early in the morning until around 6 p.m. I have to teach classes. And then after that, I need to do my shopping at the supermarket.
Oh, okay. I do my shopping on Saturday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, always on Saturday.
What else do you do on Saturday?
On Saturday, I do all my boring activities.
Like what?
I do my shopping, I do my laundry, I run errands, I clean my apartment. I do boring stuff because on Sunday, I like to have fun.
What do you like to do on Sunday?
On Sunday, I often go hiking, or I go to the park, or I go to the beach. I go to the beach almost every Sunday.
Wow, that sounds really fun.
Yeah, the beach is beautiful. Nobody is there. It's really nice.
Yeah, it sounds great.
How about you? What do you do on Sunday?
On Sunday, I always go to church in the morning, and sometimes I'll have lunch with friends after church.
Oh, cool.
And then I usually clean as well Sunday evening before the new week starts.
Now, do you work Monday to Friday?
Yes, I work every weekday. What about you?
I work Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't work Wednesday.
Oh, what's your schedule like on Wednesdays?
On Wednesdays, I usually stay at home and I relax. Sometimes I go shopping. Sometimes I go to the park. Sometimes I prepare lessons because I'm a teacher.
So sometimes you do a little work on Wednesdays.
Yes, but I do work at my house.
Right.
I never go to school on Wednesday
Why not?
because it's a day off.
Hmm.
So how about Monday? Are you busy on Monday?
I'm usually busy on Monday because my schedule is similar to Thursday. So I have to teach class until around 6 p.m.
Yeah, Mondays are busy for me too. Mondays are busy. Thursdays also are busy. Tuesday and Friday are not so busy.
Your schedule sounds a little similar to mine.
Yeah, well, we're both teachers.
That's true.
What about activities? Do you do any activities during the week?
During the week, if I have free time, sometimes I will watch a TV show or a movie, and I also go to Japanese language class.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so sometimes I have homework so I have to do my Japanese language homework some nights. What about you?
I play futsal on Tuesday nights. So every Tuesday I play futsal with my friends for 2 hours, and that's fun. And then sometimes on Friday I meet my friends for dinner.
That sounds good.
And I also like sports, so I usually watch sports on TV on Monday.
What sports do you usually watch on Monday?
I watch everything. I watch baseball, I watch basketball, I watch American football, and I watch soccer. So I come home and I watch a video of a game from Saturday or Sunday. So I don't watch sports on Saturday or Sunday. I watch the video later on Monday night.
Is it better that way?
Yeah, usually I don't check the internet, so I don't know the score.
Ah. Well, sounds like you have a busy schedule.
You too. So, Abidemi, let's talk about languages.
Sure.
So, you are from Nigeria, and Nigeria has many languages, correct?
That's true, yes.
How many languages can you speak?
I would say that I can speak one language very well,
Me too.
and that would be English. But I speak other languages fairly well. Yoruba, which is a Nigerian language, French, and a little bit of Japanese as well.
Now, you are Canadian also, and in Canada, students study French, correct?
That's true,
Okay.
yes.
Do you speak French often in Canada?
While I was living there, I spoke it a lot more, yes.
Do you like French?
I love French. I love learning languages.
French, I think, is very hard for some people, myself included, because the pronunciation of some words is very different than the pronunciation of American English. So I think it's funny that there are some words in French that look exactly the same as words in English, but we pronounce them completely differently. For example, I will say the word in English, and you say the same word in French, okay?
I will try.
For example, impossible.
Impossible.
Right, so that is so interesting. Again, impossible.
Impossible.
And they're spelled the same, correct?
That's true.
Yeah. How about reservation?
Réservation.
That's so cool.
I have never thought of it like that before, Todd. But you're right. They look the same, but the pronunciations are different.
I think it's a trick because we see the word and we know how to say it one way, but we have to say it a different way.
That's true.
We just can't do that well.
That's true.
Yeah. So you can speak Uruba?
Yoruba.
Yoruba.
Yes.
How do you say, how are you in Yoruba?
Bawoni.
Oh, that's so cool. Again?
Bawoni.
Bawari?
Bawoni.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have you ever taught that language?
No, never. I don't think too many people want to learn it outside of Nigeria.
I think in the future, more people will want to learn unique languages.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
What language do you want to learn in the future?
I have many that if I had more time, I would like to learn. I'm interested in Japanese, of course. I live in Japan now, so I would like to speak it better. I would also like to learn Mandarin, Russian, Hausa, another Nigerian language, Spanish, and maybe a couple of others.
Yeah, there's so many languages I want to learn. I want to learn Spanish too. I can speak some Thai and Japanese because I lived as a teacher in both countries. But I want to learn a language that has the same alphabet. So I can read Thai, but not very well, and I can read Japanese, but not very well. But I want to learn a language where it's easy to read and see what the word is. You know, because in Thai, you can't do that. In Japanese, you can't do that.
I know what you mean. It would make it easier to learn the language.
But in Russian, you can't do that,
That's true.
right? It's completely different.
That's true. But they have alphabets that are the same. So you just have to decode them.
A little bit, yeah. We have the phrase, it's all Greek to me, which means you have no idea. Anyway, thanks a lot, Abidemi.
Thank you, Todd.
So, Natalie, what is a typical day for you? For example, what is a typical morning?
Well, I wake up at about 7 a.m.
Oh, that's early.
Yes, I really am a morning person.
I think you are a morning person. I'm not a morning person at all.
Well, I don't actually get out of bed until about 7:30.
Okay, so what do you do?
Well, I play on my phone, I check my emails, I check Facebook, and I read the news.
And do you eat breakfast at home?
I usually prepare breakfast at home, yeah.
What do you eat?
Oh, just the simple stuff. Eggs, bacon, sausages. Sometimes I'll have toast.
Do you drink coffee or tea?
No, I don't like coffee or tea.
Oh, what do you drink?
Actually, I like hot chocolate in the morning.
Yeah, I like hot chocolate too. So, what about your day?
Well, I'm a teacher. I teach at a school. Lessons start at about 9 a.m. and we have lunch at noon.
How many classes do you have in the morning?
Each class lasts an hour, so I have 3 classes.
Do you eat lunch at school?
Yes, we have a huge canteen.
Ah, is the food good?
The food is great, and it's so much fun eating with the students, too.
Is the food cheap or expensive?
It's pretty cheap. I'd say maybe $3 for lunch.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, and for that, you get a lot of food.
What do you do in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, I have more lessons, usually taking me till about 4 p.m.
Oh. And do you have big classes?
Yes, so I teach English. That means I teach the whole year, so I have really big classes. We have about 200 students at the school.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is.
What about the evening? What do you do in the evening?
When I get home, I'm usually really tired. So I get changed into my pajamas and I watch TV for about 2 hours. After that, I'll maybe have some dinner, maybe get a pizza, and then read a book or play on my phone again.
What do you watch on TV?
I really like watching Korean drama.
Korean dramas are cool.
I know, the characters are so much fun.
Do you listen to K-pop?
A little bit, but I think it's a little bit boring. I prefer American pop.
Oh, so you like Korean dramas and American music.
That's right. I also like game shows.
Ah, what game shows?
Well, actually, my favorite one is Busted, and that's also Korean.
Okay, I need to see that. So, when do you go to bed?
Most nights I go to bed at around 10 p.m., but at the weekend, sometimes it's later, maybe around midnight.
Well, I think you have an interesting and long day.
That's right. I'm usually very tired.
Hello, Chantal.
Hello.
Let's play a game.
Okay,
Can you guess the famous person?
let's play.
Okay, person number one. She is American.
Okay,
She is a singer. She is young. She is about 25 years old. And now she is very famous. Her hair is blonde, and she's very cute and very pretty.
Is it Taylor Swift?
Yes, correct. Ding, 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 ding.
Woo.
Okay, so the next person is also very famous. He is from Argentina. He is a soccer player. He is very good at sports, and he is on a team in Spain.
On a team in Spain.
Yeah, he is very good. He is a little short, but he is quick. He is very fast.
I don't watch soccer so much, but is it Cristiano Ronaldo?
No. It is Lionel Messi.
Ooh, I don't know
Oh no.
who he is.
Ronaldo is the rival of Lionel Messi.
I see.
Okay, so 1-1. All right, ready? Next one. This person is from Hong Kong. He is older. He is my age, about 50, maybe older. He is good at martial arts. He is in many movies.
Okay.
Oh, also he is funny. He is very funny.
Is it Jackie Chan?
Yes, correct. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, so now let's switch. You ask me.
Okay. This person is a woman. She is American. And she is a very famous singer in the United States and in the world. And she is married to a very famous rapper. Do you know who she is?
Is she Beyonce?
Yes,
Hey.
very good.
Bing, 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 bing.
She is Beyonce.
Oh, nice.
Okay, are you ready for the next person?
I'm ready.
Okay. He is a Jamaican and he runs really fast.
Okay. He is fast. He's from Jamaica.
And he is so fast, he joined the Olympics and won many times.
Is he a gold medal winner?
He is a gold medal winner.
Oh, I know.
Who is it?
It is Usain Bolt.
Correct.
Hey.
Ding, ding, ding.
Thanks, Chantal.
So, Todd, you live in Japan. Do you see your family often?
Yes, I see them often. I see them usually once a year, but I write to them often and I call them sometimes.
Okay. And when you see them, do you go to the United States to visit them, or do they come to Japan?
I go to America, and then everyone goes to my mom's house, and everybody meets me at my mom's house, which is nice. I see my sister, and we talk a lot, and it's good.
Does your mother miss you?
Yes, she misses me, and I miss her a lot, so it's very nice to see her. And also, I miss my dad, and I miss him a lot, so I'm always happy to see him.
Nice. And what about your sister? When you are in the United States, Do you have some activities you like to do together?
Yeah, sometimes we do stuff together. Maybe I will meet her at a cafe, or I will go shopping with her. So we do something fun each time I go back.
Nice.
Also, when I go home, I see my best friend, and that's always nice. I usually meet him for dinner, and of course, I call him, and it's always nice to see my best friend. And how about your family?
Well, since I live in Japan, I also call them and write them, but usually we only Skype about once a month.
Ah, so who do you Skype with the most, your mom or your dad?
I Skype the most with my father because he wakes up very early. So his time and his schedule match my schedule. So it is easy for us to Skype.
Do you call him or does he call you?
I usually call him, but sometimes he calls me. Usually, if he calls me, it's because I haven't called in a long time.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you make him mad.
A little angry.
Right. That's nice.
But
And you have a brother too, right?
I do have a brother, and I call him less frequently because he is so busy with his job. So we speak about once or twice a month by messages or by phone.
Oh, that's nice. So, do you follow your family on social media?
Yes, I use Facebook.
Oh, I use it too.
It is a really easy way to keep in contact with them.
Yeah, I agree. What about other social media? Do you use Twitter?
No, I don't use Twitter, and I don't use other social media either. Only Facebook.
That's good, I think. Too much is too bad.
I agree. But I do love Facebook because I can speak with my brother and my mother and my father anytime.
So, with Facebook, do you check it every day?
I do check it every day. Maybe it's a bad habit, but I do like to check it every day. Do you check your Facebook every day?
Not every day. I check it maybe 3 times a week.
3 times a week?
Yeah, I don't use it much, and I don't use it on my phone.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I like my free time.
Do you use other social media, such as Twitter or Instagram?
I do use Twitter, but I don't use it on my phone. I only use it on the computer.
Okay. What about Instagram?
Oh, I don't use it at all. Do you use it?
No, I don't use it.
Oh, that's right. You only use Facebook.
I only use Facebook.
Oh, interesting. Well, that's nice that we can talk to our family on Skype and Facebook because Japan is so far from America.
Yes, and I think they are very happy too.
Yeah, I think they are happy. Hey, Natalie, I like your outfit. It looks really cute.
Oh, hey Todd, thank you.
So that shirt looks expensive. Did it cost a lot?
Oh, this one? Yeah, it was about $50.
$50? That's a lot.
I know. It's an American brand.
Do they have that shirt in different colors?
Yes. So I actually have this top in 6 colors.
Really? What colors?
I have it in purple, blue, red, gray, white, and black. Actually, I have 2 black ones. So that's 7.
You have two shirts in black? Why?
Well, black is such a good color to wear. It matches everything.
Yeah, so true. So true. What about your pants? Those pants are pretty cool too.
Oh, these? Yeah, these were much cheaper than the tops. I bought these in San Francisco. They cost about $40.
Ooh, those are cheap. That's a good price.
It is, and I only have one pair of these.
And your shoes? Did you buy those shoes in San Francisco too?
No, I didn't buy these in San Francisco. These I bought online.
You bought them online.
Yes, these sandals are really hard to find, so I had to buy them through Amazon.
Oh, I like Amazon. I buy lots of things on Amazon. For example, I bought this watch on Amazon.
How much did it cost?
Well, this watch was really cheap. This watch only cost about $20.
Whoa.
But I have two watches. And I also bought a nice gold watch on Amazon. That watch was very expensive. It cost $200.
Whoa, $200 on a watch? I think my watch only cost, maybe $70, but I really like this watch. It's an Apple Watch. I bought it in Malaysia. I've had it for about 2 years now, but I think now that I have an Apple Watch, I'll always have Apple Watches.
Yeah, that is a nice watch. I want an Apple Watch too.
Yeah, they're so cool. I spend so much time on my phone, and the watch works really well with my phone. I definitely recommend it.
Yeah, I like this cheap watch because if it rains or if I play sports or if I am traveling, I can take my cheap watch because this watch is not important. I can break it, I can lose it, I can do anything. But my gold watch, that watch is expensive, so I keep it at home. I only wear it on nice occasions.
Oh, well, it's nice to have something a little more expensive, but my watch can tell me what the weather's like. My watch can tell me how many calories I've burnt, and my watch can tell me what the time is anywhere in the world.
You know, I think I need to get a watch like that.
This is the greatest watch.
So, Todd, where are you from?
I am from the U.S. I am from San Francisco. It's on the West Coast.
And what do you do?
I'm an English teacher. Also, I create Ello. So I work on Ello a lot.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 47. Yeah, I am old.
No, it's not old. Who is your best friend?
My best friend is Don. He is a teacher too. He lives in America.
And are you married?
No, I am not married. I am still single.
Where is your mum from?
My mom is from California. She is from Los Angeles.
And what does she do?
She is a manager. She works in a clothing store.
Where is your dad from?
My dad is from San Francisco. He is not from Los Angeles, but he met my mother in Los Angeles.
And what does he do?
He is also a manager. He works for a tree cutting company. They cut trees.
Wow. That sounds exciting.
Yeah, cool job.
Is it dangerous?
It is a little dangerous, a little. And Amy, what about you? Where are you from?
I'm from Glasgow, on the west coast of Scotland in the United Kingdom.
Nice. And what do you do?
I'm also a teacher.
Nice. What do you teach?
I teach English.
Me too.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is. It is very fun. Excuse me, can I ask, how old are you?
Of course you can ask. I'm 34.
Okay, very young. Very young. Where is your mom from?
My mum is also from Glasgow.
Ah, nice. What does she do?
Well, she's retired now, but she was a nurse.
Oh, nice. And is your dad from Glasgow?
Yes, he is.
What does he do?
He's also retired, but he used to be a teacher.
Oh, wow. Many teachers.
Yes. Looks like it.
Well, thanks, Amy. Nice talking to you.
You too, Todd.
Natalie, let's talk about our favorite things.
Sure.
First, what is your favorite color?
My favorite color is purple.
Really? My favorite color is purple too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I don't have purple clothing. I love the color purple, but I don't have purple clothes.
Oh, well, everything I wear is purple.
No kidding.
Yeah, really.
That's so cool. So what about food? What's your favorite food?
Good question. My favorite food is pizza. I love pizza, but I don't like really big pizzas.
I love pizza too. What is your favorite topping on pizza?
I like really spicy toppings. So salami or pepperoni, chilies, and sometimes bell peppers too.
Do you like thick pizza or thin pizza?
No, I don't like thick pizza because I can't eat too much. But the thin pizzas, I get lots of toppings and I don't feel so full.
Yeah, I agree. What about seasons? What is your favorite season?
My favorite season is winter.
Winter?
Yeah, I love winter. Don't you?
No, I hate winter. Why do you like winter?
I love the snow.
Oh, I hate the snow. Well, I like the snow a little bit, but I hate cold weather.
Yeah, I guess the cold is kind of annoying, but the snow is so much fun. I go skiing and I play snowball fights and I build snowmen.
Yeah, that sounds fun. What about sports? What's your favorite sport?
I'd say my favorite sport is tennis.
That's interesting. Do you play tennis?
Yeah, but I'm not very good.
Do you like singles or doubles?
At the moment, I'm having singles lessons. They're really fun.
Oh, now you are taking tennis lessons.
Yes, about twice a week.
Do you watch tennis on TV?
Yes, I watch it all the time.
Who is your favorite tennis player?
I really like Roger Federer.
Yeah, he's really good. Okay, last question. What is your favorite movie?
I don't have a favorite movie, but I really like comedies.
So, what is your favorite comedy?
My favorite comedy is Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura is very funny, but that movie is really old.
It is, but it's a classic, Todd.
It's like 20 years old, I think. Maybe more.
I know, I've seen it 100 times.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. Hey Chantel, what do you do on the weekend?
On the weekend, I wake up and first I make breakfast.
Oh, what do you make?
I like to make toast.
All right. I often eat toast too.
Do you put butter on your toast?
I do. I put butter and jam.
Ooh, I love butter and jam on my toast.
Do you eat cereal?
No, I used to, but not anymore.
Yeah, on the weekend, I don't eat cereal. On the weekend, I cook a nice breakfast, but I eat cereal during the week. What else do you do on the weekend?
Let's see. After I eat breakfast, I clean the kitchen and make my bed. What about you?
I also clean my house. I clean my rooms. I vacuum. I wash the windows. I wash the dishes. I do my laundry. I do that on Saturday, but on Sunday, I have fun.
And what do you do for fun?
I go to the park. I play sports. I play soccer at the park. Sometimes I ride my bike. Sometimes I go hiking. I do lots on Sunday. On Sunday, I relax. I don't study. I don't work. And I don't clean my house.
Nice.
What do you do on Sunday?
I also enjoy my time on Sunday. I really like to meet my friends, and sometimes we go to festivals or visit new cities, and we eat a lot of really good food.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yes, actually, we also really enjoy camping. Do you like camping?
I love camping. I love the outdoors. I go hiking often.
Oh, me too.
Oh, that's cool. What about Sunday evening?
Oh, Sunday evening, I relax. I cook a big dinner and I listen to music and sometimes I read my book. But often I go to sleep very early on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
And you?
Well, on Sunday, I don't cook. I usually order food. I order pizza, or maybe I eat at a restaurant. And then later in the evening, on Sunday, I always watch TV. So my favorite TV show is on Sunday night.
And what's your favorite TV show?
My favorite TV show is called Billions.
Billions?
Yeah, it's about money and power in New York. It's very interesting.
Nice. Maybe I should watch it.
Oh, you should, but you go to bed early.
Yes, around 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Maybe you can see it.
Okay.
Hey, Todd. Let's talk about colors.
All right.
What is blue?
Ooh, the ocean is blue. The sky is blue. During the day, the sky is blue. And my eyes are blue.
Oh, mine too. What is red?
Red, let's see. Well, tomatoes are red. Strawberries are red. And
And roses are red.
roses are red. That's right.
Yep. What is green?
Well, lots of vegetables are green. So lettuce is green. Cabbage is green or purple. And asparagus is green.
Asparagus, right. Also, grass is green.
Ah, that's right. Grass is green.
What is yellow?
Ooh, well, lemons are yellow. The sun is yellow sometimes, or orange.
Or red?
What else is yellow?
Sunflowers are yellow.
Ooh, sunflowers are yellow. That's nice.
What is orange?
Also, sometimes the sun is orange. Oranges are orange.
Of course.
And persimmons are orange.
Yes.
Oh, I know.
What?
Carrots.
Carrots.
Carrots
Of
are
course.
orange.
Carrots are orange. What is black?
Sometimes dirt is black.
Mm-hmm.
The night sky is black.
Right. And your shirt is black.
It is. I like my black shirt.
What is white?
Vanilla ice cream is white.
Mm,
The snow is white.
yes. And clouds are white.
Clouds are white. Ooh, and sometimes clouds are black
Yes,
Or-
when it's going to rain.
or gray.
Right. What is pink?
Ooh, some flowers are pink.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, cotton candy is pink.
Yes.
And sometimes lollipops are pink.
Yeah, a lot of candy is pink sometimes.
Now, sometimes women's clothing is pink.
Or men's.
Or men's. Do you like pink shirts?
I don't usually wear pink shirts. What about you?
I don't like pink shirts.
Oh.
No. I don't like pink, actually.
Oh, that's too bad.
So what is your favorite color?
My favorite color is orange.
Really? Orange.
Yeah,
Nice.
I love orange. It's so bright. What about you?
I have 3. I like the same. I know. I like green.
Wow.
I love green. I love blue. I love purple.
You like the cool colors.
Right. And I don't like orange. I don't like yellow. And I don't like pink.
You don't like the warm colors.
Yes. Bright colors, not so much.
Ah, I see.
What about red? Do you like red?
I don't especially like red. I like red poppies, a type of flower,
Oh, right. Yeah.
but I don't like to wear red.
Yeah, me too. Do you dislike any colors?
Actually, I don't like brown. I think it's a boring color.
Yeah, that's true. But often dogs are brown. And I love dogs.
I also like dogs, so a brown dog is okay, but a brown shirt, no thank you.
So tell me, what languages do you speak?
Well, I speak 2 languages. I speak Thai and I speak Japanese, but my Japanese is not so good and my Thai is just okay. Now I live in Japan, so I study Japanese and I use Japanese every day. I can speak Japanese at the supermarket. I can use Japanese at a hotel or with a taxi driver, but I cannot have a long conversation. Yeah. And you? What languages do you speak?
Well, I speak English, of course, and I speak Spanish and Japanese.
Wow, Spanish.
Yeah, I lived in Ecuador, and so I spoke Spanish every day, a lot. I used to think I was fluent. Maybe I forgot some Spanish now.
Oh, so you can read, speak, write, everything?
Yeah, in Ecuador I did everything. I signed my cell phone contract. I could read that in Spanish. All of my friends I spoke Spanish with, and I spoke Spanish all the time. But my Japanese is like yours. I can speak only enough to go to the grocery store or ask when the bus leaves or buy a train ticket.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's hard to have a good conversation in Japanese. But I can read Japanese. I studied kanji. So
really?
my reading is okay, but my speaking is just really bad. I have bad pronunciation. So because my Japanese pronunciation is not very good, Japanese people don't like to speak Japanese with me, I think.
My Spanish pronunciation is really bad. because I always spoke with other foreigners who were also studying Spanish. So there would be a Korean person, me, a Norwegian person, and we were all speaking Spanish together. So we all had bad pronunciation.
Yeah.
What about Thai?
Yeah, I can speak Thai. My Thai is different. My Thai pronunciation is okay. So I can have conversations in Thai. I lived in Thailand when I was young, or I was 22 to 26. So I studied it and I like Thai. But reading in Thai is difficult for me. So I can read Japanese better than I can read Thai, but I can speak Thai better, and my Thai listening is better also.
Ah. Do you have any Thai friends?
I do have some Thai friends, and now I study Thai on Facebook. So every day I check my friends' messages on Facebook, and then I use Google Translate to learn new words. So it's very good. Yeah.
Do you think you'll live in Thailand again someday?
Maybe I will visit Thailand again. I don't think I will live in Thailand again, but I like to go to Thailand because Thai is fun to speak, and Thailand has great food and great weather, good beaches, so it's nice.
Oh, great.
What about you? Do you want to live in Ecuador again?
Not Ecuador. I love Ecuador, but I want to live in another Spanish-speaking country. I'd like to live in Argentina, maybe, or Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is part of America, but they speak Spanish there.
Yeah, I hear Puerto Rico is really nice.
Yeah, I went there for 1 week, and it was just amazing. It has beaches and mountains, and the people are really fun, and it's a really exciting place to visit. Todd, why do you have 3 computers?
Oh, I know, it's crazy. I do have 3 computers. Before I had 4 computers. Now I only have 3 computers. I have 3 computers because I use computers for my job.
Oh.
So I have 1 computer for my house, my 1 laptop computer for my house, and I always keep that computer at my house. So it's heavy. It's a MacBook Pro, and I don't like to carry it, so I leave it at home. And I have a MacBook Air. It's very light. It's not heavy. And I use my MacBook Air when I travel, when I go to school, when I go downtown to a cafe. So, yeah, I have 1 computer for home and 1 computer for when I travel.
And how about the other one?
Oh, the other computer. The other computer is old. It's also a MacBook Pro, and it's 7 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, it still works. It works really well, but I use it as a backup computer. So sometimes I need a computer in case 1 computer fails. Also, sometimes my friends need a computer, and I lend my computer to my friends.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's easy. I like that.
What do you do if you need something that's on the other computer?
Well, I use cloud computing, so I use Dropbox. So Dropbox shares everything. So all computers are linked, and they share all the files. So it's no problem.
How about phones? How many do you have?
I have 3 phones, also for my job. I have an iPhone, I have a Samsung Galaxy, and I have a Nokia Windows Phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Which one do you like the best?
That's tough. I think I like the Samsung Galaxy the best because it's bigger and it's easy to read, but the iPhone has good apps. I like the apps on the iPhone, and the iPhone is very reliable, so it always works. So yeah.
How about the Nokia?
The Nokia is also a good phone. It's a Windows phone, and I travel a lot. So when I travel, I always take the Nokia phone, and I use a new SIM card in the country, and then that is my phone when I travel. I usually leave my Galaxy phone or my iPhone at home.
You say you use your phone for work. How?
Oh, so I create websites,
Mm-hmm.
and so I need to check how websites look on different phones. So every time I make a website, I check it on the Nokia phone, I check it on the Samsung phone, I check it on the iPhone. So I make sure the website works on all smartphones.
Does the website often have problems with one phone or a different phone?
Usually not. Usually everything is okay, but sometimes media files like audio files or video files do not work on the phones, so sometimes I have to change things, but usually it works.
Ah.
How about you? How many computers do you have?
Well, at home, we have one laptop, and it's kind of big, so I don't usually take it out with me. And then we have a personal computer, and we also have a tablet, an iPad.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't use the iPad very much. It's usually used by my daughter. She's 2, and she loves to play games on the iPad.
Right.
So it's an expensive toy.
So your daughter likes the iPad,
Mhm.
you like the laptop,
I like the laptop, yes.
and the personal computer?
The personal computer is my husband's, and we also use it as the family computer when we want to watch a movie or watch a TV show, something like that.
Oh, wow. Sounds good. And phones?
Phones. Well, I have my own phone. I have a Sony phone. It's an Xperia, and I like it. It's big, so sometimes my fingers can't reach all the buttons, but I can watch videos on it. I like that. And when I leave the country, I can't use it in other countries, but I can use the Wi-Fi, so that's convenient.
Yeah, that is convenient. Okay, thanks a lot, Sarah.
Thank you.
So, Greg, you were saying that you had brothers and they always picked on you, like all older brothers do. Do you have any stories of what your brothers used to do to you?
Yes. It's I think back on some of the crazy fights we had, and it is absolutely amazing that we are all still alive.
Yeah.
One time, I was closing the garage door, and I didn't see my brother, my oldest brother, walking behind me. And I pulled the door down, and it hit him in the head.
Right. Ooh,
Complete,
wow.
complete accident.
Yeah.
But he just got so angry. He had a pair of shoes that he was holding in his hands. I think he was going to polish them or something. And he just took the shoe and he smacked me as hard as he could right in the stomach.
Oh, that's
Oh,
gotta hurt.
oh, it hurt so much. I bent over and I got so angry. And I looked in the garage and I saw a big piece of metal pipe.
Oh no.
And I held it like a spear and I ran after him. And he, of course, ran away. And I was chasing him around the house and he ran up to the front door and I threw the spear as hard as I could. And it went like I threw the pipe and it went like a spear through the air. And he closed the door right behind him and it put a hole in the door.
Oh man. It was gonna hit him. It would have hit him.
It would have hit him, actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't even want to think what could have happened if it had hit him.
Yeah, it's amazing that we're still alive. We used to have fights with, baseball bats and branches and things.
Man. Well, it must have been good. It made you tough and strong for all the other kids at school.
Yeah, they thought I was crazy.
So, Akane, tell me about your family. Who do you get on well with in your family?
Well, I think that I get along the best with my mother, I would say.
So why is that?
Well, I think it probably has to do with the fact that we're both female. I mean, the only other people in my family are my father and my brother.
So, what does your mom look like?
Well, she's actually taller than me. She has dark hair and a pretty firm build. She's not too thin, not too fat. And, yeah.
And what does your mom do? Does she have a job?
Oh, good question. She's actually a hairdresser.
Wow.
Yeah. So she does my hair, and she's also an esthetician as well. So I get free skincare products from her.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So what does your mum like to do when she's not working?
Well, she used to take sewing lessons, so she really likes to sew things, like her own curtains, and she even made me some clothes a few times.
Wow, so she's talented.
Yeah, she's quite artistic.
So when did you last see your mum or speak to your mum?
Well, the last time I saw her was this spring. I stayed at my parents' house for about a week, and yeah, that's when I saw her.
Was that a couple of months ago?
Yeah, a couple of months ago, that's right.
Right. And what was the last thing that your mum bought for you?
Actually, just before I came here, we went shopping together, and because I have to fly away to a new country, she bought me some new clothes. She bought me a new coat, actually.
Wow, that's really nice. Well, thanks for that, Akane.
Thanks. Last year, I went to Portugal just after Christmas, and I stayed there until, well, just after New Year's this year. In Portugal, I met up with one of my friends from Toronto. He had family that lived in Portugal because his family was originally from Portugal, so they were kind enough to let me stay with them. I didn't know any Portuguese except for some simple words like hello and thank you. I learned some simple words through an audio CD before I went there. And the people that I stayed with didn't know very much English either. However, we got along surprisingly well. They were surprised that I was able to eat some of their exotic foods. They made some delicious meals every single day, like octopus, tripe, and rabbit. It is quite exotic, but I thought it was quite good. They also made some excellent desserts like creme caramel and a rich sponge cake that they called pain de l'eau.
Okay, now I'll talk about my winter vacation. This winter vacation, I spent 2 weeks in my hometown, which is Daytona Beach, Florida. It was wonderful. The weather was warm every day, it was sunny every day, and the temperature was almost 80 degrees. I visited my mother, and I spent every morning having a nice leisurely cup of coffee and reading the newspaper, and after that I got my bicycle out and rode down to the beach and enjoyed the sun and the surf. Came back home and read a book and went to bed early. I had a wonderful time. I saw a couple of new movies when I was home in Florida. I saw the Aviator, and also an interesting movie called Spanglish, which I hope you all can see because it's an interesting movie about English and the Spanish.
John, tell me about your day. What time do you wake up?
Well, let's see. Some days I wake up early, maybe about 6 o'clock. Yeah, sometimes I wake up at 6 o'clock. When I get up early, I like to get ready for the day, take a shower, and have breakfast. But other days I don't like getting up early. Maybe I'll sleep in until 10 or 11.
Wow.
Yeah, I like sleeping in late, so sometimes I wake up at 11. On those days, if I know I won't wake up until 11, I'll take a shower the night before I go to bed. How about you, Sarah? When do you usually wake up?
Well, I like every day to be the same.
Oh.
So I wake up every day at 8 o'clock.
8?
8. And I always do the same thing. First, I make coffee right away. Then I wake up my kids and we have breakfast together at about 8:30.
Really?
Yes. We usually have something easy like bread and yogurt and fruit.
I like to have coffee every morning. Whether I wake up at 6 or at 10, I'm still going to have coffee. But I often skip breakfast. Do you always eat breakfast every day?
Yes. If I don't eat breakfast, I'm so hungry. What about lunch? What time do you have lunch?
Lunch is the same every day for me. I always eat lunch at 12:30 p.m. So whenever I wake up, I do some things, and then I always have lunch at 12:30 p.m. Just half past noon. And I always have a simple lunch, maybe some soup or spaghetti or a sandwich, something light. And it's always at half past noon. What time do you eat lunch?
That's interesting. I have breakfast at the same time every day, but lunch is always at a different time.
Really?
Because I'm busy in the morning. I go out, maybe I go shopping, sometimes I clean the house. So I might have lunch at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, sometimes as late as 2:30.
Oh, that's getting late.
Yes, but it's always an easy lunch, like you. Maybe crackers and cheese, or a sandwich, or a baked potato.
I see. Do you always have dinner at a different time, too?
No, I almost always eat dinner around 6 o'clock. How about you? When do you eat dinner?
My dinner time varies a lot, just like my breakfast. So maybe I eat dinner later than most people. I think I would have dinner at 7 p.m. at the earliest. But sometimes I will have dinner as late as 9 o'clock at night.
Really?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I really like cooking, so if I'm cooking a short thing, I'll have dinner earlier, but I don't mind if it takes 2 hours to cook something really good, I'll eat later at night.
Wow. Can you tell me about your work routine? What time do you usually go to work?
Oh, see, my work schedule is different every day. That's why I wake up at a different time every day. Maybe for example, some weeks on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I start work at 7. But on Thursday and Friday, I don't start work until 11:30.
Ah.
How about you? Do you have a different work time sometimes?
Well, right now I'm on maternity leave. So I stay home and take care of my new baby.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. I try to work at home a little bit every day, though. If the kids are sleeping or they're playing quietly, I try to do some work. Maybe around 2 o'clock I can usually get some work done because the kids are sleeping.
Oh, if you don't start getting some work done until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you must be very busy every morning.
Yeah, I usually go to the grocery store. Sometimes I take the kids to the park around 10 in the morning. I often do the laundry or wash the dishes. And then as soon as the dishes are washed, it's time to make lunch. So I'm busy all day.
I see. So that's why your lunchtime can change so much.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like a busy day.
So, Hannah, tell me, do you cook much?
Yes, I always cook. I often cook with my roommate, and we always make Chinese or Japanese food. How about you?
Well, I don't really cook that often because I'm really busy during the week. So I always get something in a shop and eat that. But during the weekends, I always cook during the weekends because I really like making food. So that's what I do.
So, do you ever eat out?
Only occasionally because I'm really busy during the week and I prefer cooking during the weekends. So not really often. I don't go out really often to eat. But whenever I'm tired or I don't have time to cook during the weekend, I go and eat out with a friend. So how about you?
Well, I always cook, so I normally go and eat out on the weekends with my friends or family.
So do you ever buy takeaway?
No, I never. Normally when I go out to eat, I like to sit and enjoy my food. How about you?
Well, that's really nice. Of course, I do like to sit and enjoy my food, but I have to admit that occasionally I have to buy takeaway, especially when I'm coming late from work and I'm driving. I'm so hungry that most of the times I don't really make it home. So I have to buy something and eat it on my way. That's a shame, but that's the way it is. And do you usually have people over for dinner?
Yes, I sometimes do. I really like cooking, so occasionally I invite my friends over and I cook for them, or we all cook together. How about you?
Not really. I do love cooking, but the problem is my place is really small. So even though I want to invite my friends, I never do it because my place would only fit 1 or 2 people. So unfortunately, I never have my friends over for dinner.
So, Sarah, what can you tell me about your hometown?
My hometown. Well, my hometown is called Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and it's a really great city. There are about 80,000 people. There are lots of things to do. There are 3 movie theaters. I love to watch movies.
Me too.
There's lots of shopping. You can find anything you want there. There are lots of malls and stores.
Are there many restaurants?
Yes. The thing I like is you can eat any type of food. There are Chinese restaurants and Korean restaurants, Italian restaurants. There is a big variety of restaurants, and they're all good.
That sounds great. What about parks? Are there many places to see nature in your town?
Yes. We have a lot of rivers and lakes and hills. My hometown has 4 seasons. So in summer, it's great because there are lots of lakes to swim in, lots of forests to play in. In winter, there is a lot of snow. So you can go ice skating or ice fishing or even skiing.
Wow, that sounds really fun.
Yeah, it's a really nice city. It's also really safe. There are lots of nice people there.
Good. Is there much to do at night?
Well, maybe not. There's not many things to do at night. There aren't any nightclubs. There aren't many bars. So, actually, maybe there isn't much nightlife.
That's okay. It sounds like a nice place to have a family.
Yeah, it is. It's a great place to have a family. There's lots of good schools and libraries. So, John, where are you from?
My hometown is very small. It's a little town in the countryside in Wisconsin. There are only 5,000 people there.
Wow, there aren't very many people.
No, it's very small. There aren't very many businesses. There isn't a shopping mall. There are a lot of grocery stores. And there are a lot of gas stations. But there isn't much to do there.
Oh, really? Are there any movie theaters?
Well, there is one movie theater. So that's a nice thing to do. In fact, there are many screens in the theater. There are 8 different movies showing.
How about at night? What's fun to do? How about at night? Is there very much nightlife?
Yeah, there's not so much, but there is a bowling alley. It's fun to go bowling with friends. There's a bowling alley and the movie theater. There's one restaurant where you can go for tacos and burritos, and there's one more restaurant for pizza and spaghetti.
Ah.
But during the daytime, you can go to the park. There's a river that goes through the town. So, in the middle of town, there's a river, and there's a park that goes along both sides of the river. And at the park, there is a tennis court and a disc golf course.
Disc golf?
Yeah, I like to play disc golf with my friends. It's really fun. And after we finish playing disc golf, we usually go to the pizza restaurant.
Oh, I see. How about schools? Are there very many schools?
Let's see. No, there aren't very many. There is only one elementary school, one junior high school, and one high school. That's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, there aren't very many schools, but the town doesn't need more schools because there aren't very many people there.
I see. Are there any mountains?
No, the whole area is very flat. There are no mountains, but there are a lot of trees. In fact, there are trees on my town's sign because my town is famous for all the trees on every street.
Oh, wow. It sounds like a great city.
Hey, Hannah, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. So tell me, do you have any plans for the weekend?
Yes, I heard it's going to be a really nice day on Saturday, so I'm planning to go to the beach with my friends. The beach is 3 hours away, so we are going to go by car, and we are planning to have a barbecue, and I'm very excited. In the evening, we are going to have fireworks, so it's going to be very beautiful.
So are you going to stay over at the beach?
No, we're going to come back, so we'll be home quite late.
Oh, so then what are you going to do on Sunday?
I think I'll be sleeping all morning, and probably in the afternoon I'm going to study because I have a maths exam on Monday.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, I think I'm going to wish you good luck in your exam and have fun at the beach.
Thank you. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. So, what are you going to do this weekend?
Well, on Saturday, I think I'm going to go to the gym because I haven't been there for a while. And then I think I need to clean my house because I didn't have time during the week and it's a bit messy now. And in the evening, I think I'm going to have dinner with my friends.
Are you going somewhere after dinner?
I don't think so. I really want to spend this weekend in a really relaxed way, so I don't think I'm going anywhere after dinner.
I see. How about Sunday?
Well, Sunday, I'm not going to do anything during the morning. I really want to take, a rest. And then I'm going to have lunch with my family because I haven't seen them for a while. And then in the afternoon, there's this movie I really want to see, so I'm going to the cinema with my friends.
John, I've never met your family. Do you have a big family?
Yeah, kind of. There are 5 people in my family.
Oh.
So it's a medium family. I have 2 brothers, so there are 3 boys in my family. And there's my mother and my father.
How about your father? Do you look like him?
Yes, I do. I do look like my father. When he was younger, he had blonde hair, like me. And he has glasses. So do I. My mother has glasses too. I'm the same height as my father. We are both 180 centimeters tall. My older brother is the same height as me and my father. But my younger brother is shorter than us. He has blonde hair and glasses too, though.
Oh. How tall is your younger brother?
He's a bit shorter than us. I'm not sure, but I think he's around 170 centimeters tall.
Oh. How about your mom?
My mom is short too. She is the same height as my younger brother.
Oh.
And my mom has red hair. Her hair is bright red. So my mother has different hair from the rest of my family. There are 4 people with blonde hair and 1 person with red hair. But actually, all 5 of us wear glasses.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, John, you're thin. What about the rest of your family? Are they thin too?
Well, my mother is skinny too, like me. But my brothers are more like my dad in their body type. They are a little bit more muscular than me. They have big muscles and they're very strong. So they are heavier than me. That's my father. He weighs more than I do. And my brothers are also heavier than me.
Oh. Sounds like a good-looking family.
Thank you.
So, John, you told me about your family's appearance. What about their personality?
Well, all 5 people in my family have different personalities. Yeah, my younger brother's really fun. It's great to spend time with him. For example, we usually play video games together. He likes to play racing games or sports games, and also we play card games or just watching TV. He's so funny. No matter what we're doing, he tells jokes, and I love listening to him tell jokes about whatever we're doing at the time. And he's so cheerful and bright. He's always open to new people and new ideas, so I really like spending time with him. He makes me feel cheerful too when we talk together.
That's great. How about your older brother?
Well, my older brother, he's a really good guy. He's not so entertaining like my younger brother, but he's very smart. He's really serious. He likes to study and read. For example, he likes reading the Greek philosophers. He likes reading about Plato and Socrates, and he's always talking about philosophy. I like that stuff too. I think it's interesting, but he's not very funny.
I see. How about your dad?
My dad. Let's see, what can I say about my dad's personality? He's a hard worker. He's very devoted to everything he tries. He was raised on a farm, so he knows a lot about animals. And now he has a farm as a hobby. My dad raises horses and chickens. He loves animals, and he has so many animals, but he doesn't think of them as farm animals. They're his pets, and he loves them. He spends every day outside, well, no matter what the weather, because he has to take care of his family, which is all of his animals. And he's a really smart guy, maybe a bit serious at times. His sense of humor is maybe like you can imagine from an old man.
I see. How about your mother? What's she like?
My mother loves to read horror novels.
Really?
Yeah, horror books. So she knows a lot of stuff about crime or mysteries or police dramas and lawyers. She loves that stuff. So my mother's very interested in those kind of books and movies and TV shows too. So she's kind of like a detective. My mother's very smart and enjoys solving puzzles.
Wow. It sounds like an interesting family.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm really sorry I'm late. I came as fast as I could.
It's okay. Nobody has really come yet.
Why? Where are they?
Well, John's shopping. He's getting some food.
Okay, what about Emma? Where is she?
Emma has an exam, so she's studying and she's going to come later.
Okay, how about Alex? I don't see him around.
Oh, Alex is over there. He's preparing for the barbecue.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And how about Marcus and Emily?
They're over there. They're playing.
Oh, so how many people are left? Who else is coming?
I don't know. Nobody has really contacted me yet.
Oh, well, let's hope we can get around 10 people maybe.
Yes, I hope so.
Cool.
Hello.
Hello, come in.
Where is everyone?
Well, everyone is doing something right now.
Oh, really? Where's your mom?
My mom, she's at the mall. I think she's shopping. I think she's getting the groceries for the week.
Oh, how about your dad?
Well, every weekend he goes to the country club, so I think he's playing golf with his friends now.
Where's your brother and sister?
My brother, he's upstairs. I think he's probably sleeping or playing video games, as he always did. And my sister, she's at school, and she's playing soccer because she has a game today.
Oh, really? When does the game start?
I think in 20 or 30 minutes.
Let's go watch it.
Really? That sounds fun. Let's go.
Adam, I've been trying to reach you all day. Where have you been?
Oh, sorry. When did you call?
I first called you at 3 o'clock.
Oh, sorry. I was playing soccer.
Well, I tried calling you again at 5.
Oh, I was going home on the train.
Well, why didn't you return my message?
I was sleeping.
Well, what happened when you got off the train?
As I was leaving the train, I saw a friend and we started talking and I just didn't look at my phone. What was it that you wanted to talk about?
Oh, I was thinking about getting a new boyfriend. Hey, Adam, have you done the things I've asked you to do yet?
What did you ask me to do?
I asked you to take out the trash.
I haven't done that yet.
How about wash the dishes?
I washed a few dishes.
Wash the car?
No, I haven't washed the car.
What did you do today?
I was sleeping mostly.
So, Meg, you're getting married soon. How are things going?
Things are going pretty well. We have a lot of planning to do.
I bet. So, have you hired a band yet?
No, we haven't hired a band yet. My brother has some friends who are in a band, so he's going to ask them.
Oh, cool. And have you gotten a caterer for the wedding?
Yes, we have gotten a caterer because the food is very important, so we ordered it in advance.
Oh, what kind of food?
We're going to have traditional American food.
Oh, nice, nice. So, have you bought a dress yet?
Yes, of course, I have bought a dress. That's the most important part, so last week I picked up my new dress.
Have you tried it on yet?
Yes, I've tried it on many times already.
Okay, cool. Have you shown it to your groom-to-be?
No, I haven't shown it to my groom-to-be because it has to be a surprise on the wedding day.
Oh, that's right, that's right. So, have you ordered the flowers?
No, not yet. I haven't ordered the flowers because I'm waiting for some special flowers from the florist, so still waiting.
And have you sent out the invitations?
Yes, we have sent out the invitations. We sent them out maybe a month ago.
Oh, cool. So then I assume you have booked the hall.
Yes, we have booked the hall because we wanted to have it at a special hall, so we booked it probably 6 months ago.
Okay, cool. Well, the only one problem, I didn't get an invite. Am I invited to your wedding?
Oh, I brought the invitation with me today.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hey, Meg, I have a big favor. Can you help me out?
Sure, what do you need?
My parents are coming to visit me, but I can't go to the airport and pick them up. I have an important appointment.
Oh.
Do you think you can go to the airport and pick them up?
Yeah, absolutely. But what do your parents look like?
Yeah, well, they look kind of unique, actually, so you can't miss them. My dad, he's really tall, and he's really hairy. He's got big kind of fro-like hair, and he's got a facial hair. He's got Fu Manchu, so he has a mustache and a little goatee, and he's kind of muscular.
Wow, so I think I should be able to see your dad very easily.
Right, so you can't miss him. And also, my mom's pretty easy. It's like kind of 60-ish. She's in her 60s, and she kind of has blondish, grayish hair. She's kind of medium build, and she's kind of average height.
Okay, well, it sounds like no problem. I think I can find them at the airport.
Okay, and there'll be one other person with them, and she might be the one actually looking around trying to find you, and that's my niece.
Oh, what does your niece look like?
Okay, so she's in her 20s. She's very thin, and she has long blonde hair, and yeah, she's quite energetic, so you'll probably see her running around. So I have a feeling she's going to be the one looking for you.
Okay, great. Then I'll look for your niece.
Okay, great. I really appreciate this.
No problem. Hey, Todd, I was talking to your girlfriend. She seems really fit.
Yeah, she's very fit. It's kind of a problem, actually.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, she watches what she eats, and she's very careful about the foods she eats. So she doesn't eat meat. She doesn't eat fast food. She doesn't eat sugar. She doesn't drink coffee. So because she doesn't eat or drink all these foods, it's kind of hard if we go out to dinner or if I want to eat something, because then I feel guilty.
Do you also not eat those foods?
No, are you kidding? I mean, I always eat fast food, and I love to eat sweets and stuff like that. So we both love exercise, right? So she exercises a lot. I exercise a lot. She exercises more than I do. But yeah, the diet thing is kind of a hassle. So what do you think I should do?
Maybe you should also try to be healthy, because it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, I'll give it a try. But the thing is, you know, there's one other problem. She eats 5 small meals a day, so she never eats big meals. So we can't go to a restaurant and stuff like that. So it's just really hard to adjust. I mean, I love a big breakfast. You know, she never eats a big breakfast. She always eats these small little meals. So, yeah.
Well, maybe you can cook at home together.
Maybe. Or maybe I should just get a new girlfriend.
Maybe. Good luck. Hey, Todd. I want to go to Osaka. What's the best way?
The best way. You know, it kind of depends on your time and your cost and your comfort. The easiest might be the ferry. So the ferry leaves every day at 7 o'clock, and it goes overnight, and it arrives in Osaka at, I think, 6 o'clock in the morning. So it's a nice trip. You're on the boat. You can kind of have dinner on the boat. You go to sleep, and then you wake up, and then you're there. So, and it costs about $70.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's good, yeah. But you sleep in a big area with other people. So it's like a shared sleeping area.
Right. What are some other ways?
Well, if you have lots of money, you can take the train. The train's convenient because it leaves every hour from the downtown station, and it takes about 4 hours, 3.5 hours.
Oh, wow.
You have to transfer the train once, but, you know, it leaves every hour. It costs a little bit. It costs, you know, about $300, but it's an enjoyable ride, and, you know, you're never stuck in traffic.
So ferry, train, what else?
You can take a plane. There are 2 flights. One flight leaves early in the morning, another flight leaves in the afternoon, and that's probably the fastest because if you fly there, it only takes 1 hour, but it takes 30 minutes to get to the airport. It's outside of town, and then you have to get there an hour early for your flight and check in your bags and stuff. So, you know, it still takes door to door probably 4 to 5 hours. And also flights, they can be cheap, but they're about $100.
Ah, okay. Are there any other ways?
There's one other way. The cheapest way is actually going by bus. The good thing is, you know, the buses leave every hour, but you must take a bus to Fukuoka and then transfer in Fukuoka, and it takes a long time. It takes about 8 hours to get there, but it only costs about $50. So, and there are some buses that go overnight, so.
That sounds pretty good. Well, I like to save money, but the bus sounds a little boring, so maybe I'd rather sleep on the ferry.
Yeah, I think the ferry's the way to go.
Thanks.
Okay, Sarah and John, we are going to play a guessing game.
Great.
Sounds great.
I will describe a city. What city is this in America? First city. It's a really big city, and sometimes it has cold weather. It has lots of snow. Sometimes it's very hot in summer. It has all seasons.
Oh, I know. Is it Milwaukee?
No, not Milwaukee. It has really tall buildings.
I know. I think it's Chicago.
No, it's not Chicago.
Oh.
It is a very expensive city, and maybe it's America's most famous city.
Oh, I got it. It's New York City.
Ping pong. Okay, Next city. This city has warm weather most of the year. It also is really, really big, very big city. And it is famous for movie stars and the movie industry.
I know. I think it's LA.
Yes, Los Angeles. Ping pong.
Yay.
Well, you got it.
Okay, next city. This city has different seasons. It is cold in winter, a little bit, and it is usually warm in summer. It has lots of fog, and it never has snow. It rains sometimes, and it has a big, famous bridge.
Is it San Francisco?
Ping pong.
Good job.
Thank you.
I was going to guess Seattle.
Ah.
Okay, last city. Okay, this city is also famous in America, of course, and it has warm weather, and it is usually hot all year, and it never snows, but it rains, and it has nice long beaches.
Oh, is it Orlando, Florida?
Not Orlando, but it is in Florida.
Is it Miami?
Ping pong.
Good job.
Thank you.
So I think it's tied 2-2.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, so one more city. Can you guess the city? Okay, so this city has 4 seasons. So it has snow, it has rain, it has beautiful colors in the fall, lots of leaves, and it has old historical buildings.
Oh, I know it. It's Chicago.
Not Chicago.
No. I think it's Boston.
It is. Ping pong.
Wow.
Sarah wins.
Yay.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we will do another guessing game. This time, guess the movie.
Sounds fun.
Okay, this movie is very famous. It's about 20 years old, maybe 18 years old, and it is about a love story and about 2 people that meet on a big ship, and the ship sinks.
It's really, really famous. Is it Titanic?
Right. Ping pong.
Titanic.
Okay, the next movie is also a famous movie, but I never saw this movie, but I know about the movie. And the movie is about a fight between 2 creatures. And both creatures, monsters, come from the ocean. They come out of the ocean and they fight each other.
2 monsters from the ocean.
Sometimes they fight in Japan, but the last movie, the monsters fight in America. I think they fight in San Francisco.
Is it Godzilla?
Ping pong.
Yay!
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next movie is also a movie many teenage boys like, and it's also about fighting, and it's about machines that fight each other, and I think the machines come from space. So the machines are not from Earth, and the machines can change, and the machines have special powers.
Machines that have special powers and change.
I know. It's Transformers.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, Transformers. Ping pong.
Yay!
Okay, so now I'm going to go way back. So this is a movie also about an alien. And this alien is very kind. And the alien is very shy. And the alien meets a boy. And
I know it.
They become friends.
Do they ride a bicycle?
They do ride a bicycle.
It's E.T.
That's right. Ping pong.
Yes.
Good job.
Okay, so now one more movie. Okay. So this movie is also old. This movie is maybe over 25 years old. Oh, over 20 years old.
I'm better at the old ones.
Yeah, and in this movie, there is a scientist, and the scientist is trying to find a special treasure, and he goes all around the world, and he needs to find a special treasure, and he goes to Egypt, he goes to Asia, and he wants to find something, but he has to fight people in the movie.
I think it's Indiana Jones.
Bing bong. John wins.
Oh,
Yeah.
good job.
Thank
That's
you.
great.
I tried really hard.
Hey, Hannah, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. So tell me, do you have any plans for the weekend?
Yes, I heard it's going to be a really nice day on Saturday, so I'm planning to go to the beach with my friends. The beach is 3 hours away, so we are going to go by car, and we are planning to have a barbecue, and I'm very excited. In the evening, we are going to have fireworks, so it's going to be very beautiful.
So are you going to stay over at the beach?
No, we're going to come back, so we'll be home quite late.
Oh, so then what are you going to do on Sunday?
I think I'll be sleeping all morning, and probably in the afternoon I'm going to study because I have a maths exam on Monday.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, I think I'm going to wish you good luck in your exam and have fun at the beach.
Thank you. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. So, what are you going to do this weekend?
Well, on Saturday, I think I'm going to go to the gym because I haven't been there for a while. And then I think I need to clean my house because I didn't have time during the week and it's a bit messy now. And in the evening, I think I'm going to have dinner with my friends.
Are you going somewhere after dinner?
I don't think so. I really want to spend this weekend in a really relaxed way, so I don't think I'm going anywhere after dinner.
I see. How about Sunday?
Well, Sunday, I'm not going to do anything during the morning. I really want to take, a rest. And then I'm going to have lunch with my family because I haven't seen them for a while. And then in the afternoon, there's this movie I really want to see, so I'm going to the cinema with my friends.
John, I've never met your family. Do you have a big family?
Yeah, kind of. There are 5 people in my family.
Oh.
So it's a medium family. I have 2 brothers, so there are 3 boys in my family. And there's my mother and my father.
How about your father? Do you look like him?
Yes, I do. I do look like my father. When he was younger, he had blonde hair, like me. And he has glasses. So do I. My mother has glasses too. I'm the same height as my father. We are both 180 centimeters tall. My older brother is the same height as me and my father. But my younger brother is shorter than us. He has blonde hair and glasses too, though.
Oh. How tall is your younger brother?
He's a bit shorter than us. I'm not sure, but I think he's around 170 centimeters tall.
Oh. How about your mom?
My mom is short too. She is the same height as my younger brother.
Oh.
And my mom has red hair. Her hair is bright red, So my mother has different hair from the rest of my family. There are 4 people with blonde hair and 1 person with red hair. But actually, all 5 of us wear glasses.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, John, you're thin. What about the rest of your family? Are they thin too?
Well, my mother is skinny too, like me. But my brothers are more like my dad in their body type. They are a little bit more muscular than me. They have big muscles and they're very strong. So they are heavier than me. That's my father. He weighs more than I do. And my brothers are also heavier than me.
Oh, sounds like a good-looking family.
Thank you.
So, John, you told me about your family's appearance. What about their personality?
Well, all 5 people in my family have different personalities. Yeah, my younger brother's really fun. It's great to spend time with him. For example, we usually play video games together. He likes to play racing games or sports games, and also we play card games or just watching TV. He's so funny. No matter what we're doing, he tells jokes, and I love listening to him tell jokes about whatever we're doing at the time. And he's so cheerful and bright. He's always open to new people and new ideas, so I really like spending time with him. He makes me feel cheerful too when we talk together.
That's great. How about your older brother?
Well, my older brother, he's a really good guy. He's not so entertaining like my younger brother, but he's very smart. He's really serious. He likes to study and read. For example, he likes reading the Greek philosophers. He likes reading about Plato and Socrates, and he's always talking about philosophy. I like that stuff too. I think it's interesting, but he's not very funny.
I see. How about your dad?
My dad. Let's see, what can I say about my dad's personality? He's a hard worker. He's very devoted to everything he tries. He was raised on a farm, so he knows a lot about animals. And now he has a farm as a hobby. My dad raises horses and chickens. He loves animals, and he has so many animals, but he doesn't think of them as farm animals. They're his pets, and he loves them. He spends every day outside, well, no matter what the weather, because he has to take care of his family, which is all of his animals. And he's a really smart guy, maybe a bit serious at times. His sense of humor is maybe like you can imagine from an old man.
I see. How about your mother? What's she like?
My mother loves to read horror novels.
Really?
Yeah, horror books. So she knows a lot of stuff about crime or mysteries or police dramas and lawyers. She loves that stuff. So my mother's very interested in those kind of books and movies and TV shows too. So she's kind of like a detective. My mother's very smart and enjoys solving puzzles.
Wow. It sounds like an interesting family.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm really sorry I'm late. I came as fast as I could.
It's okay. Nobody has really come yet.
Why? Where are they?
Well, John's shopping. He's getting some food.
Okay, what about Emma? Where is she?
Emma has an exam, so she's studying and she's going to come later.
Okay, how about Alex? I don't see him around.
Oh, Alex is over there. He's preparing for the barbecue.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And how about Marcus and Emily?
They're over there. They're playing.
Oh, so how many people are left? Who else is coming?
I don't know. Nobody has really contacted me yet.
Oh, well, let's hope we can get around 10 people maybe.
Yes, I hope so.
Cool.
Hello.
Hello, come in.
Where is everyone?
Well, everyone is doing something right now.
Oh, really? Where's your mom?
My mom, she's at the mall. I think she's shopping. I think she's getting the groceries for the week.
Oh, how about your dad?
Well, every weekend he goes to the country club, so I think he's playing golf with his friends now.
Where's your brother and sister?
My brother, he's upstairs. I think he's probably sleeping or playing video games, as he always did. And my sister, she's at school, and she's playing soccer because she has a game today.
Oh, really? When does the game start?
I think in 20 or 30 minutes.
Let's go watch it.
Really? That sounds fun. Let's go.
Adam, I've been trying to reach you all day. Where have you been?
Oh, sorry. When did you call?
I first called you at 3 o'clock.
Oh, sorry. I was playing soccer.
Well, I tried calling you again at 5.
Oh, I was going home on the train.
Well, why didn't you return my message?
I was sleeping.
Well, what happened when you got off the train?
As I was leaving the train, I saw a friend and we started talking and I just didn't look at my phone. What was it that you wanted to talk about?
Oh, I was thinking about getting a new boyfriend. Hey, Adam, have you done the things I've asked you to do yet?
What did you ask me to do?
I asked you to take out the trash.
I haven't done that yet.
How about wash the dishes?
I washed a few dishes.
Wash the car?
No, I haven't washed the car.
What did you do today?
I was sleeping mostly.
So, Meg, you're getting married soon. How are things going?
Things are going pretty well. We have a lot of planning to do.
I bet. So, have you hired a band yet?
No, we haven't hired a band yet. My brother has some friends who are in a band, so he's going to ask them.
Oh, cool. And have you gotten a caterer for the wedding?
Yes, we have gotten a caterer because the food is very important, so we ordered it in advance.
Oh, what kind of food?
We're going to have traditional American food.
Oh, nice, nice. So, have you bought a dress yet?
Yes, of course, I have bought a dress. That's the most important part, so last week I picked up my new dress.
Have you tried it on yet?
Yes, I've tried it on many times already.
Okay, cool. Have you shown it to your groom-to-be?
No, I haven't shown it to my groom-to-be because it has to be a surprise on the wedding day.
Oh, that's right, that's right. So, have you ordered the flowers?
No, not yet. I haven't ordered the flowers because I'm waiting for some special flowers from the florist, so still waiting.
And have you sent out the invitations?
Yes, we have sent out the invitations. We sent them out maybe a month ago.
Oh, cool. So then I assume you have booked the hall.
Yes, we have booked the hall because we wanted to have it at a special hall, so we booked it probably 6 months ago.
Okay, cool. Well, the only one problem, I didn't get an invite. Am I invited to your wedding?
Oh, I brought the invitation with me today.
Okay, great. Thanks.
John, tell me about your day. What time do you wake up?
Well, let's see. Some days I wake up early, maybe about 6 o'clock. Yeah, sometimes I wake up at 6 o'clock. When I get up early, I like to get ready for the day, take a shower, and have breakfast. But Other days, I don't like getting up early. Maybe I'll sleep in until 10 or 11.
Wow.
Yeah, I like sleeping in late, so sometimes I wake up at 11. On those days, if I know I won't wake up until 11, I'll take a shower the night before I go to bed. How about you, Sarah? When do you usually wake up?
Well, I like every day to be the same.
Oh.
So I wake up every day at 8 o'clock.
8?
8. And I always do the same thing. First, I make coffee right away. Then I wake up my kids and we have breakfast together at about 8:30.
Really?
Yes. We usually have something easy like bread and yogurt and fruit.
I like to have coffee every morning. Whether I wake up at 6 or at 10, I'm still going to have coffee. But I often skip breakfast. Do you always eat breakfast every day?
Yes. If I don't eat breakfast, I'm so hungry. What about lunch? What time do you have lunch?
Lunch is the same every day for me. I always eat lunch at 12:30 p.m. So whenever I wake up, I do some things, and then I always have lunch at 12:30 p.m. Just half past noon. And I always have a simple lunch, maybe some soup or spaghetti or a sandwich, something light. And it's always at half past noon. What time do you eat lunch?
That's interesting. I have breakfast at the same time every day, but lunch is always at a different time.
Really?
Because I'm busy in the morning. I go out, maybe I go shopping, sometimes I clean the house. So I might have lunch at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, sometimes as late as 2:30.
Oh, that's getting late.
Yes, but it's always an easy lunch, like you. Maybe crackers and cheese, or a sandwich, or a baked potato.
I see. Do you always have dinner at a different time, too?
No, I almost always eat dinner around 6 o'clock. How about you? When do you eat dinner?
My dinner time varies a lot, just like my breakfast. So maybe I eat dinner later than most people. I think I would have dinner at 7 p.m. at the earliest. But sometimes I will have dinner as late as 9 o'clock at night.
Really?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I really like cooking, so if I'm cooking a short thing, I'll have dinner earlier, but I don't mind if it takes 2 hours to cook something really good, I'll eat later at night.
Wow. Can you tell me about your work routine? What time do you usually go to work?
Oh, see, my work schedule is different every day. That's why I wake up at a different time every day. Maybe for example, some weeks on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I start work at 7. But on Thursday and Friday, I don't start work until 11:30.
Ah.
How about you? Do you have a different work time sometimes?
Well, right now I'm on maternity leave. So I stay home and take care of my new baby.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. I try to work at home a little bit every day, though. If the kids are sleeping or they're playing quietly, I try to do some work. Maybe around 2 o'clock, I can usually get some work done because the kids are sleeping.
Oh, if you don't start getting some work done until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you must be very busy every morning.
Yeah, I usually go to the grocery store. Sometimes I take the kids to the park around 10 in the morning. I often do the laundry or wash the dishes. And then as soon as the dishes are washed, it's time to make lunch. So I'm busy all day.
I see. So that's why your lunchtime can change so much.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like a busy day.
So, Hannah, tell me, do you cook much?
Yes, I always cook. I often cook with my roommate, and we always make Chinese or Japanese food. How about you?
Well, I don't really cook that often because I'm really busy during the week. So I always get something in a shop and eat that. But during the weekends, I always cook during the weekends because I really like making food. So that's what I do.
So, do you ever eat out?
Only occasionally because I'm really busy during the week and I prefer cooking during the weekends. So not really often. I don't go out really often to eat. But whenever I'm tired or I don't have time to cook during the weekend, I go and eat out with a friend. So how about you?
Well, I always cook, so I normally go and eat out on the weekends with my friends or family.
So do you ever buy takeaway?
No, I never. Normally when I go out to eat, I like to sit and enjoy my food. How about you?
Well, that's really nice. Of course, I do like to sit and enjoy my food, but I have to admit that occasionally I have to buy takeaway, especially when I'm coming late from work and I'm driving. I'm so hungry that most of the times I don't really make it home. So I have to buy something and eat it on my way. That's a shame, but that's the way it is. And do you usually have people over for dinner?
Yes, I sometimes do. I really like cooking, so occasionally I invite my friends over and I cook for them, or we all cook together. How about you?
Not really. I do love cooking, but the problem is my place is really small. So even though I want to invite my friends, I never do it because my place would only fit 1 or 2 people. So unfortunately, I never have my friends over for dinner.
So, Sarah, what can you tell me about your hometown?
My hometown. Well, my hometown is called Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and it's a really great city. There are about 80,000 people. There are lots of things to do. There are 3 movie theaters. I love to watch movies.
Me too.
There's lots of shopping. You can find anything you want there. There are lots of malls and stores.
Are there many restaurants?
Yes. The thing I like is you can eat any type of food. There are Chinese restaurants and Korean restaurants, Italian restaurants. There is a big variety of restaurants, and they're all good.
That sounds great. What about parks? Are there many places to see nature in your town?
Yes. We have a lot of rivers and lakes and hills. My hometown has 4 seasons. So in summer, it's great because there are lots of lakes to swim in, lots of forests to play in. In winter, there is a lot of snow. So you can go ice skating or ice fishing or even skiing.
Wow, that sounds really fun.
Yeah, it's a really nice city. It's also really safe. There are lots of nice people there.
Good. Is there much to do at night?
Well, maybe not. There's not many things to do at night. There aren't any nightclubs. There aren't many bars. So, actually, maybe there isn't much nightlife.
That's okay. It sounds like a nice place to have a family.
Yeah, it is. It's a great place to have a family. There's lots of good schools and libraries. So, John, where are you from?
My hometown is very small. It's a little town in the countryside in Wisconsin. There are only 5,000 people there.
Wow, there aren't very many people.
No, it's very small. There aren't very many businesses. There isn't a shopping mall. There are a lot of grocery stores. And there are a lot of gas stations. But there isn't much to do there.
Oh, really? Are there any movie theaters?
Well, there is one movie theater. So that's a nice thing to do. In fact, there are many screens in the theater. There are 8 different movies showing.
How about at night? What's fun to do? How about at night? Is there very much nightlife?
Yeah, there's not so much, but there is a bowling alley. It's fun to go bowling with friends. There's a bowling alley and the movie theater. There's one restaurant where you can go for tacos and burritos, and there's one more restaurant for pizza and spaghetti.
Ah.
But during the daytime, you can go to the park. There's a river that goes through the town. So, in the middle of town, there's a river, and there's a park that goes along both sides of the river. And at the park, there is a tennis court and a disc golf course.
Disc golf?
Yeah, I like to play disc golf with my friends. It's really fun. And after we finish playing disc golf, we usually go to the pizza restaurant.
Oh, I see. How about schools? Are there very many schools?
Let's see. No, there aren't very many. There is only one elementary school, one junior high school, and one high school. That's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, there aren't very many schools, but the town doesn't need more schools because there aren't very many people there.
I see. Are there any mountains?
No, the whole area is very flat. There are no mountains, but there are a lot of trees. In fact, there are trees on my town's sign because my town is famous for all the trees on every street.
Oh, wow. It sounds like a great city.
Hi, I'm Ron from Hawaii. I'm here with Mari from Japan. Today we're going to be talking about food. So Mari, what's your favorite cuisine?
I think I like American food.
What type of American food?
I like hamburgers.
Hamburgers. Is that your favorite dish as well?
That is my favorite dish. My favorite hamburger place is right near where I went to university, and they have this hamburger called the Danish burger, and the Danish burger has blue cheese inside the hamburger. So my favorite dish has to be the Danish burger.
Do you like any side things like French fries with your hamburger?
I love French fries, but I know that eating hamburger and French fries is a little bit unhealthy, so I always replace the French fries for a salad.
A salad. Okay. What about desserts? What's your favorite dessert?
My favorite dessert has to be chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake. Anything else? Do you like to eat it with anything?
No, I like chocolate cake by itself. Anything else? I like brownie sundaes, like brownies and brownies with vanilla ice cream. I guess my favorite dessert is anything chocolatey.
Sounds good. So before you said you like to eat a salad, what type of vegetables do you like?
I like all vegetables. I like them cooked or raw, but I don't like raw onions.
Not raw onions.
I really can't eat onions raw. That's probably the only vegetable I can't eat raw.
That's interesting. Thanks, Mari.
So, Miss Naomi from, where is it you're from?
Wales.
Wales, okay. So, and how old are you now?
I'm 11.
11, okay. So, that means you are in, what would that be, junior school, secondary school?
Junior school.
Junior school, okay. And, so what grade is that in junior school?
6.
Oh, grade 6, okay. So, okay, tell me about your school. What kind of subjects do you study in junior school?
We study art and maths and science and English and geography and history and RE.
RE? What's RE?
Religious education.
Ah, okay. And so you go to school from what time in the morning?
About 9:15 and it starts at 5:15.
The first class is at 5 past. And then do you get a break?
We get a break at 10:30 and then lunch at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock for how long?
For an hour.
An hour? Oh, nice. And then what do you do for lunch in Wales? Do they have like a cafeteria where they cook for you, or?
Yeah, they have that, and you can bring sandwiches.
Oh, you can bring your own sandwiches instead?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do?
I normally bring sandwiches.
Okay. Oh, is that because the dinners are no good, or?
They're okay, but I don't really like them as much as sandwiches.
Oh, okay. And what kind of food do they serve up in the canteen?
They serve roast dinners. And
roast dinners?
Yeah.
What's a roast dinner?
It's like meat and vegetables.
Okay. Okay. Sounds very simple.
Yeah. And pizza and chips and ham and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, it sounds good. And do they give you lots of homework?
No.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, that's good to hear. So what's your favourite subject then in junior school?
Art.
Art?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
I don't know. I just like painting and drawing.
Okay. And then what's the subject that you find most boring?
Maths.
Maths?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of maths. So I guess if you're in grade 6, you'll be going on to your next school soon?
Yeah, secondary school.
Okay. And are you looking forward to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay, well, it's very nice talking to you, and good luck in your next school. So, Naomi, so you're from Wales, and you're 11. So what does an 11-year-old girl do for fun in Wales?
I do music. I play the piano and the violin.
Okay, how long have you played the piano for?
Since I was about 8.
8, and what about the violin?
About the same.
Okay, and what kind of level are you at now then, at the piano?
I just passed my grade 3.
Oh, congratulations. So that's grade 3 of, what is that?
You have different levels. And
Okay.
Yeah.
And it starts at grade 1.
And it gets harder.
Up till, what's the highest grade you can get?
Grade 8.
Oh, grade 8. So you're at grade 3 now?
Yeah.
So I guess the next one you're going to do is grade 4?
Yes.
Okay. And so what do you have to do? What kind of test is it?
It's you learn 3 pieces.
3 pieces of music?
Yeah.
Right.
And you have to play them, and you have to do some singing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And some.
Is that like sight reading? You look at the script and you have to sing the notes, or?
No, somebody plays a tune for you, and you have to sing it exactly the same tune that they played. And there's sight reading where you have to look at a page and then play it on the piano.
Oh, wow. Is that hard?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. So how much do you practice the piano then?
It probably should be once a day.
Yeah.
But I normally do it 3 times a week, about that.
Okay. And you enjoy it then?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. And you play the violin too?
Yeah.
Yeah. And is that fun?
Sort of. It's not as fun as the piano.
Oh, okay. Okay. And how do you do any other things in your spare time?
I do guides and swimming.
Guides?
Yeah.
What's guides?
It's like a group of girls, and they do activities and everything. And they meet each week to do activities.
Okay. Like what kind of activities do you do?
Well, you go camping sometimes.
Yeah.
And you just do activities like sometimes you do sports and outside activities and lots of things.
Okay. Oh, is it like kind of like the Cub Scouts for the
Yes.
boys? Okay. So you have to wear a uniform?
Yes.
Okay. What? Can you explain the uniform for me?
It's dark blue, and you can either wear jeans or joggers or these trousers.
Joggers?
Yeah.
What are joggers?
The trousers that you wear for sports.
Oh, for like jogging?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, sounds like you do a lot of fun things in your spare time.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's very nice to talk to you, and good luck with your piano and your violin.
Thank you.
So, Naomi, so you're from Wales, and you're 11. So what does an 11-year-old girl do for fun in Wales?
I do music. I play the piano and the violin.
All right.
And I play sports, netball. And,
Netball?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's like a basketball a bit.
Yeah.
But, mostly girls play it. And you have 2 teams, and you have to try and get the ball in each other's nets.
Oh, okay, so it's just like basketball. You bounce
Yeah.
it around.
Well, you don't really bounce it that much. You can only bounce it once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see. And you play it indoors then, or?
Yeah, mostly indoors. In the summer, sometimes outdoors.
Okay. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, so you can only bounce it once?
Yeah, there's 3 different passes you can do, but one is you use a bounce called bounce pass,
Okay.
and you can only use a bounce once.
Okay. To pass it to your teammate?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are the other passes?
There's chest pass.
And what's that?
It's just sort of a straight pass from chest to the other person's chest.
Okay.
And shoulder pass, which is just sort of lob.
Like a lob, you throw it over
Yeah.
your shoulder kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just, well, like basketball, then somebody throws it in the net, and then how many points do you get?
It's a 1 point for every net, every ball that you get in the net.
Oh, okay. And how long is a game of netball?
Probably about an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So like half an hour each side, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And how many people are there on a team?
7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Hi, I'm Ron from Hawaii. I'm here with Mari from Japan. Today we're going to be talking about entertainment and how often we do these things. So Mari, how often do you watch TV?
I watch the news in the morning, and when I come home at night, I sometimes watch TV.
Do you have a favorite TV show?
I don't have a favorite TV show.
Okay. How often do you go to the movies?
I really like going to the movies. I think I go maybe once a month or once every 2 months.
And other than that, do you rent movies?
No, I don't rent movies, but sometimes I download movies. I like to watch comedies, romantic comedies, and a little bit of drama.
Which is your favorite movie you watched recently?
My favorite movie, or I don't know if it was my favorite movie, but a movie that I watched recently is called 27 Dresses. It is about a girl or a woman who was bridesmaid 27 times.
And that's a romantic comedy?
It is.
What about reading? Do you like to read books?
I do like to read books. Right now I'm really busy with work, so I don't have a lot of time to read. But when I'm on vacation or whenever I have free time, I like to read books.
What kind of books?
I like to read nonfiction, usually, like biographies of people. And I also like to read about like teaching practices so that I could become a better teacher, and a little bit of fiction.
And what about concerts? Do you enjoy going to concerts?
I don't go to music concerts. I don't think I've ever been to one, actually, but I like to go see musicals, and I also like to go to sporting events. Hi, this is Mari. I'm here with Ron. Today we'll talk about types of entertainment and how often we do these things. Let's first start with watching TV. Ron, how often do you watch TV?
Usually I watch TV every day. I don't watch TV very long, but I usually watch TV every day. Usually I watch the news.
Why just the news?
I like to know what's going on in the world, so I usually watch CNN or BBC.
And that's it? Nothing else?
Usually, yes.
Usually.
Other than that, sometimes I'll watch sporting events, such as baseball or football.
But that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, do you go to the movies? How often do you go to the movies?
I don't go to the movies very often. Maybe twice a year, I would say.
That's it?
Yeah.
Do you rent movies?
I rent movies more than I go to the cinema, but also not very often.
What kind of movies do you like?
I like funny movies, comedies.
Comedies. What's the most recent movie you watched?
I watched Home Alone last night, but it was on TV. I didn't rent the movie.
Okay. How often do you read books?
I don't like reading, so I don't read books very often. The only time I do read books is for school purposes.
What kind of books do you read for school?
Well, my major is international relations, so usually I read international relations books, if I have to read.
If you have to read. So nothing, no books for pleasure?
Not for entertainment.
So when you're on the airplane, you don't read?
No, okay. I try to watch the movies on the airplane.
Okay. How often do you go to concerts?
I go to concerts once in a while. In Hawaii, there aren't many concerts, so when there are concerts, I try to go.
What do you go see, or what type of concerts?
I like Hawaiian music, so I go to Hawaiian concerts. And if a big star from America comes, I usually try to go also.
So music concerts.
Right, music concerts.
Okay, Ron, thanks.
You're welcome. Hi, I'm Ron from Hawaii. I'm here with Mari from Japan. Today we'll be talking about abilities. So Mari, are you a good cook?
I like to cook. More specifically, I like to cook for people. I like to have people over and eat with people. I don't really like to eat alone, so I don't like to cook for myself. I like to cook for other people. But more than cooking, I like to bake.
Baking. What do you like to bake?
Cookies and brownies and cake.
That sounds very good. I would like to eat one of your brownies. Okay, next. Are you a good singer?
I am terrible at singing. I don't like going to karaoke, and I don't like to sing. I like music, but I can't sing for my life. Yesterday, or I guess in class, it was a student's birthday, and I made my students sing happy birthday, but they wouldn't start. So I had to start them off singing, and my voice was so bad that they started laughing at me. So I'm just a terrible singer.
That's funny. Okay, next. Are you a good dancer?
No, I'm not a good dancer. I can't dance at all. I used to, when I was younger, my parents enrolled me in ballet classes, so I did ballet for like 6 years, but I am not very good at dancing.
So you're a teacher now, right? So were you a good student when you were a student?
I was a good student because I'm a dork. No, yeah, I think I was a good student. I tried hard in all of my classes. I always did my homework. I was always focused and took notes during class. If I didn't understand something, I would either ask questions in class or speak to the teacher or professor after class. I always really liked learning, and so I think that's why I was a really good student.
And athletics. Were you a good athlete, and are you a good athlete now?
It's a tricky question. I like sports, and I like playing sports. I don't think I'm a very good athlete, probably compared to you. I'm probably not, but I really enjoy playing sports. In high school, I played soccer. I ran cross country. I played ice hockey and a little bit of lacrosse.
And which one was your favorite sport?
My favorite sport was ice hockey. I'm Mari from Japan. I'm here with Ron from Hawaii. Today we're going to be talking about abilities, so let's start with food. Can you cook?
I can't cook well, but I do cook. So I think the reason why I can't cook well is because I can eat anything. So I don't try very hard to make it taste good.
What do you like to cook?
I like to barbecue outside on the grill.
What do you put on your barbecue?
When I cook meat, I don't put much. Only salt, pepper, and a little bit of seasoning.
Okay, good. Next, do you think you're a good dancer?
No, I don't think I'm a good dancer, and I don't really try to be a good dancer either.
Do you not like to dance?
I don't like to dance.
At all?
Right.
I heard that you're a good line dancer.
I would like to learn how to line dance, and I do like country music, but I haven't officially been taught how to line dance.
So you don't dance at all?
No.
Okay. Next, are you a good singer?
No, I'm not a good singer, but I do enjoy going to karaoke.
What do you like to sing?
In Hawaii, when I go to karaoke, I enjoy singing Hawaiian music. If I'm in Japan, I like to sing other English songs that they have, usually country music or 80s or 90s music.
Good. That's good. Do you think you're a good student?
I don't know if I'm a good student. Growing up, I was not a good student, but now I am trying harder to be a good student.
How were you not a good student growing up?
I didn't enjoy going to school, and I didn't try very hard in school. Now I try a little harder. I make an effort.
Can you talk more about your effort? What do you do to try to be a good student?
I try to listen to the teachers now instead of doing my own thing, and I try to complete everything with good quality.
That's good. And last, do you think that you're a good athlete?
Growing up, I was a good athlete. I played a few sports. Now I don't play any sports anymore because I'm old. But growing up, I think I was a good athlete.
What sports did you play?
I played American football, baseball, and soccer.
Which one is your best sport?
I would say football. American football is my best sport.
How long did you play?
I played since I was 11 until age 22.
So for 11 years.
Yeah.
And you played when you were in university?
I played at the University of Hawaii, yes.
So, after Laos, where did you go?
After Laos, I flew to Vietnam. And actually, I took the bus into Vietnam.
Okay.
Yes. And in Vietnam, I traveled from the north, from Hanoi to Ho Chi Minh City. But because my time was so short, I could only spend 1 or 2 days in each city.
What city did you like the most?
I think I prefer Hanoi the most. The food, the street food is amazing. It's a very lively city, lots of motorcycles and traffic. So it reminded me of Nigeria, where I was born, a little bit.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
And what did you do in Vietnam?
I spent time in Hanoi. I also went to visit Sapa, which has a lot of rice terraces. So these are mountains where they've planted rice fields. So the scenery, the view is really beautiful. And you also get to meet the native peoples, the local peoples there. So I enjoyed it. And then from there, I went to Hoi An, which is a very historical city. Very beautiful night scenery by the river. And then I went to Ho Chi Minh City, but I could only spend 1 night there before leaving for Myanmar.
Okay. And then how was Myanmar? What did you do there?
Myanmar was my last stop, and I didn't have so much time there, but I managed to visit some of the places I really wanted to see, like Yangon, Bagan, and Mandalay. I would say that Bagan was the highlight. They had many temples from the past, and just seeing that many of them, it was very impressive.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
So, what country was your favorite?
It's hard to say. They each have their own good points, but I think I would definitely like to visit Thailand again.
Oh, okay. Thailand. That's in a great place. Anyway, thanks, Abidemi.
Thank you, Todd.
Abidemi, what did you do for summer break?
For summer break, I went to visit some countries in Asia.
Ooh, what countries?
I visited Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Myanmar.
Oh, great. What did you do in each country?
In Thailand, I was there for about a week. I ate a lot of delicious food, and I met many nice people. I love Thailand, so I hope to return again.
What foods did you eat?
I don't remember the names, but I just remember that they were all good.
Yeah. Thai food is so good.
Yes.
Did you go anywhere in Thailand, like the beach or the forest?
I was more interested in nature, so I traveled from Bangkok to Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai, and I went trekking and rode elephants. So that was one of the highlights of my trips.
Oh, nice. How long was the trek?
The trek was about a day. It was a trek for 2-3 hours, but then we also stayed overnight in a community in the hills, and then the next day we trekked for a little bit to come back to the city.
Nice. So, was Thailand the first stop?
Yes, it was my first stop. It was supposed to be the shortest stop, but I loved it so much that I spent more time there.
After Thailand, where did you go?
From Thailand, I moved on by land to Laos.
And what did you do in Laos?
In Laos, I mainly was in the northern part of the country, and I went zip lining.
Ooh, fun.
It was fun.
So ziplining is flying from tree to tree.
That's correct. So that was about 2 days worth of zip lining, and we stayed overnight in a big tree house.
Oh, how fun.
It was quite
nice.
I really enjoyed it.
Hey Todd, can I ask you a favor?
Sure, anytime.
I really need a place to stay,
Uh-huh.
and I heard that your house is on Airbnb.
It is on Airbnb. I do rent my house, but for you, it's free.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, of
Can I
course.
stay there then?
You can. How long?
Maybe a week or 2 weeks.
Okay. When?
From next Monday?
Yeah, actually, you can do that. That works.
Excellent. Thank you so much. How about a car? Can I park my car?
That's a problem. You can't park your car because there's no space. But there is a cheap parking lot about maybe 2 blocks away.
Okay.
So it's only a couple dollars a day.
Okay. I guess I can park my car there. How about cooking there? Can I cook?
Of course, yeah, you can cook. I have a stove, a refrigerator. You can bring your own food. You can do whatever you want.
Excellent. Thank you. Can I use the internet?
You can use the internet. There's a password. I will write down the password before I leave, and I will write down the password before you get there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I was thinking about asking my friend if he can stay. Could my friend stay over?
Yeah, sure. So your friend can stay. Not a problem, I don't think.
He has a dog. Can he bring his dog?
Ooh, that is a problem. Does the dog have a cage?
No, but we can get a cage.
I'm not sure about the dog. If the dog is in a cage, it's okay in the house, but I think, yeah, you can't have the dog in the house.
Okay. How about smoking?
Mm-hmm.
My friend is a very heavy smoker. Can he smoke outside?
Yeah, he can smoke outside. Just please pick up cigarette butts. But, of course, he can't smoke inside.
Okay, he can't smoke inside?
No.
Okay. How about if we want to have a party? Can we have a party?
Yeah, you can have a party. That's okay. But please be quiet. Don't be too loud. The neighbors live very close to my house.
All right, that sounds good. Thanks. And I have one more question.
Uh-huh.
Can I use the washing machine?
Yeah, of course. You can use anything. You can use the washing machine. You can use the internet. You can use the TV. You can use anything you like.
Wow, excellent. That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I will write down directions for my house, and I will send you a map, and you can check it out and get all the information. And just I will leave the key for you with my neighbor.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem. So, Meg, are you busy this weekend?
Yes, I'm so busy because I'm moving.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do.
What do you have to do?
First, I have to prepare my apartment, so I need to pack all of my things.
That's not fun.
No, it takes a long time.
Do you need help?
Yeah, do you have time to help me?
I can help you on Sunday.
Oh, are you busy on Saturday?
Yeah, on Saturday I have to work. I have to teach 2 classes, and then after I teach, I have to grade papers.
It sounds like you're really busy too.
Yeah, plus I have to meet my friends that evening.
Oh, what will you do with your friends?
I'm helping my friend also. My friend has car problems, so I have to take him to the mechanic. But on Sunday, I can help you.
Okay, that would be great because on Sunday, I have to take some trash to the dump and I have to finish some paperwork at City Hall to prepare for moving to a new country.
Oh, now, because you're moving, do you have to go to the post office?
I do have to go to the post office. I almost forgot. At the post office, I have to submit a form to say my new address.
Ah, that's good because I have to go to the post office too.
Oh, really?
I have to send my mom's birthday gift to her.
When is your mom's birthday?
It was 1 month ago.
Ah, so you have to send it quickly.
Yes, I have to get on it.
Okay, well, let's go together.
So I'll see you Sunday. What time should I be here?
I have to go to City Hall by 3 p.m., so can you come at 2?
Okay, but if you want to go to the dump closes at noon, so we have to leave earlier.
Ah, okay. Can you come at 11?
Yes. Okay, so I will see you at 11 o'clock.
Great. See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Katie.
Yeah?
Let's take an international test.
Oh, okay.
How international are you? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Okay, first, have you ever eaten Greek food?
Greek food. I've eaten, how do you say it, falafel?
Oh, is that Greek?
I think so.
Okay.
I've had that, but apart from that, I've never eaten Greek food.
Okay.
How about you?
Have you? I think I have. Well, I've eaten Greek yogurt. Does that count?
That counts.
That counts?
That counts.
Okay. Have you ever eaten Russian food?
What's Russian food?
I think like Russian food, like, is it borscht? Borscht is like a soup, a cabbage soup.
I've never eaten Russian food.
Yeah, maybe I haven't eaten Russian food either. Okay, last one. Have you ever eaten Vietnamese food?
I see it written down. Is it pho?
Pho, the noodles?
Yeah, I've eaten pho before.
Yeah, I've been to Vietnam, so I've eaten Vietnamese food a lot. And pho, the noodles, is really good.
It's delicious.
I've had that too. Okay, now let's talk about languages.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever studied French?
I have. I've studied French for 5 years.
Ooh, can you still speak French?
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, me too. I once studied French years ago, but I haven't spoken French in so long, I can't remember anything.
I can't remember anything either.
Yeah. Have you ever studied an Asian language?
I've studied Japanese.
Ooh, okay.
I can still speak it a little bit now. And I studied a little bit of Korean, but I don't speak Korean.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow, like I've studied Thai.
Okay.
Because I lived in Thailand for 5 years. And like you, I've studied Japanese, but my Japanese is terrible.
How about your Thai?
My Thai is okay. It's okay. I can talk a little bit. Okay, so have you ever met a Spanish person?
A Spanish person. Actually, I don't think I have.
Really?
I don't think I have met a Spanish person.
Oh, interesting. I've been to Spain, so I've met a few, and we have a Spanish teacher at my school.
Oh, maybe I have met a Spanish person then. Maybe. Maybe I've met a secret Spanish person.
Okay, have you met a Chinese person?
Oh, yes. I've met lots of Chinese people.
Okay. And have you met a Brazilian person?
I feel like if I say no, then I have. Probably. I've probably met a Brazilian person.
Yeah, I've met a few people from Brazil, so they're always very nice, very friendly people.
Hey, Todd. Are you healthy? Do you eat lots of fruits and vegetables?
I guess I am healthy. I do eat lots of fruits and vegetables, but I also eat junk food, sadly. But I try to eat lots of fruits, especially to stay healthy.
What kind of fruits do you like to eat?
Well, I like all fruits. I love all fruits except pineapple. I hate pineapple. I don't know why. I just don't like pineapple. I don't like the taste. I don't like to chew it. It just feels funny. But I love apples. I love bananas. I love oranges. I usually have an apple every morning for breakfast. It's very easy to eat, and I just love apples because you can take them to school. You can eat them quickly. They're very easy to eat. I also like oranges, and I love orange juice. So sometimes I make fresh orange juice in my kitchen. So oranges are great. But my favorite fruits are bananas and strawberries. I love bananas and strawberries, and I love to eat bananas and strawberries together. So my favorite snack is to cut up some banana and then cut up some strawberry and mix them together and then eat them.
Well, it sounds like you really like a lot of fruits.
Oh, yeah, I do.
What about vegetables? Do you eat vegetables every day?
I do. I try to have a salad every day, and I have a special salad I make, and I call it my chunky, crunchy salad. And it's carrots, cucumbers, and tomatoes, and I cut the carrots and cucumbers into small little squares, and then I cut up the tomatoes, and I mix them together. And the carrots, tomatoes, and cucumbers mixed together, the colors are really pretty. And when you eat the salad, it's very crunchy and it's very chunky because it's all little squares. So I call it my crunchy, chunky salad.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Do you ever share it with someone else?
No, I don't, but I want to because I like it so much and I can't cook. So when I go to somebody's house and I need to bring food, I think, oh, I should bring chunky, crunchy salad.
That's a good idea. Another idea is to cook some vegetables. Do you cook vegetables?
Not too much. I do cook asparagus. Asparagus is probably my favorite vegetable, and it's very easy to cook because asparagus you just have to cut up into small pieces, and then you can put the asparagus in a bowl with some water in the microwave, and you can cook asparagus in about 30 seconds. So I eat asparagus a lot. Also, I eat broccoli. I love broccoli. Sometimes I have broccoli and lettuce together for my salad. And then sometimes I cook eggplant. I like to cook eggplant because I like the taste and it's easy to cook.
I don't really like eggplant.
Really?
I don't.
Oh, no. Why not?
It has a strange flavor to me. So I prefer not to eat eggplant.
Well, as long as you eat your veggies.
Yes.
So, Meg, you look like a healthy person. Do you eat lots of fruits and vegetables?
I do eat lots of fruits and vegetables, especially fruit. I love to eat fruit because it's so sweet.
Yeah? What fruits do you like?
I love bananas because they're so healthy for you, and so usually in the morning for breakfast I'll have a banana. I also love blueberries. Blueberries are my favorite fruit, but sometimes they're expensive, so I can't often eat blueberries.
Oh, I agree. Blueberries are so good. I love blueberries in oatmeal.
Ah, that's a good idea. I love to have blueberries in muffins.
Oh, that's nice. Well, you bake. Do you bake blueberry muffins?
I do bake blueberry muffins and also blueberry bread, blueberry pancakes, many blueberry things.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Mm.
So, are there any fruits you don't like?
I don't like kiwi, actually, because the flavor is okay, but the fruit is too soft. So usually I don't want to eat kiwi.
Oh, wow. I love kiwi. I love kiwi and bananas. It's very good.
Sounds okay, but maybe I'll just have the banana.
So, what about vegetables? Are you a person who eats lots of salad?
I don't eat a lot of salad, but I do like to eat vegetables with my meals, usually lunch and dinner.
So you cook vegetables?
I cook vegetables or I eat vegetables fresh. For example, usually with my lunch, I'll cut up a cucumber and put some salt or pepper on the cucumber and eat it with my lunch.
Oh, great. I love vegetable sticks. So I love carrot sticks, cucumber sticks, radish sticks. It's very good.
Do you like to dip vegetable sticks into any dressing?
I do, but it's not healthy, right? But
No.
yeah, I love the dressing, like the ranch dressing with carrot sticks or the ranch dressing with cucumber sticks. It's very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty delicious, but you're right, not so healthy.
No. So what vegetables do you cook?
Sometimes I cook broccoli. I actually like to roast broccoli, which is when you put broccoli into the oven and cook it for a few minutes. So it's really delicious. You can add some salt or seasonings, and it's easy to make. You can cook some meat or rice while the broccoli is in the oven, and then it's ready for your dinner.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, you see some vegetables like on a kebab that are roasted. I guess onions are roasted, peppers are
Right.
roasted. Do you
Right.
roast other vegetables besides broccoli?
Sometimes tomatoes and sometimes potatoes, although, is that a vegetable?
It is, but it's not a very healthy vegetable.
Oh, so maybe I shouldn't eat potatoes.
Oh, I love potatoes though. So you roast vegetables. Do you cook vegetables any other way? Do you boil vegetables or fry vegetables?
Sometimes I boil vegetables. For example, I like to boil carrots because they're soft and you can add some spices again to have some flavor when you eat carrots with your meal.
Yeah. Actually, I love carrots, but I only like raw carrots.
Oh, really?
And I hate cooked carrots.
Oh, well, I'll try to remember that if you ever come over for dinner.
Yeah, carrot sticks, please.
Okay.
So, Meg, we are talking about animals. Do you like to go to the zoo?
I love to go to the zoo.
Okay, so when you go to the zoo, what animals do you like to watch?
I really like to watch giraffes. Giraffes are so tall, and giraffes look really soft and friendly. So I wish that I could touch a giraffe someday.
Oh, that's so true. There is a zoo near my house in California, and you can walk up some stairs, and then you can feed the giraffes, and their face is the same height as your face, and they look really, really cute. And yeah, giraffes are great.
Oh, giraffes are so cute. Maybe someday I can feed the giraffes.
I like how giraffes look. I love their face, and I also love camels also because I think camels have a similar face. They look really cool.
I don't think camels are very cute.
Really?
Yeah, they're so hairy. Camels have so much hair that they look ugly.
Oh, really? Oh, I like camels. They always look cool and relaxed.
They do look relaxed, but I like giraffes better than camels.
Well, what about llamas? Llamas are kind of like camels and are kind of like giraffes. They kind of have the same face. Do you like llamas?
I think llamas look cute, but I've heard that llamas aren't very friendly.
Really?
Have you heard about llamas spitting at people before?
No, Actually, I think I heard camels do that, but maybe llamas do it too.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so what about other animals? What other animals do you like at the zoo?
I really like the zebras because zebras are black and white with stripes, so the zebra stripes are really cool, and zebras are similar to horses, so sometimes I think I could ride a zebra if I had one.
Yeah, that would be cool. Zebras do look pretty cool. Are there any other animals?
Well, there's one animal that I'm afraid of, and that's a bear.
Yeah, bears are pretty scary.
Bears are really scary, and they're so big with huge teeth and giant claws, and I feel like a bear would eat me if I met it in person.
Actually, have you seen a bear in the wild?
No, I've never seen a bear in the wild, and I really don't want to.
Oh, wow. In California, sometimes you can see bears in the wild, small black bears. And actually, the black bears are not that dangerous.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you need to be careful when you see a black bear in the wild, but they almost never attack anybody. So the one animal you must be afraid of, though, is the mountain lion. So there are mountain lions also in California, and they are scary.
So maybe I should avoid mountain lions too.
Yeah. If you walk in the wild and you see a mountain lion, maybe it's too late. You're already in trouble.
Maybe I'll just keep going to the zoo. Hey Todd, did you have any pets when you were a kid?
I did. I had many pets, actually. I had a dog, of course, and I had some cats. But actually, I grew up on a farm. Yeah, so we raised lots of animals, and on the farm, I always felt like the animals were my pets. So it was pretty cool.
Wow, that sounds really exciting for a kid.
Oh, it was great. It was the best.
What kind of animals were on your farm?
We had almost every, farm animal possible. For example, we had pigs. We raised a lot of pigs. And pigs actually are really good pets. They're very fun. Pigs are very friendly animals, and they're not really dangerous. So also, pigs like people. So sometimes when we were little, we would ride on the pig's back. But if our grandpa saw us riding on the pigs, he would yell at us. We always got in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Also, aren't pigs dirty?
They are dirty. So when you would go in the pig pen, you would get very, very dirty. But, when you are small, when you are young, you don't care. It's just fun.
What about other animals like chickens?
We did have chickens, and lots of chickens, and the chickens maybe were the least friendly animals. So chickens don't like people,
Really?
and the chickens, you have to go get the eggs. So working with chickens was not easy, and I never really liked the chickens that much. Plus, the chickens you eat more often, so it's a little different.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a chicken in person.
Really?
No.
Oh, wow. You must be a city girl.
I am. Although when I was young, I always wanted to have a horse. Did your farm have horses?
We had one horse for a while, and then we had a pony. So, yeah, we had one horse and we had one pony. The pony was great because when I was little, we could ride the pony, but the pony was actually really mean. So the pony would bite you if you were not careful, and if you tried to ride the pony, sometimes the pony would get angry, very angry. But it's okay. When you're small on a farm, it's normal.
Oh, that pony sounds scary. Were there any other animals that you had that were more friendly?
Yeah, actually, the best pet you can have is a goat.
Really, a goat?
Yeah, goats are fantastic. Goats love people. They really, really love people. And they're very social. And goats follow people. So when you are little on the farm and when you walk around, the goats become your friend. So when I was little, I would walk and I had friendly goats that would follow me everywhere. And they were great. And they're very curious. They like to see what you're doing. And and they like to be petted. So you know how like you pet a dog, you pet a cat? Goats also like for you to pet them. They're very, very social. And it's interesting because goats and sheep are kind of similar, but really they're very different. So goats are very social, goats are very friendly, and sheep are very shy, and sheep don't like people at all. So sheep stay away from people, and goats always get close to people.
Sounds like a goat is a good pet to have.
Goats are the best. They are so friendly. And goats are cool because goats talk to you. So they like to make a sound, like ba, they ba, or whatever. They make a sound. And when you walk around as a young boy or young girl, the goats are great. They follow you, and you feel like the goat is talking to you, which is cool.
That sounds really fun. Now I wish I had some goats.
Yeah, you got to. The only other animal we also had cows.
Oh.
And cows are cool. Some cows are friendly. Most cows are shy. But cows, they always come to you because they think they will get food. But if they see you have no food, then cows stay away. So cows, like sheep, are a little afraid of people.
Oh.
But pigs and goats love people, and they're very social.
Oh, it sounds really cool growing up on a farm.
It was. I was lucky.
Hey, Todd, where do you live?
I live on the east side of town.
Oh, do you like it there?
I do. I live in an older house, but it's a big house, and it's really relaxing. It's a nice place to live.
Wow, sounds nice. How many rooms does it have?
My house is pretty big. It's 4 rooms. It has a big sleeping room. It's a Japanese house, so it's not really a bedroom because you sleep on the floor.
Oh.
But it also has a living room. It has like an office room, and it has a kitchen.
Is it a big kitchen?
No, it's a pretty small kitchen, and it's a very old kitchen. I have a small stove, so it's very difficult to cook. But, I have a refrigerator, I have a microwave, I have a nice kitchen table to eat at. So it's a pretty decent kitchen.
It sounds okay. What about your living room? What do you have in the living room?
My living room, it's pretty cool for a guy because it's a good place to watch sports. I have a really big TV, and I have cable TV, so I get all the football channels.
Nice.
And I have a really big sofa, so I can sit on my sofa and watch sports and drink beer. It's great.
Sounds relaxing.
Very relaxing.
Well, do you also have a nice bathroom?
I do. I actually have 3 bathrooms.
Oh, really?
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, so in English, we say bathroom, but I have 2 rooms that are for the toilet, and I have 1 room or bathroom with the toilet for the guests, and then I have a bathroom that I use, and then also I have a natural hot spring bath outside my house, so if I want to take a shower or bathe, I use that room.
Wow, I'd love to have a hot spring at my house.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Oh.
It's very, very nice.
Does your house also have a yard?
It kind of has a yard. So outside my house, there's an area for flowers and bushes, and it's like a yard or a garden around the house, but it's not a place you can play sports. There's no grass or anything. So it's a very, very small yard. But, it's a nice place.
Oh, yeah. It sounds like a nice place to live.
It is a nice place to live. I'm very, very lucky.
You said you have a sleeping room, not a bedroom. What does that mean?
Yeah, I live in a Japanese-style house, so it's called a tatami room, and you sleep in the tatami room, and you sleep on the floor on a futon. So I don't have a bed, so it's not a bedroom. It's a room that you sit in during the day, and you can eat and talk with guests, but it's also a room that you sleep in at night. So, yeah, I call it my sleeping room. But I think in Japan, they just call it the tatami room.
Is it comfortable sleeping on the floor?
Yeah, it's really comfortable. Now I love it. So before, I slept on a bed, but now I sleep on the futon on the floor, and I really like it. Actually, I prefer to sleep on the futon on the floor.
Well, it sounds like your house is really comfortable.
It is. It is. I never want to leave. So, Meg, do you live in a house or an apartment?
I live in an apartment near the train station.
Oh, you live downtown.
I do.
Do you like living downtown?
I do like living downtown because it's so convenient. Everything is close by. Grocery stores, the mall, the station.
Oh, that's great. So
Yeah.
what about your apartment? Do you have a nice apartment?
It's a nice apartment, but it's really small.
Oh, yeah? How many rooms?
Well, there are 3 rooms, but each room is pretty small.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bedroom, a sitting room, like a living room, and the kitchen room.
Oh, wow. So in your bedroom, like, do you have like a big queen-size bed, a small bed?
I have a small twin-size bed or a single bed in the bedroom because it's pretty small, so there's not much space for a big bed.
All right. So do you have a TV in your bedroom?
No, actually, I don't own a TV at all.
Really? So there's no TV in the living room, too?
There's no TV anywhere in the apartment.
Wow. What do you do in your house?
I have a laptop computer, so usually I can watch some TV shows or videos on my laptop.
Oh, right. Okay. Do you like to watch movies in bed?
Yeah, sometimes I like to watch movies in bed, or sometimes I prefer to sit in the living room and watch movies.
Right. So you must have high-speed internet.
I do, yes. I have an internet box that my laptop can connect to.
Okay, cool. Do you have a nice big sofa?
I have 2 small sofas, so you can push them together to make one big sofa, or you can keep them separate. Usually I keep them separate because there's more room for people to sit on.
Okay. Now you like to cook, so you must have a nice kitchen.
Unfortunately, I have a very tiny kitchen.
Oh, no. How do you cook?
I have to use some extra tables to have more space. The counter is really small, so there's not much space. So I have an extra table I use for preparing the food.
Okay. Do you have an oven?
I have a very small toaster oven, so it's not really an oven.
Right. So do you have a microwave?
I do have a microwave and a small refrigerator and one burner, like a stovetop burner.
Okay. Do you cook every night?
I don't cook every night. Sometimes I'm too busy, and sometimes because my kitchen is so small, I get a little frustrated, so I just pick up some food from a restaurant.
Oh, right. Now, you live in an apartment, so how many floors does your apartment building have?
The building has 5 floors, and I live on the 5th floor.
Nice. Fifth
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah, the view is nice, but unfortunately there's no elevator, so you always have to take
no.
the stairs.
Wow, 5 flights of stairs.
5 flights of stairs every day, but it's good exercise.
So you're on the 5th floor. Do you have a balcony?
I have a small balcony where my washing machine is, and I can also hang up my laundry out there.
Oh, cool. Washing machine's outside.
It is outside. It's a little different from my house in America.
Oh, so from your view, what can you see?
I can see the train station from one window and all the restaurants downtown, and from a different window, I can see the mountains.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the mountains are nice.
Yeah, it's really pretty. Hey Todd, I know you've traveled a lot. What countries have you lived in?
I've lived in 3 countries. I've traveled to many, many countries, but I've actually lived in 3. I lived in England for 1 year. I lived in Thailand for 4 years, and I have lived in Japan for 15 years.
Wow. So when you lived in England, why did you live there?
It was the first country I traveled to after college, and I had a work permit, a work visa for 1 year, and I worked at a pub restaurant, which was great. It was in the countryside, and I really enjoyed it. And then I did that for 6 months. I lived near Cambridge, so I was near Cambridge University, and then after that I moved to London, and again I worked at a restaurant, and I lived in London and just worked.
Wow. So it was after college. How old were you?
I was 23 years old.
Oh, and living in London, that must have been fun.
It was fun, and interestingly, when I went to England, I could not speak English. So I could not understand British people. It took me maybe 2 months before I could understand their English. So it was very, very difficult to understand British people when I first moved there.
Ah, so you liked it.
I did like England. It was fun. It was my first country. But the weather was cold for me. So I'm from California,
Right.
and California in the United States is very warm. So I didn't like the weather, but that's okay because all British people don't like the weather too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Everybody complains about the weather.
Ah, so after England, did you move someplace warmer?
I did. Right after England, I moved to Thailand, and I lived in Thailand for over 4 years.
Wow. Why did you live in Thailand?
I was traveling, and in Thailand, I had no money, and I needed a job, and I wanted to stay in Thailand, so I became an English teacher.
Really?
Yeah,
Did you teach English there for 4 years?
I did. So I went there and I began teaching English. Then I got a teaching course certificate to teach English in Thailand, and I really enjoyed it. The Thai students were really fun. And Thailand is a great place to live because the weather is really nice, the people are really friendly, and the food is delicious. It has the best food in the world, I think.
I've also heard that Thailand is beautiful. Is it true?
It is. It has many, many beautiful islands, and it has lots of beautiful places with nature in the mountains. It has jungles, it has beautiful beaches, so it's a nice place to live.
So you liked Thailand too?
I did. Thailand was great, yeah.
So England, Thailand, you said next was Japan?
Yeah, so next was Japan, and Japan's nice. I am a teacher, an English teacher in Japan, and I love teaching English in Japan. Like Thailand, the food is really, really good. The people are nice. The scenery is really beautiful. So Japan is really nice.
Are there fun things to do in Japan?
Yes, actually, I like Japan the most because you get everything. You get lots of beautiful nature, so you can go hiking, you can go see beautiful beaches, you can go to really nice islands. But also, Japan has many, many nice cities. So you can go to Tokyo, Osaka, Fukuoka, and the cities have lots to do. There's good shopping, great restaurants. It's easy to travel in Japan by train and bus, so it's really nice.
Oh, that sounds like the best of both worlds.
Yeah, it is. Definitely a good place to live. Meg, we are talking about traveling and visiting other countries. What countries have you traveled to?
I've been to quite a few different countries. For example, Spain, Belize, and Indonesia.
Wow, 3 different continents.
Yeah, pretty far apart.
Wow, that's cool. So, Spain, that must be a really nice country. What did you think of Spain?
Spain is really beautiful. There's a lot of beautiful nature and also some nice cities. While I was there, I lived in a small city called Cáceres.
Oh, nice. Are the people really friendly in Spain?
Yes, actually, the people are very friendly and very helpful, especially if you're lost.
Oh, that's great. I hear Spanish food is really, really good.
Spanish food is delicious. I lived with a Spanish family, and my Spanish mom cooked delicious meals every day for lunch. In Spain, seafood is really popular, so I ate a lot of fish and shrimp.
Oh, I love fish and shrimp.
Me too.
Now, Spain is really warm, right?
Yes, Spain was very hot while I was there during the summer.
Oh, yeah? How hot? How hot does it get?
It got up past 40 degrees Celsius during the summer.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty hot.
Does it rain?
It does rain, but when I was there in the summer, it didn't rain very often.
So what about Belize? Belize is a really small country.
Belize is very small, but it's also hot, similar to Spain in the summer.
Why did you go to Belize?
I went to Belize on a study trip for school, and I stayed there for about 2 weeks.
Okay. Now, does Belize have good food?
Belize also has good food. There was a family that cooked for us, and we had a lot of delicious, almost Mexican type food.
Oh, really? So, for example, what do you eat? Like, what do people eat in Belize?
People eat, it's kind of like a taco, but flat, with a tortilla and some meat and vegetables on top and some spices that make it really delicious.
So, the last country is Indonesia. When did you go to Indonesia?
I actually went to Indonesia just last year.
Oh, whoa. How long did you stay?
I only stayed there for about a week.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, short trip.
Yeah, it was a short trip, but I was just visiting some friends there.
Where did you go?
I went to Jakarta and Bali.
Oh, okay. So I hear Bali has really beautiful beaches. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true. There are a lot of famous and beautiful beaches in Bali.
Oh, did you surf in Bali?
I've never surfed before. Usually when I went to the beach, I just wanted to put my feet in the water.
Oh, yeah. Now, Bali also has very famous scenery on the inside, like the rice fields. Did you see the rice fields of Bali?
No, I didn't see the rice fields, but I did go to some famous historical spots.
So, of the 3 countries, Spain, Belize, and Indonesia, what country was your favorite?
Maybe Spain was my favorite because I love learning language and it was really nice to stay with my Spanish family.
Yeah, I could see that. I really want to go to Spain, and I hope to go soon.
I hope you can go too. It's beautiful.
So, John, do you like to play golf?
Well, no, I don't play golf very much, but I play disc golf.
Disc golf? What's that?
Well, some people call it frisbee golf. Basically, there are courses at parks. It's similar to golf, but the courses are much smaller. You use frisbees, or flying discs, and you have to throw it. So it's different from golf. You're not aiming for a small hole, but actually you need to throw the frisbee into a basket.
Oh, that sounds fun. Is it very easy?
Well, it can be easy or it can be very difficult. It depends on the course. Many different parks have different disc golf courses, and you can be a easy beginner or you can be an expert. It all depends on how much you want to get involved.
I see.
My friends and I, we're beginners, so we just like to have fun. So we just do the easy courses and have a good time. I think it's relaxing.
So you only need one frisbee?
Well, actually, it's better to have 2 or 3. You can play with one, but in fact, when you learn more about disc golf, there are different sizes and weights of the discs.
Why would you want a different size disc?
Well, it's similar to the clubs in golf. When you throw your first throw, you want it to go very far, so you should use a heavier disc. But when you're near the basket, you should make a short throw, so you want a lightweight disc.
I see. That's interesting.
Yeah, so as I said, when you want to become an expert, you have to spend more money to get better equipment. It's like any sport, I guess. In fact, they have disc golf competitions now. So you can even participate in a tournament and win some prize money.
Did you ever compete?
Oh no, I'm just a beginner. I don't think I want to be too serious about it.
So golf has 18 holes. How about disc golf? Does it have 18 holes too?
Well, not usually. Golf courses are very large, but disc golf courses are usually found in parks. So they usually have only 6 holes, but you can play 18 holes by doing all 6 3 times each.
I see. How do you keep score?
Scorekeeping is like real golf. So the winner should have the lowest score. Every time you throw a frisbee or a flying disc, you have to mark 1 point. So if you can do a hole-in-one, that means you can hit the basket on your first try. Then you'll only have 1 point. That's best. But I'm not that good at it, so usually I have 3 or 4 points for each course.
I see. You said disc golf is at the park. Do you have little kids playing in the middle of the course?
Sometimes the kids, of course, they can play wherever they want. And the courses do go through the park where kids play, so we have to be very careful. And we have to use good sportsmanship to wait for the course to be clear.
It sounds like a lot of fun.
It is fun. Maybe you can join us next time.
That sounds great, thank you.
So Sarah, I see you eat soup every day at work. Why are you eating soup every day?
That's because I love to cook soup.
So you make the soup?
Yes, it's very easy to make.
So you cook it and then you just bring it to work every day?
Yeah, I just make a lot on Monday, and then I bring it to work every day of the week.
Oh, nice. So how do you make the soup? What's your secret?
Well, I like to cook very easy, so I buy meat that's already cut up, usually chicken, and then some rice, usually brown rice, and then I buy some vegetables. So after I bought the ingredients, I chop them up, and I put them all together in water until it boils and add some seasoning.
Okay. So you say the water boils, so as soon as the water boils, that's when you put in all the ingredients?
Yes, that's right.
So you don't put in the ingredients before the water boils?
No, I guess it's just easier for the water to be hot, because then the vegetables and the meat cook a little faster.
So how do you give the soup flavoring?
I usually add salt and pepper, maybe some garlic, and depending on the type of soup, either maybe some soy sauce or lemon juice.
Okay. Do you put in the flavoring after you put in the ingredients or before you put in the ingredients?
Maybe after, but usually right about all at the same time.
Okay.
So I just put everything in at one time.
And then after you cook the soup, do you put the soup in the refrigerator? Do you let it sit outside?
I usually eat some right then, and I also put it in containers for the week, but I let it sit in the containers out on the counter for a while for it to cool before I put it in the refrigerator.
All right. And so you don't put it in the refrigerator until it is cool?
Until it's about room temperature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. And then how do you heat it up? Do you heat it up in a pot or do you heat it up in the microwave?
In the microwave. It's the easiest.
Yeah, nice. So you make enough for 5 meals?
Maybe, sometimes. If I think I will get tired of eating it during the week, then maybe I'll just make enough for 3 or 4 meals. But if it's some kind that I think is really delicious, and I know I'll want to eat it every day, then I'll make a lot.
Well, if that happens, when you make the soup, you can make it for 6 or 7 and give me a bowl.
Okay, I'll do that next time.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Hi, Todd.
Hey, Sarah. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, not bad.
So I heard you were from San Francisco.
That's right. Yeah, I was born there and I lived in the city for many years.
Cool. What is the most interesting thing about your city?
Well, San Francisco has many interesting things, but the most interesting thing is probably the architecture. There's lots of very unique buildings, and the most unique building is probably the Transamerica building. It's a building like a pyramid, and it's nice.
Wow, that's really cool. What is the most expensive area in San Francisco?
Well, it is very, very expensive. The most expensive area is a place called Pacific Heights, and it's on the highest hill in San Francisco, and it overlooks the bay. It's a really, really beautiful place. That area, by far, has the best views of the city.
What is the most beautiful place in San Francisco?
Well, actually, the most beautiful place is outside the city. It's a place called Muir Woods, and it has the tallest trees in the world. And some of these trees are really old. They're the oldest trees in North America. Some of them are over 2,000 years old.
Wow, sounds like some place I would like to see. So it sounds really expensive. Where's the cheapest place to live?
The cheapest place to live is a place called Sunset. And Sunset is on the west side, and the houses are kind of old and they're a little bit cheap, but one thing about Sunset is it has the nicest view of the ocean, and you could watch the sunset every night. That's why it's called the Sunset area.
If I wanted to go there, when is the best time to visit?
Ooh, the best time is probably in the fall because that's when the weather is the nicest. It's not too cold and it's not too hot, and it doesn't rain that much.
So when would be the worst time to visit?
The worst time to visit would be probably February and March, because February and March are the coldest and wettest months. So, well, March isn't that cold, but sometimes it's wet, so it rains a lot.
Wow, that sounds really great. I want to go there.
Yeah, you should. It's a great place.
Hey, Shirley. You're from Australia, right?
Yeah, that's right, from down under.
Okay. Are you from Sydney?
No, I'm not from Sydney. Actually, I'm from Melbourne.
Melbourne?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are there any nice parks in Melbourne?
Well, you know, Josh, Melbourne is a great city. And one of the reasons is because there are lots of parks. There's a really big park right in the centre of the city.
Is it beautiful?
It's gorgeous. It's called the Botanical Gardens, and they have plants from many different places around the world. And there's a lake, a small lake in the centre. But what I really love about that park is at one time of the year, they have lots of big fruit bats that fly into the park and they hang upside down from the trees. They're really huge, like big sacks. It's very cool.
That sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
So, is there good shopping in your city?
Oh, there's great shopping in Melbourne. You know, Melbourne has people from many different countries. So we have a great variety of things and clothing, cars, coffee shops, foods from many different countries. So it's a great place to shop.
Wonderful. What about housing? Is there cheap housing or is it really expensive?
Well, it's not cheap, but it's not as expensive as Sydney. Sydney is the biggest city in Australia. It's very expensive to live. But in Melbourne, the housing is so-so.
How do you get around in Melbourne? Do you take the bus?
You can take the bus, but Melbourne has something very special that no other city in Australia has. We have a tram system. I think they're called trolley cars in America, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Well, Melbourne has a really big tram system, so you can go lots of places in the city by tram. It's really good fun.
What about the tram? Is it expensive?
Not so expensive. Cheaper than the bus. Maybe about the same as the train. Cheaper than a car. Probably one of the cheapest ways to travel in the city.
What about schools in Melbourne? Is there a big university?
Melbourne has 3 or 4 really big universities and some smaller universities too. Also, they have some very good private high schools and some very good public high schools.
Great. That sounds like a great place to go to school.
It's a pretty great place to live.
Hey, Shirley.
Hey, Josh.
So how was your weekend?
Quite busy this weekend.
Really? Those are hard.
Yeah.
So what did you do on Saturday?
Well, Saturday morning, I usually clean the house.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of boring, but I have to clean the bathroom and then the kitchen and then the lounge room because I have lots of cats.
Okay.
And the cats leave hair everywhere. So I always have to clean on Saturday mornings.
Yes, cats are messy.
Yeah.
So after you cleaned, what did you do?
Well, in the afternoon, I went for a walk up the mountain. It was a beautiful sunny day. There were no clouds in the sky.
Wow.
It was gorgeous. So I walked up the mountain and I saw a ferret.
A ferret?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're a little furry animal, 4 legs, tail. Not like a rabbit, but about the same size as a rabbit.
Okay.
And they're kind of gold-brown colour.
Wow. Did you see any other animals on your walk?
No. I
Okay.
didn't see any other animals on the ground, but I did see a beautiful bird flying in the sky.
Wow. Do
Yes.
you know what kind?
I think it was an ibis. It's a big bird that usually walks in the water. It has long legs and it was white with a black head.
Great. So after your walk, did you do anything else?
I went home and then I watched some TV.
Okay.
That was about it for my Saturday.
Okay. What did you do on Sunday?
Sunday, I went to the art museum.
Really?
Yeah.
Great.
I really like to go and see new art, pictures or paintings or photographs or sometimes sculptures.
Okay. So who's your favorite artist?
I don't really have a favourite artist, but I really like watercolours.
Okay.
So pictures that are painted with just a kind of soft painting style.
Do you like paintings of nature?
I do like paintings of nature. I especially like paintings of flowers and animals
Okay.
and places that have water, like lakes or rivers or the sea.
Oh, that sounds like you had a great weekend.
Yeah, it was good, thanks.
Okay.
So, Anna, you're from Portugal, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, because I'm actually thinking of going to visit Europe this summer, and I thought Portugal would be a great place to visit.
Oh yeah, Portugal is great, especially in the summer. It will be really warm, and you can go to lots of places in Portugal. You can go to the north, where we have a lot of mountains, and you can do all kinds of activities like archery and horse riding.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Well, actually, I was thinking of going to the beach. Can you give me some advice for what's the best time of year to go when perhaps there are not too many tourists around?
Oh yeah, if you want to avoid tourists, you should definitely not come in August. August is really crowded and there are just so many people in the south of Portugal. You can try to come in June. June is
Alright.
already warm, but there are not too many people, so it will be easier for you to find accommodation. There are some really nice hotels and hostels around. So, what kind of place were you thinking of staying in?
Well, actually, I don't really mind too much. I think I'd like to see what it's like to maybe for normal people in Portugal, what it would be like to go on holiday and have an authentic Portuguese experience. So maybe I don't really want to stay in a big international hotel. What's a typical Portuguese place to stay in that's nice for a summer holiday?
That's interesting. Yeah, in that case, you should definitely avoid the big hotels or any hostels. There are some apartments that you can rent, so you can just live in an apartment by the beach.
All right.
And yeah, they're just in a normal building with other Portuguese people, but you can rent it and stay there, and it's really close to the beach. It's like a 1-minute walk, so it will
Really?
be really convenient for you.
And is this is by the Atlantic Ocean?
Yes, it is.
All right, that's sounds like a very good idea, staying at an apartment. How much should I budget for that?
I am not really sure. it will probably be a bit more expensive than a hotel,
Really?
but not in the long term. You can pay about 30 euros per night, I think.
Wow, that's
for
cheap.
a nice location. Yeah. If you come with friends, though, you can also rent a villa. We have some villas also by the beach.
Does it have a swimming pool?
It does have a swimming pool,
Wow.
and they have plenty of rooms. So if you want to come with a big group, that's definitely a better option.
That sounds like a great idea. I can invite my colleagues along. So, do you have any final tips for me for my holiday in Portugal?
Well, I mean, if you want to stay in the south, in the Algarve, then I definitely recommend you check out the nightlife. It can be really lively, and there are night markets and where you can buy lots of souvenirs and people just hang around. So I definitely recommend that.
Okay, and what was the name again? The Algarve.
The Algarve, yeah, that's the southern part of Portugal, so
Ooh.
you can't miss it.
Gotta remember that. Thank you very much. So, Anna, you're from Portugal. Can you tell me a little bit about your country?
Yeah, sure. Portugal is a really small country, actually. It's right by Spain in Europe, and we have really nice weather there. It's really sunny most of the year and really hot in summer. It can get really cold and really rainy in winter. But yeah, overall, it's a really nice country to live in.
And I've heard you have nice beaches in Portugal.
Yes, we do. I used to go to the beach every day with my family in the summer. It was really great. But the beaches can get really crowded, lots of people. So you might want to be a bit careful when you choose where to go.
All right, I see. And where do you live in Portugal?
I live in a small village, actually. You probably don't know it. It's called Palmela, but it's south of Lisbon and it's by the coast, so it's really nice. We get a nice view of the mountains and of the rivers, so I really enjoy living there. It's really quiet, not a lot of people, a lot of wine farms actually, and really nice food. You should come and visit sometime.
I like wine. And so you have good wine in Portugal. What sort of food do you eat in Portugal?
Let's see. We get a lot of fish because we're by the sea, and so codfish is a traditional, and sardines.
Ooh,
And
I like
mackerel.
sardines.
Yeah, it's really good. And we also have really good desserts. So, for example, coffee cake, yogurt cake. We've got pastel de nata, which is kind of an egg tart thing. So I really recommend you try that with our coffee when you go there.
All right. And you speak Portuguese as your first language?
Yes, I do. I speak Portuguese. It's not the same as Brazilian Portuguese, but it's really close and we can understand each other. So that's
All
really
right.
great.
And can you understand Spanish as well?
Yeah, I can understand a little bit of Spanish, but there are some differences between Portuguese and Spanish. So,
How do you say hello in Portuguese?
oh, you can say hola.
Hola.
Yeah, it's fun. You should learn some Portuguese.
Oh, I'd love to.
Hi, I'm Mari. I'm here with Ron. Ron is from Hawaii. So, Ron, what's so special about Hawaii?
Well, Hawaii is my home, but to people not from Hawaii, I think Hawaii is famous for its nice weather. It's warm all year round. Also, it's known for its beaches. The beaches are very nice, and it's also known for its warm hospitality. The people are also very nice.
So, can you tell me more about the weather? It's always sunny. It never rains.
It does rain, but often it rains and is sunny at the same time, so we have a lot of rainbows. So Hawaii is also famous for rainbows.
That's nice. Can you tell me more about the beach?
We have beaches on all shores of the island, of all our islands. So there's many beaches to choose from, and often some beaches have big waves, some beaches have small waves, and you can choose which beach to go to depending on whether you want to surf in big waves or you want to swim where there's no waves.
Can you tell me maybe about the nature in Hawaii?
We have forests, so there's lots of animals like birds and small animals like wallabies. We have Hawaiian wallabies, and they live in the forest.
What's a wallaby?
Wallabies, they're those little mammals. They came from Australia, and they were introduced to Hawaii, and now they're wild in Hawaii, and they've become their own species.
What do they look like?
They look like little kangaroos, I think.
Interesting. Any other interesting animals in Hawaii?
We have a lot of pigs, wild pigs. We like to go hunting for them, and we like to eat them.
Are there any animals that live in the sea?
We have nice coral reefs, so there's lots of beautiful fish in our coral reefs, and many people like to go snorkeling to look at our reefs. We also have turtles and seals in Hawaii.
Are there any whales?
We do have whales during the months of March until February, I believe. They come from Alaska, and they come to Hawaii during those months, and then they return to Alaska.
Wow, there are a lot of animals that live in Hawaii. Sounds like a great place to visit. Hi, I'm Mari. I'm here with my friend Ron. Today we're talking about food. So Ron, what's your favorite cuisine?
My favorite cuisine has to be Hawaiian food. I grew up eating Hawaiian food, so every special occasion we had Hawaiian food. So now when I eat Hawaiian food, it always brings back good memories.
What exactly is Hawaiian food?
Traditional Hawaiian food is usually cooked under the ground in a hole with hot rocks, and it cooks for maybe 6 hours or 7 hours. And when you take it out, it's very salty because we use a lot of salt, and it tastes really good. Usually meat, usually pork and other vegetables like taro and potato.
So then what's your favorite Hawaiian dish?
My favorite Hawaiian dish is called lau lau. It's pork or fish wrapped in leaves and put inside the underground oven. And it's very salty and very good.
So the flavor is just salt?
The flavor is salt and also the leaf flavor that it's wrapped in.
What's your favorite dessert or junk food?
My favorite dessert has to be cake and ice cream together. I love to eat cake and ice cream together.
What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry, and I like to eat that with chocolate cake.
Sounds good. Do you like vegetables?
Not so much. I don't like to eat vegetables, but I can eat them if somebody cooks them for me.
What's your favorite vegetable?
Favorite vegetable? I don't have a favorite vegetable, but I can eat vegetables like asparagus, broccoli, carrots, those types of things.
Do you eat your vegetables raw, like salad, or do you prefer them cooked?
I prefer them cooked.
Thanks, Ron.
Welcome.
So, after Laos, where did you go?
After Laos, I flew to Vietnam. And actually, I took the bus into Vietnam.
Okay.
Yes. And in Vietnam, I traveled from the north, from Hanoi to Ho Chi Minh City. But because my time was so short, I could only spend 1 or 2 days in each city.
What city did you like the most?
I think I prefer Hanoi the most. The food, the street food is amazing. It's a very lively city, lots of motorcycles and traffic. So it reminded me of Nigeria, where I was born, a little bit.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
And what did you do in Vietnam?
I spent time in Hanoi. I also went to visit Sapa, which has a lot of rice terraces. So these are mountains where they've planted rice fields. So the scenery, the view is really beautiful. And you also get to meet the native peoples, the local peoples there. So I enjoyed it. And then from there, I went to Hoi An, which is a very historical city. Very beautiful night scenery by the river. And then I went to Ho Chi Minh City, but I could only spend one night there before leaving for Myanmar.
Okay. And then how was Myanmar? What did you do there?
Myanmar was my last stop, and I didn't have so much time there, but I managed to visit some of the places I really wanted to see, like Yangon, Bagan, and Mandalay. I would say that Bagan was the highlight. They had many temples from the past, and just seeing that many of them, it was very impressive.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yes.
So, what country was your favorite?
It's hard to say. They each have their own good points, but I think I would definitely like to visit Thailand again.
Oh, okay. Thailand. Such a great place. Anyway, thanks, Abhidemi.
Thank you, Todd.
Abhidemi, what did you do for summer break?
For summer break, I went to visit some countries in Asia.
Ooh, what countries?
I visited Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Myanmar.
Oh, great. What did you do in each country?
In Thailand, I was there for about a week. I ate a lot of delicious food, and I met many nice people. I love Thailand, so I hope to return again.
What foods did you eat?
I don't remember the names, but I just remember that they were all good.
Yeah, Thai food is so good.
Yes.
Did you go anywhere in Thailand, like the beach or the forest?
I was more interested in nature, so I traveled from Bangkok to Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai, and I went trekking and rode elephants. So that was one of the highlights of my trips.
Oh, nice. How long was the trek?
The trek was about a day. It was a trek for 2-3 hours, but then we also stayed overnight in a community in the hills, and then the next day we trekked for a little bit to come back to the city.
Nice. So, was Thailand the first stop?
Yes, it was my first stop. It was supposed to be the shortest stop, but I loved it so much that I spent more time there.
After Thailand, where did you go?
From Thailand, I moved on by land to Laos.
And what did you do in Laos?
In Laos, I mainly was in the northern part of the country, and I went zip lining.
Ooh, fun.
It was fun.
So zip lining is flying from tree to tree.
That's correct. So that was about 2 days worth of zip lining, and we stayed overnight in a big tree house.
Oh, how fun.
It was quite
nice.
I really enjoyed it.
Hey Todd, can I ask you a favor?
Sure, anytime.
I really need a place to stay,
Uh-huh.
and I heard that your house is on Airbnb.
It is on Airbnb. I do rent my house, but for you, it's free.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, of
Can I
course.
stay there then?
You can. How long?
Maybe a week or 2 weeks.
Okay. When?
From next Monday?
Yeah, actually, you can do that. That works.
Excellent. Thank you so much. How about a car? Can I park my car?
That's a problem. You can't park your car because there's no space. But there is a cheap parking lot about maybe 2 blocks away.
Okay.
So it's only a couple dollars a day.
Okay. I guess I can park my car there. How about cooking there? Can I cook?
Of course, yeah, you can cook. I have a stove, a refrigerator. You can bring your own food. You can do whatever you want.
Excellent. Thank you. Can I use the internet?
You can use the internet. There's a password. I will write down the password before I leave, and I will write down the password before you get there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I was thinking about asking my friend if he can stay. Could my friend stay over?
Yeah, sure. So your friend can stay. Not a problem, I don't think.
He has a dog. Can he bring his dog?
Ooh, that is a problem. Does the dog have a cage?
No, but we can get a cage.
I'm not sure about the dog. If the dog is in a cage, it's okay in the house, but I think, yeah, you can't have the dog in the house.
Okay. How about smoking?
Mm-hmm.
My friend is a very heavy smoker. Can he smoke outside?
Yeah, he can smoke outside. Just please pick up cigarette butts. But, of course, he can't smoke inside.
Okay, he can't smoke inside?
No.
Okay. How about if we want to have a party? Can we have a party?
Yeah, you can have a party. That's okay. But please be quiet. Don't be too loud. The neighbors live very close to my house.
All right, that sounds good. Thanks. And I have one more question.
Uh-huh.
Can I use the washing machine?
Yeah, of course. You can use anything. You can use the washing machine. You can use the internet. You can use the TV. You can use anything you like.
Wow, excellent. That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I will write down directions for my house, and I will send you a map, and you can check it out and get all the information. And just I will leave the key for you with my neighbor.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sure, no problem. So, Meg, are you busy this weekend?
Yes, I'm so busy because I'm moving.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do.
What do you have to do?
First, I have to prepare my apartment. So I need to pack all of my things.
That's not fun.
No, it takes a long time.
Do you need help?
Yeah, do you have time to help me?
I can help you on Sunday.
Oh, are you busy on Saturday?
Yeah, on Saturday I have to work. I have to teach 2 classes. And then after I teach, I have to grade papers.
It sounds like you're really busy too.
Yeah. Plus, I have to meet my friends that evening.
Oh, what will you do with your friends?
I'm helping my friend also. My friend has car problems. So I have to take him to the mechanic. But on Sunday, I can help you.
Okay, that would be great because on Sunday I have to take some trash to the dump and I have to finish some paperwork at City Hall to prepare for moving to a new country.
Oh, now, because you're moving, do you have to go to the post office?
I do have to go to the post office. I almost forgot. At the post office, I have to submit a form to say my new address.
Ah, that's good because I have to go to the post office too.
Oh, really?
I have to send my mom's birthday gift to her.
When is your mom's birthday?
It was 1 month ago.
Ah, so you have to send it quickly.
Yes, I have to get on it.
Okay, well, let's go together.
So I'll see you Sunday. What time should I be here?
I have to go to City Hall by 3 p.m., so can you come at 2?
Okay, but if you want to go to the dump closes at noon, so we have to leave earlier.
Ah, okay. Can you come at 11?
Yes. Okay, so I will see you at 11 o'clock.
Great. See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Katie.
Yeah.
Let's take an international test.
Oh, okay.
How international are you? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Okay, first, have you ever eaten Greek food?
Greek food. I've eaten, how do you say it, falafel?
Oh, is that Greek?
I think so.
Okay.
I've had that, but apart from that, I've never eaten Greek food.
Okay.
How about you?
Have you? I think I have. Well, I've eaten Greek yogurt. Does that count?
That counts.
That counts?
That counts.
Okay. Have you ever eaten Russian food?
What's Russian food?
I think like Russian food, like, is it borscht? Borscht is like a soup, a cabbage soup.
I've never eaten Russian food.
Yeah, maybe I haven't eaten Russian food either. Okay, last one. Have you ever eaten Vietnamese food?
I see it written down. Is it pho?
Pho, the noodles?
Yeah, I've eaten pho before.
Yeah, I've been to Vietnam, so I've eaten Vietnamese food a lot. And pho, the noodles, is really good.
It's delicious.
I've had that too. Okay, now let's talk about languages.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever studied French?
I have. I've studied French for 5 years.
Ooh, can you still speak French?
Nope, not at all.
Yeah, me too. I once studied French years ago, but I haven't spoken French in so long, I can't remember anything.
I can't remember anything either.
Yeah. Have you ever studied an Asian language?
I've studied Japanese.
Ooh, okay.
I can still speak it a little bit now. And I studied a little bit of Korean, but I don't speak Korean.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow, like I've studied Thai.
Okay.
Because I lived in Thailand for 5 years. And like you, I've studied Japanese, but my Japanese is terrible.
How about your Thai?
My Thai is okay. It's okay. I can talk a little bit. Okay, so have you ever met a Spanish person?
A Spanish person? Actually, I don't think I have.
Really?
I don't think I have met a Spanish person.
Oh, interesting. I've been to Spain, so I've met a few, and we have a Spanish teacher at my school.
Oh, maybe I have met a Spanish person then. Maybe I've met a secret Spanish person.
Okay, have you met a Chinese person?
Oh, yes, I've met lots of Chinese people.
Okay. And have you met a Brazilian person?
I feel like if I say no, then I have. Probably. I've probably met a Brazilian person.
Yeah, I've met a few people from Brazil, so they're always very nice, very friendly people.
Hey, Todd. Are you healthy? Do you eat lots of fruits and vegetables?
I guess I am healthy. I do eat lots of fruits and vegetables, but I also eat junk food, sadly. But I try to eat lots of fruits, especially to stay healthy.
What kind of fruits do you like to eat?
Well, I like all fruits. I love all fruits except pineapple. I hate pineapple. I don't know why. I just don't like pineapple. I don't like the taste. I don't like to chew it. It just feels funny. But I love apples. I love bananas. I love oranges. I usually have an apple every morning for breakfast. It's very easy to eat, and I just love apples because you can take them to school. You can eat them quickly. They're very easy to eat. I also like oranges, and I love orange juice. So sometimes I make fresh orange juice in my kitchen. So oranges are great. But my favorite fruits are bananas and strawberries. I love bananas and strawberries, and I love to eat bananas and strawberries together. So my favorite snack is to cut up some banana and then cut up some strawberry and mix them together and then eat them.
Well, it sounds like you really like a lot of fruits.
Oh, yeah, I do.
What about vegetables? Do you eat vegetables every day?
I do. I try to have a salad every day, and I have a special salad I make, and I call it my chunky, crunchy salad. And it's carrots, cucumbers, and tomatoes, and I cut the carrots and cucumbers into small little squares, and then I cut up the tomatoes, and I mix them together. And the carrots, tomatoes, and cucumbers mixed together, the colors are really pretty. And when you eat the salad, it's very crunchy and it's very chunky because it's all little squares. So I call it my crunchy, chunky salad.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Do you ever share it with someone else?
No, I don't, but I want to because I like it so much and I can't cook. So when I go to somebody's house and I need to bring food, I think, oh, I should bring chunky, crunchy salad.
That's a good idea. Another idea is to cook some vegetables. Do you cook vegetables?
Not too much. I do cook asparagus. Asparagus is probably my favorite vegetable, and it's very easy to cook because asparagus you just have to cut up into small pieces, and then you can put the asparagus in a bowl with some water in the microwave, and you can cook asparagus in about 30 seconds. So I eat asparagus a lot. Also, I eat broccoli. I love broccoli. Sometimes I have broccoli and lettuce together for my salad. And then sometimes I cook eggplant. I like to cook eggplant because I like the taste and it's easy to cook.
I don't really like eggplant.
Really?
I don't.
Oh, no. Why not?
It has a strange flavor to me. So I prefer not to eat eggplant.
Well, as long as you eat your veggies.
Yes.
So, Monica, you are from New Zealand.
Yes, that's right.
So for people going to New Zealand, what would you recommend? What are 3 or 4 places that you must see in New Zealand?
Oh, okay. 3 or 4 places you must see. Well, depends what you're looking for, really. I think a lot of people that come to New Zealand enjoy an outdoor lifestyle, so there's lots of outdoor activities and places you can go to enjoy in New Zealand. Personally, I find the South Island of New Zealand very scenic in comparison to the North Island. So for me, a must-do is the west coast of the South Island. It's very pretty.
The West Coast.
Yeah. In particular, there's 2 glaciers, Franz Josef and Fox glaciers, which are very stunning to look at. And you can either have a look at them by foot, or you can pay for a helicopter ride that takes you up and shows you an aerial view of them.
Now, do people ever walk across the glaciers?
There are guides that can walk you across. Yeah, I haven't done it personally, but it is possible.
So what else would you recommend for New Zealand? What other places should people see?
I think if you want to see, let me think, rural New Zealand, it's quite a nice idea to drive the length of the country, and then you can see the interesting farming that has taken place, in particular in the South Island, the lower part of the South Island, and a lot of the North Island as well. There's a lot of sheep in New Zealand, and there's a lot of cattle as well. So I think it is always interesting to go for a drive and to see that firsthand.
So you just start up in Auckland in the north and drive all the way down south?
Yeah, well, there's many ways you can do it, but I recommend one way of doing it is to arrive in Auckland and to have an experience of a big city, well, a big city for New Zealand, and then drive down the centre of the North Island and maybe have a farming experience somewhere. There's a lot of farm stay opportunities available for tourists who come to New Zealand. So depending on how you do it, you might want to stay 2 or 3 days with a family and experience a farming lifestyle. So that's, one thing I'd recommend. And another is to maybe go to a city like Rotorua, which is really in the centre of the North Island, and experience Māori culture. There's a Māori village there near the Whakarewarewa forest, which hosts a lot of tourists, and you get to experience Māori waiata, which is Māori songs, and you get to see the hot springs in New Zealand and thermal mud pools. So Rotorua is a nice city to go and visit, and then work your way down to the capital of New Zealand, which is Wellington. And I think if you want to experience the cafe lifestyle of New Zealand, that's a good place to go.
So, Monica, a minute ago we were talking about Tai Chi and about how it helps longevity, helps you live a long life. One time when I was in Bangkok, I met a guy, and he was doing Tai Chi, and he looked really young, but he said the secret to his old life, he said the secret to looking young was Tai Chi and cold showers. He took a cold shower every morning.
Wow.
Could you do that?
No, I don't think I could, actually.
Yeah, I actually tried it for a while. I tried it for about a week, and I did feel so energized. And it was easy in Bangkok, so it's really warm. But I couldn't keep it up, especially now that I'm in a cold climate. There's no way.
Yeah, I remember when I was young, my mother used to teach me to splash my face with cold water in the morning because she believed that helped wake you up. And I remember as a child not liking that at all because I just found it too cold.
Right.
So I preferred to splash my face with warm water.
So, have you heard of any other secrets to having a long life?
Yeah, I've heard of quite a few different secrets to having a long life. I guess one secret that a lot of different cultural groups seem to share is diet. If you take the Japanese as an example, and Japanese people do have a long life expectancy in comparison to other people from other countries. I think the Japanese eat a diet that's quite low in fat and reasonably low in salt as well. And I think their fluid intake is quite healthy because they drink a lot of green tea, which has antioxidants in it, and they drink a lot of miso soup, which has a lot of vegetables in it and is made from fermented barley. So I think that's very healthy.
I've also heard that people in the Mediterranean, they also often have a long lifespan in certain regions, and maybe the combination of wine, just a little wine, not too much, but wine and olive oil, and then a lot of fish, seafood, is also maybe beneficial to a long life.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard French people, for example, live a long life, and that has often been said due to a glass of red wine a day. And I know people think differently about alcohol and its effect on the body these days.
Right.
Yeah, because alcohol used to be considered quite a bad thing and discouraged in all forms, but now people tend to think that a glass a day is actually quite beneficial to your health.
I've also actually heard that laughter, that people that laugh a lot tend to live longer.
Yeah, I've heard that too, actually, because laughing releases natural endorphins, and I think that helps you physiologically, and also I think psychologically you're happier if you're laughing. So yeah, I think that long life is related to how you're feeling, and I think a lot of it's psychological as well as physical, for example, how much you're eating and what types of food you're eating.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of in the same boat, but I just don't know if I laugh that much. Maybe I'm in trouble. So, Monica, you do Tai Chi.
Ah, yes, I've just joined a Tai Chi club.
What made you join the Tai Chi club?
Well, I wanted to do something that was a lot different to what I usually do, which is high-impact sports like basketball and tennis.
So you wanted to do something that was slower.
Yeah, well, I don't usually enjoy exercise that is quite slow, such as yoga, but I decided to join this club and I'm really enjoying it.
So what exactly is Tai Chi? What do you do in Tai Chi?
Well, there are different types of Tai Chi. There's the original Tai Chi, which involves quite quick, fast movements. And then there's a slower form of Tai Chi, which is quite popular in Japan. I think it's called Mr. Young Tai Chi. And that involves very slow, pronounced movements. And that's the Tai Chi that I'm doing.
How do you feel like after you do Tai Chi? Do you feel tired? Do you feel energetic?
After I've done Tai Chi, I feel quite energetic, actually. I don't really feel tired because I haven't had a really hard workout. But I feel that my mind is very relaxed and very focused, and I'm very motivated to do whatever I need to do for the rest of the day.
Now, you actually are a tennis coach, so you teach sports. Would you recommend Tai Chi for other athletes?
Yeah, I do recommend Tai Chi for other athletes. It's quite difficult to know exactly how you would benefit from Tai Chi and how it can directly relate to a specific sport. But I've heard that it works on your energy levels and focuses your mind so that everything's in balance. And I think that can help any kind of sport because even in a sport like tennis, it's important to have balance when you're hitting the ball, when you're volleying, when you're getting ready for a smash. It actually involves having balance in terms of where your center of gravity is. So yeah, the concepts are similar.
Hey, George. Actually, it's really, it's funny that you mentioned relationships because I'm actually having a problem with Joe.
Is that the guy with the curly hair?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh.
He's really nice and everything, but I really don't think it's working out.
Why? What's wrong?
Well, he's really narrow-minded and I'm really different. He's nice and everything. He's kind and sweet and it's just not for me. We're totally different people.
I see.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
I think I have to rip the Band-Aid. And I think I'm just going to send him an email or something.
An email? But you've been dating for a while now, and you like him, right?
Yeah, we're so sweet together, but it's just,
Isn't
I don't see a future.
But isn't an email just a little too cold? And
yeah.
you might tell other people about it. I mean, rumors spreading and whatnot.
Okay, then what do you think I should do? How should I do it?
Well, you should probably just, meet him face to face and...
Oh, face to face.
You know?
Okay. Where should I meet him? Do you think I should just invite him over to my place?
Nah. You should probably do it in public where,
Oh, good. I think that's
I don't know,
better.
maybe that cafe.
Oh, that cafe, yeah.
Well, while I'm having my date, you could be breaking up with your boyfriend. It'll be great.
You're so mean.
I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
I don't know what to say. What do you think would hurt him less?
I gotta say, honesty would be the best policy.
Honesty. Okay, so
Mhm.
this is what I'm gonna say. Joe, you're great,
Mhm.
but we're not meant to be.
I
How's
see.
that?
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Okay, so okay, I'm done. I think I'll meet him at the cafe, and okay, things will work from then. I'll improvise.
Great. Hey, Crystal, I need some advice, yo.
What's up, George?
So, there's this like redheaded girl in class, and I kind of got a crush on her, but
Ooh.
but yeah, I don't know, how to ask her out. I don't even know if she knows my name, but yeah.
Oh, come on.
You got any advice?
I would personally just be natural and just go straight forward
Go straight forward
and ask her out.
how I do that?
I don't know. For my personal advice, I think you should just go straight forward and say, "Hi, my name is George," and give
Mhm.
her an appearance.
Hold on, I'm gonna write this down.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and next step is if you are free, though you always have to check if she's either married or if she's a lesbian
Mhm.
or if she is single.
Okay.
So number 3 is what you're looking for.
Okay, number 3.
So if she's single, just say, "Hey, how about we go out for a cup of coffee or something?"
Mhm.
And
Coffee.
and yeah, that's how you get her.
So yeah, what if she doesn't like coffee though? I mean, what else could we do on a date? Assuming she will say yes. Yeah, what's fun to do on a date anyway?
Fun to go do on a date is just the fact that you're being with her and just try to get her to know her more.
Hey, wait 1 sec. Do I need to pay for this or?
I don't think you should pay on the first date. I think sometimes that can be offensive to women.
Oh, that's great because I'm totally broke.
I think you should just ask her casually, not like a date. Just say, "Hey, I would like to know you a little bit more," and just go out for a small little drink. Like, go to that new cafe that's open. Like a lot of girls think that place is so cute. I think you should take her there.
But I think cafes are boring.
Cafes are boring. Men! Women don't think so.
Oh.
This is the point.
Okay.
Write it down.
All right.
So we're talking about going local as we're in a different country. How much of the local culture do you absorb? How much local, because we both live in Japan, right?
Yes.
How much in percentage, for example? How much Japanese food would you say you eat?
Oh, I would say probably 80% of
That's
my
a lot.
food is Japanese food. Yeah, I like it because most of it is healthy and it's actually what I can get in the cafeteria at work. So, yeah.
It's convenient.
It's convenient. What about you?
Well, I mostly make my own food, and Japanese food is really difficult to make, I think. I'm really challenged when it comes to cooking anyway. I'm really bad at cooking. And to have to try and learn a new style of cooking is just too much for me. I'm really lazy. So I would probably say if I'm cooking food myself, I never cook Japanese food. 0% of the time. I never. But if I go to a restaurant, then sure I can eat some Japanese food sometimes.
I sometimes watch the TV and learn how to cook Japanese food. There are some easy recipes. Do you ever watch the Japanese television? There's
I
tons
try, but yeah, like you said, it's a lot of cooking programs.
There's a lot of that was what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
Tons of cooking TV shows programs.
Yeah, and I watch cooking programs and I just get angry that I can't cook. I can't do it like that, so I just get frustrated, so I stop watching.
No.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
What about other kinds of shows? So like not just cooking shows.
Well, I guess they have pretty funny shows, but I don't understand what they're saying, but I try to follow them, and yeah, sometimes they're very interesting. They also talk about clothing season was trending in Japan, what young people are doing. They have some interviews sometimes, very interesting interviews, and they're always teaching you something. So it's something that I like about Japanese TV. You're always learning something from other countries as well.
That's true. So how about like your friendship circles? How much percentage of your friends would you say are Japanese versus international?
Oh, I would say probably 40% are Japanese. Yeah, the rest of them are international people because I work with international people, so I spend most of the time with them.
And when you're with your Japanese friends, do you speak mostly in English or mostly in Japanese?
Oh, I would say like probably 70% Japanese and the rest would be English because normally when they know a second language is English, not Spanish. So I like 0% Spanish with Japanese, but yeah, like I would say 70% of the conversation is in Japanese also because I want to practice my Japanese.
Right.
Yeah, what about you?
Well, I'd say out of my friends, recently I've had like no time to socialize. So probably about 30% of my friends are Japanese. But when I speak with them, it's mostly in Japanese. I don't like speaking in English.
Oh.
It's just like probably for the same reasons as you. Like I want to practice my Japanese.
But I would say that from my Japanese friends, like most of them, probably like 80% of them always want to speak in English because they want to practice English too. So it's like a give and take. Like we speak a little bit in Japanese, but sometimes we speak more in English.
Yeah.
It depends also the topic and what you're talking about.
If it's a topic you can talk about, then yeah, go for it in Japanese. But if it's a difficult topic.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So, Gilder, we're both teachers and we both live and work abroad, right, from our home countries. I'm from Scotland and you're from Venezuela. So, I'm sure we both have to deal with homesickness because we're so far from our home. How do you deal with homesickness?
Oh, it's very difficult because, as you said, I'm so far from my country.
Yeah.
And like special seasons like Christmas or during the Holy Week is something that we celebrate a lot. I feel really homesick, especially because of the food we have. Particular food and also meeting with your friends, hanging out with them, going to the beach. So all those things that I don't have here is it really makes me feel homesick. But one thing I do is I always try to go for things in the country where I'm living. So what do the locals do? Is there any interesting? And it's a sort of like an adventure because you're doing something new, so you're kind of replacing something that you're used to do by something new. So in a way, it's nice dealing with homesickness.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, that's kind of what I was going to say. You said replacing. I was going to say just distract yourself with other activities. Obviously, we've met new people living here, and I've made some new and wonderful friends. And it's not the same as your life back home, but it's a good distraction, I think. You mentioned activities, so yeah, just exploring the new culture that we're in, and if feeling homesickness. In regards to food, there's a lot of delicious food here in Japan, delicious food, so we can distract our needs, I guess.
Yeah, that's one of the good things of being in Japan is the fact that you get to know people from all over the world and try so many different things.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a distraction. It's a good distraction. Yeah.
One strategy I have as well for homesickness is whenever someone comes to visit, which is very rare, but it does happen, I send them a list of things that they can fill their suitcase with to bring over for me. Foods from home,
Yes.
and just tea bags from the local supermarket, and some cosmetics or toiletries that I cannot buy here, particular brands that I like, and it's little things like that help me, I think, deal with not having them. Basically, having them, that helps me deal with not having them.
I also do that
Mhm.
sometimes. Like, my family try to visit me once a year,
Mhm.
so their suitcase packed of stuff from
Mhm.
Venezuela, which is very important for me.
Uh-huh.
And also, I try to find those supermarkets from South America, like Brazilian supermarkets.
Right, yeah.
Or sometimes the Filipino supermarkets, they have stuff that we have in
Yes,
Venezuela.
yes.
So, yeah, it's very nice.
I actually used to live up in a different part of Japan where there was quite a large Brazilian population,
Mhm.
and there were many, like a Brazilian convenience store.
Yes.
Wonderful bread. The meat was good too.
Yeah.
Lots of really good products. So I guess a shop like that would help you in particular.
Yes, I guess Brazilians, they don't have the same issue that we have with homesickness because they can get a lot of stuff from Brazil here
That's
in Japan.
true. Yeah. Well, of course, there are international stores around. I'm lucky enough to, even in a small city like this, I have an international store that's reasonably close. So there are a few products that I feel happy about, I guess. Maybe I wouldn't even buy them at home, but when I see them in the shop here, I feel like, oh, I can't get
Yeah.
other things, so I'm going to buy
Likewise.
these biscuits.
Likewise, something that you can read.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Just peel the language sticker off the top and read the English
Yes.
below. Yeah, there are different ways to cope with it, I think.
Yes.
So, do you think that we should send people to Mars or the moon to spend all this money on space travel?
Well, I think we should. Space travel can give people hope for the future, and space travel can unite people from different countries for a common goal.
But do any countries work together to travel in space?
Oh, certainly. The International Space Station
Mm-hmm.
has astronauts from different countries working together. And I think that a joint effort is the best way to do space missions. I think that we could go back to the moon and learn much more by going there than we can learn if we don't go there.
I see what you mean, but I think we could learn more and we could improve more if we can help the people on Earth. Think of everything we could learn from the children that can't get an education these days. Maybe the next Einstein is a poor little girl who doesn't have the money to go to school. If we spent more money on school and clean water and vaccines, maybe we could learn more from ourselves than from going to space and going to Mars.
I agree with you that more money should be spent on education, but we don't need the next Einstein if we're not doing space travel. The problem is, what are people with money willing to spend it on? I think that it would be nice if we could have all the rich countries spend money on education for poor people. But if you look at the numbers, the cost of one space mission is much cheaper than the things we spend money on now.
Like what?
Well, the first example that comes to mind is war. One day of war is so expensive for all the governments and militaries that are involved. One day of war costs more money than one space mission. But
Yeah,
war
that's
goes
true.
on and on for days.
Yeah, and years.
So if you think about the money in terms of, so the money for a space mission seems expensive by itself, but when you compare it to other things, it's actually kind of cheap.
I see what you're saying. You're comparing the cost of space travel to war, but I would compare the cost of space travel to the cost of, for example, getting rid of malaria. I think we could get rid of a terrible disease like malaria for as much as we would spend on a trip to Mars.
Getting rid of malaria or going to Mars. Well, of course, I would also choose that we should get rid of malaria.
Maybe we'll have to agree to disagree.
We might have to disagree this time.
Okay.
We've been hearing a lot about Mars in the news.
Yeah, NASA keeps coming out with announcements every year.
We just found out that there's water on Mars, liquid water.
Yes, recently they revealed that there's evidence of liquid water.
That's crazy.
Last year they announced that they definitely found ice, solid water, in the soil. In the soil on Mars' surface, they found frozen water. Now they found evidence of liquid water flowing.
Do you think people can go to Mars? Do you think we should send people to Mars?
I definitely think we can go there. We've already sent a number of spacecraft to Mars, starting with satellites many decades ago. Then there were landers, where a satellite landed on the surface and sent data back to Earth. Then we sent the rovers, little robot cars that drive around on Mars. So we've already successfully sent many missions to Mars. I'm sure we could do one with humans.
But none of the satellites or landers or rovers, they've never come back. Do you think we could send people and they'd come back safely?
Well, that is a problem. We could definitely send people to Mars, but bringing them back, having the astronauts come back to Earth, would be a much more difficult problem to solve.
So you think maybe we would send astronauts to Mars and they would never come back safely?
Well, if you think about the old explorers in the olden days, explorers used to leave their home and find new regions and not plan to go back.
Yeah.
People used to take a risk that maybe they couldn't return. So I think there are people who are willing to go on a one-way trip to Mars. I'm sure there are people willing to do that. But are the rest of the people willing to send someone on that mission? I think some people will say yes, and some people will say no. I don't know what the percent would be, but I'm willing to allow someone to do that. If someone says, I want to go to Mars, I know it's a one-way trip, but I want to go. I think that's okay. We should let them go.
How about you? Would you volunteer to go?
Oh no, not me. I'm staying here on Earth.
Okay.
So, what are 3 foods that you can't stand? 3 foods that you hate?
Number one would be chocolate.
Chocolate.
Yes.
That's crazy.
I don't like the feeling that you have when you put a piece of chocolate inside your mouth. It's like too hot. Like if I eat a piece of chocolate, I need to drink a lot of water. It feels it. I don't like it. Yeah.
I will gladly eat all of your chocolate. If you have chocolate you don't want,
Yeah.
I'm here.
It's weird because when chocolate is very popular as a gift. Somebody's always giving you chocolate, and I take it because I don't want to say everybody like I hate chocolate actually. But yeah. What about you? What's something you don't really like?
Well, I have something I don't like that I think is really popular, and every time I say I don't like it, I always get the same like "what" kind of reaction. But I don't like ice cream.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't like ice cream. I don't think food should be that cold.
Mm,
I don't like it. Food shouldn't be too cold to eat. It's just
really?
not.
You don't know what you're missing.
I'm
Ice creams are really, really good, especially in summer.
Chocolate's really good. Chocolate. I'll take chocolate over ice cream any day.
Well, you can try chocolate ice cream.
Oh, chocolate ice cream is the worst. Chocolate ice cream is the worst. Ugh. No,
What
thank
about a
you.
second one? Do you have any second food that you don't like?
I don't like tomatoes.
Oh.
Which is strange because I eat lots of pasta with tomato flavored stuff in it. But just tomatoes by themselves
Mm-hmm.
is not something I enjoy. Whenever I have like a hamburger with a tomato in it, I always have to take it out and give it to someone else. Just, I don't like it. It's just juicy and not a good juicy way.
Mm-hmm. I don't like
Blech.
garlic.
You don't like garlic?
I like garlic in food, but I don't like to see it or eat it and have the taste of garlic. I don't like it.
Once you've got the taste of garlic, you don't get rid of that for about 3 days, right?
Exactly, that's another thing. Yeah. So when my mom is cooking and using garlic, after that she had to remove it. She cannot leave any evidence that she was using garlic in her food. Yes.
Is there another food that you don't like?
I would say sprouts, Brussels sprouts.
Man, no one likes
Yes,
sprouts.
it's bitter, and even though some people say it's good for your body, I don't like them.
I think, yeah, sprouts are just universally hated. No one likes sprouts.
Yeah, well, but when you are a child, your parents, for some reason, are always giving you
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cruel.
Oh, I don't like it. It looks like, I feel like a cow eating those things. Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's just, ugh.
What about you? Any other?
I have one more, but it's really strange. I've never actually eaten them, but looking at them makes me really uncomfortable. And that's olives. I hate olives. I
I
can't
love them.
stand olives. Just looking at them makes me want to scream.
Really?
Like, I think it's the hole. I don't
Mhm.
like the hole in olives. I'm like scared of olives. It's really strange, but
I
no.
like them. Very
You can have
tasty.
my olives.
Green, black.
Ugh, no. If I see them in a jar at
Better
the
than
supermarket,
chocolate.
just no. Ugh, no, 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 no. Don't like them. Scared of olives. It's the craziest thing ever, but no. Don't like olives. Keep them away from me. Ugh.
Good.
So what are 3 foods that you absolutely have to have, that you can't live without?
I would say that I couldn't live without arepa. Is like my daily breakfast in Venezuela.
What's
Arepa
that?
is made of corn flour, and it looks like a hamburger. So you put anything you want inside, and it's very tasty. And I would say like 95% of Venezuelans eat arepas every day. Well, it's kind of like a high carb diet in my country, so I need rice also for lunch. And bread. Bread is another thing. In the afternoon, a piece of bread, sweet bread with coffee is kind of like mandatory.
So lots and lots of carbs in your
Yes.
diet.
What about you? What about in England?
Well, English breakfast is not the healthiest of breakfasts. It's like a big plate with fried eggs, fried sausages, hash browns, like hashed potatoes, beans, just everything fried and everything delicious. And I would say that I can't live without that, but if I ate it every day, then I would probably not be able to leave my house because I would be so fat. But it's definitely a food that is in my top foods of all time. That's probably my favorite. But recently I've been eating lots of tofu as
Oh, I see.
breakfast. Yeah, so a little bit of tofu, a little bit of soy sauce just for
Just that?
breakfast, which is just, it's a bit of a boring breakfast, but it's really healthy, I guess. So I've been eating that a lot every day. So I probably can't live without that recently. And also pizza.
Oh, pizza, yes.
Pizza. I think everyone can't live without pizza.
Yes.
Pizza is the best. Pizza is definitely a
Yeah, I
food that I
try to
can't live
have
without.
pizza probably mm, once a week, I would say. Yeah.
What's your favorite
It's-
topping?
That would be cheese.
Cheese, classic.
Definitely. Bacon.
Cheese and bacon. Oh, that sounds good.
Yes. Very, very tasty.
Just cheese and bacon or anything
No,
else?
no. I'm going for anything actually, but I will always need to have cheese and bacon on my pizza.
Pizza's not pizza without cheese.
Yes.
Has to have cheese.
Now, what else do you have? So you said tofu, pizza. What other food can you live without?
Well, my grandma is part Italian, so we have lots of like pasta and lasagna in our family.
Good.
So I try and eat, well, I try not to eat a lot of pasta because I'll get really fat, but pasta is definitely something that I can't live without.
Yeah, Italian
So good.
food, so good.
Yeah, and again, lots of cheese.
Yeah, we also do a lot of lasagna. But, well, we call it pasticcio.
Pasticcio.
It's a different name, but it's the same lasagna, and it's also very tasty.
So
yeah.
good.
But
So like a
high-carb
real
food.
real comfort food, isn't it? Lasagna.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. So, what would you say is your comfort food?
My comfort food. That would be arepa again. Yeah, definitely.
You said you can have lots of like fillings in that.
Yes. So my favorite would be black beans with cheese inside. It sounds a little bit like a mix-up of things, but it's really, really tasty. We do eat a lot of black beans every day in Venezuela. Yeah, it's very common. What about you?
My comfort food, I can't eat it as much as I would like to these days, but it's probably my mom's spaghetti bolognese. So good. It's so good. Like lots of pasta, lots of tomato, lots of herbs, lots of cheese.
Sounds good.
Ah, it's amazing. I would like live with my parents if it meant I could have spaghetti bolognese every day. So good, so tasty. Ah, but yeah, it's the best.
Hey Katie, I'm having a party, Super Bowl party at my house on Sunday in a couple weeks. Would you like to come over?
Okay, but I have absolutely no idea what the Super Bowl is.
Well, the Super Bowl is our big sporting event, and we have it once a year. But it's okay if you don't know anything about American football, because actually the Super Bowl is kind of like our unofficial holiday.
Okay.
Yeah, so what happens is everybody comes over to somebody's house, and you have a big party, and you watch the game, but nobody really watches the game. There's lots of other stuff going on, so it should be good.
Do you have like Super Bowl food that you
Exactly. So it's kind of like a big feast. So we'll have, like hamburgers and stuff that we'll barbecue, and we'll have lots of like chips and dip and stuff like that. So you don't have to bring any food, but it's potluck. So if you do want to bring something, I would recommend it.
Do you have to be like a supporter of one of the teams in the final?
No, and actually the game's not for a couple of weeks, so we don't know who the two final teams are going to be.
Right.
They still have to decide, but actually there's a bunch of things that have nothing to do with football on the Super Bowl that you'll probably like. The first is they have the halftime show. You may have heard about the Super Bowl halftime show.
Okay.
You like music, right?
I love music.
Right, so they always have a really big musical act. And actually this year, I don't remember who it is. I'll have to check, but it's usually somebody like Bruno Mars or U2 or somebody like that.
I think last year it was Katy Perry, was it not?
It might have been, yeah, but it's always a really, really big person. Another thing that's really cool about the Super Bowl is the commercials.
Okay.
So the commercials, the companies spend a lot of money on the commercials, and they're usually really good. So the commercials, people are often more into the commercials than the game.
Okay.
Especially if one team's if it's a lopsided win. So yeah, so the commercials are fun.
What kind of commercials do they have?
Oh, like companies like Pepsi or Coke or like really big name companies.
Like the really big ones.
Yeah, they'll spend like millions and millions of dollars. These are usually the most expensive commercials because it's one local game and one local audience. Like the World Cup is a more watched event, but the commercials are regional for all the different countries. Whereas the Super Bowl, the commercials are just for Americans.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are usually the most expensive commercials like around the world. So they're usually really well done.
Is it just American teams in the Super Bowl?
Yes, it's very, Americanized, you might say. But, like I said, the game's really not that important. But there is one way that you can make money.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
interested.
So what happens is we have like a pool and you can draw numbers and like, you don't have to know anything about football, but you can have like, draw numbers for the first person to score a touchdown or the first player to get a penalty or things like that. And you just fill out the chart, and then if your player gets that, then you can get money. So you have to contribute. You have to pay like $10 to play, but then it's in a pool, and then you could win money at different points during the game.
Have you ever won at the Super Bowl before?
Yeah, it's kind of like how it works out where everybody wins a little money and everybody loses a little money. So, gambling technically is illegal, but
Of course.
but it's like just one of those things that everybody
It's
does.
not for big money,
No,
just for a little bit of money.
just a little bit of money.
So it's
just,
okay.
just to have fun.
Mm.
Yeah. So, and then once I find out what teams are in the finals, then I'll tell you about the colors. And it's usually best that you choose one team that you're going to support.
Okay.
So I'll fill you in about who the teams are later and all
Right.
that. So are you willing to come?
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Okay, cool.
I'm in.
All right, so it's going to be at my house at 3. So if you can show up around 2-ish.
Should I bring some food?
You can bring some type of maybe salad or like a bean dish or something like that if you like. But the main food we'll provide. We'll have pizza, we'll have burgers. Oh, and it's BYOB.
Okay.
So if you want to drink, you have to bring your own alcohol.
All right.
But we will have some beers and stuff. Do you drink?
Sometimes.
Okay, cool.
Like 10% of the time.
All right, so see you there. Glad you can come.
No worries.
So we've been talking about women's roles in society, and are you a stay-at-home mom or a working mom?
Well, I guess I'm both. Right now, I'm on maternity leave, and I'm on month 6 of maternity leave.
What does that mean?
So, maternity leave is when you have a job, but then you become pregnant, or you're going to have a baby, maybe adopt too. So you're going to have a baby, and so you take time off of work to stay home with the new baby.
Oh, I see. Do you still get paid?
I do. I get about half of my wage. So I do still get paid, and I'm very grateful for that. So I've been at home with the new baby for 6 months, and I'm going to go back to work next month.
Oh. What will happen with the baby?
So I have 2 kids, actually. I have a toddler and a baby. And both of them will go to daycare during the day.
I see.
So I signed up for the daycare before the baby was even born. It's really hard to find good daycare that you can afford, that's near your house. So you have to start planning before the baby's even born if you're the type of person who wants to go back to work.
I see. I don't think many men worry about getting good daycare for their children when they
No.
think about their jobs.
No. Even when there's a family and the mother and father both work, still it's the mother that has to do everything with the kids, usually. Usually the mom has to, for example, get the bag ready for the kids to take to daycare. They have to arrange the daycare. The daycare has the mother's phone number, usually. And so the mom has to do a lot of extra work, even though mom and dad both have full-time jobs.
I see. Are you saying that things should be different?
Yes, I think things should be different. I'm so lucky. My husband agrees with me. And my husband, he drops the kids off at daycare and he picks them up and he does the laundry and the dishes. And it helps me focus on my career so that I can stay late at work if I need to. I can go to an extra meeting on a weekend, and it makes me feel more fulfilled that it's not my husband's job that comes first. A lot of times women make less money than men and they put their job second to their husband, and it's not equal and it's not fair. And so I think that people should work on making things more equal.
Well, I agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sarah, you said you participated in rodeos before, but I thought only men ride horses in rodeos.
Yeah, like 99.9% of the time, the men do all of the rodeo sports. There's like 2 sports for women, and the rest of them are all for men.
Oh.
When I said I wanted to do the traditionally male events, they said, "You can't do that. You're a woman. You have to do these other events that are not dangerous, they're safe." For example, the men do calf roping. You work with a baby cow, a calf that's about 100 pounds. The women do goat roping, and they work with a tiny goat that's about the size of a small dog. So I just always thought the difference was stupid. I don't want to do the easy, safe event. I want to do the difficult event. And people were really surprised. And first they said you can't. And I said I'm going to anyways. Wow. And the first time I did the saddle bronc, they said, look, we got you a girl horse because you're a girl.
Oh my.
And I thought, well, you didn't need to draw more attention to it. I just want to compete like everyone else.
Right.
And my first time, I fell off the horse and I was really injured. And I was laying there, and one of my friends came running out. And he said, I thought he was going to help me up and help me leave because I was really hurt. And instead he said, hurry up, you got to get out of the arena because the next person wants to go.
Oh, wow.
And I was really happy that he said that, actually, because he was just treating me the way he treated any other competitor. Oh, get up, be tough, you're fine. Yeah. And I didn't want anyone to help me.
So he didn't help you.
Right. And I was really glad that he was treating me like everyone else. And when you see a rodeo, you'll see that the women do events where they can dress really nice. They always wear nice clothes, beautiful hat, they even have earrings and things on. And when the men do events, they're doing the events that they really have to use their muscles and get dirty, and I really liked doing those instead. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying I liked to do the other one, and I think that maybe other women like to do the other events too.
So, do you think the situation is improving? Are more girls joining rodeo now?
I don't think so. I think the sport of rodeo is becoming less popular.
Oh.
So, I think in the future there won't be more women in rodeo. There will just be fewer people in rodeo.
Oh, I see.
Because the rodeo events, they're not very kind to the cows or the other animals. And as people get older, maybe they get more soft-hearted, like me, and they don't want to make the animals get tied up or chase the animals. And so I think fewer people are interested in rodeo these days.
So, Sarah, you talked about competing in a rodeo. Have you done any other sports on horseback?
Yeah. Well, not a sport. I used to have a job, and my job was to take people on horseback into the mountains in Wyoming. And it was a really fun job. Every day we would saddle up maybe 15 or 20 horses, and then we would take beginners, people who had never ridden horses before, and we'd show them how to lead the horses and get on the horses, and then we'd go up into the mountains for 2 hours or 4 hours or sometimes all day.
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah,
That was your job?
that was my job, and it was really fun. We would walk along these cliffs, and people would get nervous and they'd say, "Oh no, isn't my horse going to fall down the cliff?" And I'd say, "No, your horse doesn't want to fall down the cliff, just like you."
Yeah, right.
And the horses were really good. And to be honest, the horses mostly ignored the people on their backs. The
Really?
horses, they knew the path that we were taking.
Oh.
And sometimes people would want to do something that's dangerous, like go too fast or go a different way.
Yeah.
And the horses would ignore the people and go the way they're supposed to.
Oh, that's probably better.
Yeah.
What about wild animals? You're going on horseback trail rides through the mountains, right?
Yeah. And the area we went through was famous for elk. We saw lots of elk. And you know, where there's elk, there are also the animals that eat elk. So there were mountain lions and bears.
Bears.
I never saw a bear, but I always told the people I was with, I said, "Don't worry, guys, if you see a bear, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than the slowest horse."
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Did the visitors like that joke?
They did. They thought it was really funny until I pointed out which horse was the slowest. And then that person got really nervous.
Yes, what about mountain lions? Did you see mountain lions?
Did you ever see a mountain lion?
I never saw a mountain lion, but one time the horses were all acting really nervous and they wouldn't go forward. And I didn't know why they were acting this way.
Oh.
They refused. And so I ended up turning around and we went off the trail and we had to make a big circle.
Really?
And then later I found out that there had been a warning that there were mountain lions in the area. And so I think that's why the horses refused to go.
Wow, those horses sound pretty smart.
Yeah. Sometimes in the morning, when we are the first people on the trail, I would see tracks, like wolf tracks or cougar tracks. But I never saw the real animal.
Oh, that's probably lucky.
Yeah.
Sounds like you had a really fun time at that job.
Yeah, it was really fun, and we were outdoors every day. That was my favorite part. The air was so clean, and I loved working with the animals and being in the sunshine. It was great.
That's awesome.
So, Sarah, I was wondering, what kind of sports do you like to play?
Well, I love riding horses. And actually, when I was in college, I took a lot of classes about horseback riding. So I can do all sorts of sports on horseback.
Wow, that's amazing. Don't you think riding horses is scary?
I think it's part of the fun. For example, I used to be in the rodeo, and I did a sport called saddle bronc riding. And the way you do this is they put the saddle on the horse, and then they let the horse just go crazy. And the horse runs and bucks and tries to get you off, and you try to stay on. And it's really scary, but it's also really exciting.
Wow. That's what's called a bucking bronco, right?
Yeah, and it's really hard to stay on. In fact, you win if you can stay on 8 seconds.
Oh, that doesn't seem very long.
It's really, really long. It's really long when you're on the horse. My first time, I only stayed on about 4 seconds, and then I fell off in the middle of the ring, and I got knocked out.
Oh.
Yeah, and the rest, yeah, and I had a big black eye for about 2 months.
Wow. From falling off a horse. That's why it seems scary. Isn't it really dangerous?
It is really dangerous. And they don't make you wear helmet or any safety gear. I didn't wear a helmet my first time. I think it was pretty stupid. So the horse starts in a metal cage, so the horse can't move. And then you sit on top of the horse, on the horse's back in the saddle. And then you say, "I'm ready," and they open the door. And the horse explodes and just starts jumping and turning and twisting. And the horse did about 3 or 4 jumps, and I fell off.
Wow. How many seconds did you make it?
3, probably
3?
about 3 seconds.
So you'd have to do that more than twice as long
Yeah.
to win.
I got better at it, but I never could stay on for 8 seconds.
Did you try any other rodeo events?
Yeah, I tried to do calf roping.
What's that?
This is a sport where you have your horse, and your horse is trained. It's not the wild horse from before. And there's a calf, and you try to throw your rope so that you catch the calf. And a calf is a baby cow.
Wow. And so, what do you have to do if you get your rope around the cow?
Then you have to run up to the cow, and you have to tie the cow's legs together. And when you finish tying the cow's legs together, the timer stops. So you want to do it as fast as you can.
That sounds really fun. And it doesn't sound as dangerous as the saddle bronc competition.
No, it's not as dangerous, but after a while, I started to feel bad for the baby cow.
I see.
It's just, he's a small little baby, and he's really scared, and he's trying to run away. And I started to feel bad about catching him with the rope and tying him up, so I stopped doing it.
I see.
So when we're talking about ideal hotels, what do you think is an ideal hotel for you?
That's a tough question, but when I choose a hotel, I would look at where the hotel's located,
Right.
and also the food.
Right.
So as long as the hotel is surrounded by nature, preferably on the water,
Okay.
and maybe some mountains in the back, and if the food, the breakfast, and dinner, and all the food that they have is amazing, I'm good. I'm set.
Now, what about facilities? I mean, hotels have various facilities, whether it's gyms or movie rooms or computer rooms that allow you to do, internet and various things. Some hotels have pools. Would those be things that you would want in your ideal hotel?
Oh yeah, gym I'm not so interested in because I can, play sports outside when I'm surrounded by nature. Why would I be, inside working out?
Right.
But in terms of the swimming pool, I'm actually interested because when I was looking at pictures, I don't know which country it was, but there's an outdoor pool, like infinity pool, that looked like it was connected to the ocean, and it was just so beautiful. And before I thought, why would I swim in the swimming pool when I have an ocean in front of me? But if there is a swimming pool like that at the hotel, I'll definitely stay there for a long time.
Right. Now, what about spa facilities? Massages and different spa treatments. Is that something that would interest you in your ideal hotel?
Oh, yes, for sure. I am so into massages, and yeah, I would definitely want massage room and spas in the hotel. That would be perfect.
Oh, okay. And you know, there are some really expensive hotels that offer the service of a personal butler. Do you think that would be necessary for you in your ideal hotel, or would that be one amenity that you could do without?
I I think it depends, but I don't really, when I'm staying at the hotel, I would usually, want to be alone and want to enjoy my time with my family or my husband or myself, that I actually don't want anyone following me everywhere I go. So, to a lot of people might be, that's a good idea. It's a nice treat to have, but I am personally not up for that.
Okay, well, sounds like a pretty nice hotel you've just described.
So, Mike, the other day my friends and I were talking about ideal hotels. What is your ideal hotel?
Well, there are many hotels that would appeal to me, but I'd say my ideal hotel would, number one, have to have a gorgeous view from the room. And if we're talking about idealistic, I would choose a hotel that is suspended over the water, just off the beach. And my ideal hotel would be not a hotel where the rooms are all connected, but rather rooms being separate villas or bungalows, and those villas to be situated just above the water. So when you wake up in the morning, you're literally above the water already. You're already on the beach. And to get from your room to the beach, you have to walk out and you wade in the water until you get to the beach. So a place like that, definitely my ideal hotel would, something like that. My ideal hotel would have to be situated in nature, and I would really love it to have a location that would provide me with opportunities to do a lot of cool activities, perhaps adventure stuff in nature, dealing with animals, that type of thing, being able to see the local color of the area. So that would probably be my ideal hotel. One other point I'd like to make is that the hotel would have to have unbelievable food. And I think a hotel with good food, and not just good food, but a lot of options for food. So when you wake up in the morning and you go for a breakfast buffet, you have a choice of virtually any different type of food that there is. A lot of good hotels are limited to what kind of food they offer, even if the food is high quality. So that would be another aspect for me that would be quite important for my ideal hotel.
Yeah, sounds like a nice hotel that you just described.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey Todd, I'm going and looking for a gym actually. I hear you've joined a gym. Which one?
Yeah, actually, there's a real nice gym downtown that just opened about maybe a month ago, 2 months ago. It's really nice.
Okay. What's the name of it?
The name is Fitness Club.
Ah,
Yeah.
good name.
Yeah, so it pretty much has everything. I mean, it has free weights, of course, and it
Yes.
has all the latest machines.
Oh, good.
Yeah, actually, some of the machines are kind of tricky. I really don't know how they work yet, so I have to ask the staff.
So it's more than a treadmill. It's a whole big machine that you don't know what to do.
Exactly. I'm actually afraid to get on the thing. I don't want to break it.
Is there people there that can help you?
Yeah, actually, that's part of the problem is you can't use any of the equipment unless you get trained for it. They're really specific.
Oh,
So
okay.
you have to have guidance. It's kind of annoying, actually, because, everything, they have a system and they know based on, your membership what machines you can use and what you can't. And
Oh, okay. But what happens if, I've been to a gym before? Do I still need to get the training before I start?
Yeah, that's how I was. I told them that I, had been lifting weights for a while and they
Yeah.
didn't care. So you have to get certified to use all the equipment. It's kind of inconvenient.
Okay, so do they have classes, though?
They do. Actually, they have pretty much everything. They have yoga, kickboxing, spin classes, dancing. So, and the schedule looks, pretty diverse.
Oh, that's good. I do prefer classes than the weights.
Yeah. Only one thing that's bad about the classes, though, is that because it's new and it's a new gym, there's lots of people, and it looks like it's pretty crowded in there. I think you have to reserve what classes you're going to join.
Oh, really?
Yeah, isn't that terrible?
Oh, geez. I'm usually just like to walk in.
Right, right. I
Yeah,
know.
when you feel like going to the gym, you go.
Right, right.
Hmm.
One thing that is nice though is they have an actual gym floor, like a basketball gym. So you can play
yes.
basketball. They have volleyball tournaments.
Mhm.
So I mean, if you like more traditional sports like tennis, they also have tennis courts. You can do that as well.
Oh, that's good. I do like tennis. I love tennis, actually.
Well, actually, if you're interested, I'd be glad to take you down to the gym and show you.
Yep.
I think you get a free trial workout.
Oh, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. So how much would it cost per month?
Well, because it's new, it's kind of expensive.
Oh.
It costs about $50 a month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but if you buy a membership, a 2-year membership,
Mhm.
you can get a 2-year membership, I think, for $800. So it saves you some money, so it's kind
Yeah.
of reasonable.
And I suppose if you pay for two, you have to go then.
Right, right. It's $800 for 2 years, $500 for 1 year, or $50 a month.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
oh, one thing that's really cool too is they have a social center. They have like an area where you can get like fruit drinks and coffee and stuff like that, and just hang out. It's quite nice.
That's good. So after the workout, go and have coffee.
Right, right.
Lovely. Okay, so yeah, I'd love to come and have a look at it.
Okay, well, next week, anytime, just give me a call, and I'll take you there.
All right, great. Thanks.
Now, you were saying that you worked in radio and at a young age, but then you went back to it much later in life. Can you talk about that?
I did. Well, when I was 21 years old, I got headhunted to do a show. This show was basically a freelance show that had to be done in 3 different languages at the same time. So the range of audience was quite broad. And the show was basically anything I wanted to talk about. So quite often I talked about music, current events, anything political, anything non-political, anything that came to my mind I would talk about.
So what were the 3 languages of the show?
Hindi, Punjabi, and obviously English.
Okay, and what was the city? Where was this at?
This was in Auckland.
Okay, so this was one of these kind of blended radio shows where you slip from one language to another?
It was. Well, the show was catering for everybody, basically. So the criteria was speak in a way that makes people understand, even if they don't speak the language. So the trick was to say 1/3 in English, the rest in Hindi and Punjabi, where I could, and somehow it just made sense.
How do you go about doing that? Like, did you plan it, or does it just kind of roll off your tongue?
For me, I think it's quite natural because my parents speak in Hindi and Punjabi, and so for me, English is quite natural, and so are the other 2 languages. Blending them together was never a problem.
Now, when you hear languages being switched back and forth like that, are you conscious of it, or sometimes are you not even conscious that you're speaking one language or the other?
I don't think I'm conscious of it at all. It just happens. It's a slip of tongue. All 3 languages I'm quite fluent in. So for me, to switch from one to the other is just a natural course of a day.
So since you have experience in the music industry, what do you think makes a good DJ?
A good DJ is one that's neutral when they need to be, and one who can switch sides very quickly and make things controversial from being neutral. What I mean by that is if you have an interesting topic and a caller calls you up and is very positive about it, a good DJ would be able to flip it over very quickly and say something that would make it controversial.
Now, do you think there's a certain balance, like how much you should talk and how much music should be played? And
There is absolutely a balance. Quite often people listen to radio for music. So you need to make sure that your music ratio is more than how much you talk. But the amount you talk has to be interesting, but quite limited.
all right, thanks a lot.
No, you're welcome.
So, Shafani, you were saying that you actually worked in radio from an early age. Can you talk a little bit about that?
That's right. Well, I worked on the radio at the age of 12. What basically happened was that I used to call up the radio station quite a lot, answer questions and quizzes and all that sort of stuff. And one of the announcers thought my voice was nice and so wanted me to come and work for him. Without realizing that I was 12 years old, he called me in and had me on.
So, were you a little scared? I mean, you're only 12.
It was very daunting at first. So the first couple of days, I had no idea what was going on. There was a massive microphone in front of my face, and I was told to make this show fun and interesting. So yes, it was very daunting.
Did you have any prep, or did they just stick you in front of the mic and have you react?
No, actually, there was no prompt. There were no prompts. It was all up to me. I had to come up with stuff on the spot, which was quite easy, really, because the topics were simple. It was mainly about music.
Oh, like teen stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Or anything that people called up and talked about. It's very, very childish stuff, but mainly geared at teenagers.
How did your parents feel about it?
Very proud of me, obviously. At the age of 12, their daughter was a DJ. What could be better than that? So they really enjoyed it. I remember they would listen to it every single time, record it, and then listen to it over and over again when they could.
Oh, that's fantastic. So, were you like a little celebrity at your school?
I ended up becoming one. A lot of my friends also did the same recording of my voice on the radio. It was a big thing to be a radio person and being only 12. So my friends thought it was absolutely fantastic, and they would take it to school and quite often play it around. So yeah, I ended up getting a celebrity status.
So when you were young and you were this DJ, did you envision yourself of being a DJ for a long time?
Actually, no, I hadn't. I really enjoyed it, had a lot of fun, but it was a hobby. It was never something I wanted to do as a profession.
So in the future, if you had a child and they wanted to do this, would you encourage them to do it?
I absolutely would, because if they enjoy it, and they enjoy it so much that they want to take it up as a career, why not? With me, it was a hobby.
Now, what about podcasts? Like, would you encourage young people to maybe have their own podcast?
I think that's a fantastic idea. I think it's really good to be able to express yourself, and through podcasts, they can do exactly that.
Hey, Warren.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I thought today we could talk about childhood dreams. When you were 10 years old, what did you want to be when you grew up?
Right. Well, actually, it's a little embarrassing. I wanted to be a truck driver. I thought it'd be really neat because you can just travel around everywhere and see different places all the time, and you're always on the move. But, you know, I didn't become a truck driver.
No, you didn't become a truck driver. Why is that? When did your dream change?
Well, probably when I was around 15, I thought it would be a lot cooler to be a rock star.
Rock star?
Yeah, rock star. I really liked electric guitar at the time, and a lot of my friends were into music as well. So I didn't actually start a band, but I played with a lot of different people, and sometimes I would play with some bands, but I never really stuck to it. But I did keep playing guitar, and I ended up getting pretty good.
What kind of rock star did you want to be? Did you want to be like a heavy metal rock star or a grunge rock star?
Well, I guess versatile would be the word. I like playing a lot of heavy stuff and maybe some folk music as well. So kind of eclectic.
So maybe a hippie rock star?
Yeah, maybe a hippie.
So then when you were 20, did you still want to be a rock star?
No, I didn't, but I still played guitar then. I actually wanted to be a classical guitarist by then.
Okay. What is classical guitar?
Well, it's funny you say that because it's not just classical music. Classical guitar is for one thing, it's a type of guitar. It has nylon strings, not the steel strings like you see on a folk guitar.
Okay.
And there's different styles you can play on it, like Spanish music or flamenco, South American music, some classical music like Beethoven and things like that, or Baroque music like
Does it
Bach.
have a singer with it? Or
Sometimes there are singers. Usually it's solo, but you can play some chamber music with other instruments as well. And yeah, I played some pieces with vocalists, but it wouldn't be pop music.
And so now you're older.
Mm-hmm.
did your dream come true? Did you become a classical guitarist?
I did, but I actually decided to change my dream after I became a classical guitarist.
So what's your dream now?
Well, my dream now is to become a university professor.
Oh, and are you making steps to achieve that dream?
I am actually. I'm working at a university now, not as a professor, as a part-time lecturer, but I'm taking some courses and studying hard and hoping that my future will allow me to become a professor.
Okay. Well, unless you change your dream again, I bet you'll achieve your dream, Warren. So good luck.
Oh, great. Thank you. So, Lindsay, what about your dreams? What did you want to be when you were 10 years old?
Well, when I was 10 years old, I wasn't very realistic, but I knew I wanted to be very powerful. So I thought the dream job would be Wonder Woman. She can fly anywhere. She has the powers to do good and to help everyone, and she's very badass. So I wanted to be just like her. Unfortunately, it didn't come true, as I'm not Wonder Woman right now.
No, I can see that, but it seems like you had a good imagination as a kid. But I guess that probably changed as you got older. What about when you were 15?
Well, then when I was 15, I still wanted to be very powerful and very strong, but I had a more realistic idea of what I wanted to be. But I still didn't know a lot about the world, so I just wanted to be a very powerful businesswoman. I had no idea what kind of business, and I had no idea what that actually meant, but I wanted to wear an all-black suit and have a briefcase and go to work in a nice office and drive a nice car and do something that was very powerful. But I had no idea really what a powerful businesswoman does.
Oh, well, that seems like a pretty good dream for a 15-year-old. But I guess you probably had a better idea when you were 20, so what about then?
So when I was 20, then I still wanted to be powerful and strong. I guess you can see the common theme here. But then I had even more realistic idea of actual real professions. So at that time, I was quite social. I really enjoyed going to parties. And I was living in New York at the time. So I thought the perfect job for me would be a public relations specialist. I thought I could be one of those people that plans parties or handles the PR, the publicity for celebrities. I had a dream of maybe working for Madonna or working for a famous TV show and handling all their publicity representation.
Oh, well, that's great. It seems like you had a better idea by the time you're 20. But I guess you probably have some dreams now even. So what kind of dreams do you have now?
Well, then, when I was 20, I was quite egotistical. I just only thought about myself and how I could have more money and be more powerful. But then something changed when I started traveling and seeing the world, where I decided that I'd rather have a job that does something good for the world and gives back to the community and to the people. So now I'm a teacher, and I really enjoy that, the idea of making a difference in people's lives. And in the future, maybe when I get older, I hope to start an animal shelter so that when animals are left on the street or abandoned, they can come to my shelter and I can provide a happy home for them.
Wow, that's a great vision for the future.
Thanks. So we're talking about camp today. Did you ever go to camp when you were a kid?
I did. I usually went to Cub Camp, like Boy Scouts.
Okay. Was it during the summer?
Yeah, it'd always be in the summer.
And was it for a week or a month or?
I can't recall. It probably was about a week.
About a week? What'd you do at Cub Camp?
We do different things. One thing I remember is archery.
Archery?
Yeah, like bows and arrows. So we would have a target, and we would practice trying to hit the target, and I was really bad at it. I remember always, it's quite difficult, and I would hurt my arm with the bow. But then after we were trying to get the target, I remember we did distance as well, and I was actually pretty good at that. I figured out how to get a long shot away, and I think I might be lying, but I think I maybe got the longest shot than anyone else.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. Okay, besides archery, were there other games you played or sports you did?
Yeah, well, we would learn how to canoe, and we'd swim, and we'd go on hikes. We'd learn how to navigate through the forest with a compass,
Okay.
things like that.
Did you learn how to start fire without matches?
We did, yeah. We would use 2 sticks, rub them together, start a fire.
Wow.
Yeah.
What would you guys do at night? Would you play games or have campfires?
Yeah, we'd always have a campfire at night. We'd sing some songs like Kumbaya, and put on some skits and tell ghost stories. But my favorite thing to do at the campfire was roast marshmallows.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, I'd spend hours trying to find the perfect stick to carve and roast marshmallows on. And sometimes we'd even make the chocolate s'mores with the marshmallows.
So that food was good. How was the other food?
I don't have any memories of it being good, so I don't think it was very good. We would all eat together in a mess hall, much like yourself. And actually, I remember getting really sick one time, and my parents had to come and pick me up, and I think I got a bit of food poisoning.
Oh, wow. From the food in the Cub Scout camp?
Yeah, that's
wow. Okay. Final question. So you were away from your family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that hard or easy?
Oh, it was easy. I remember feeling a little freer and more independent, away from my parents. Less rules, less regulations.
You weren't homesick at all?
No, I never did get homesick. Even when my parents came to pick me up that time when I was sick, I really didn't want to go home.
Oh, too bad you got food poisoning.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Warren.
Lindsay, we're both teachers, and sometimes our students go off to camp over the summer break. Did you ever go to camp when you were younger?
I did go to camp. The camp I went to was called Pilgrim Pines.
Oh, what was that like?
It was great. It was 1 week away from my family, and each person got to take care of an animal. Some people took care of horses, some people took care of sheep, but I got the lucky task of taking care of Xanadu the llama.
What was that like?
Oh, it was awesome. When I was a kid, my favorite animal was a llama, so that's why we looked into this camp to begin with. And I had to brush it, and I had to feed the llama. And it was such a sweet llama that I really fell in love with it. And every day I'd wake up, feed the llama, and brush it. And then in the afternoon I'd also come and visit the llama. Xanadu was his name. But a couple of times he got mad. I can't remember why actually he was upset. But when llamas are mad, do you know what they do?
I don't know.
They actually spit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and you have to be, and then if they spit at you, that means they're really upset, and they can be dangerous. I mean, I was only 10 at the time, so the llama was a lot bigger than me.
Mm-hmm.
And one time it spit at me, and the spit got stuck in my hair, and it was this really thick, gross, mucousy spit.
Oh.
And that really struck an image in my mind. I can't ever kind of forget that llama spitting at me. And then after, I think, for a day, I was afraid of the llama. And then my camp counselor, who was in charge of all the children, had a talk with me and told me how, sometimes llamas get mad just like people get mad.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to forgive the llama. And I did. And then the next day I went and fed the llama and brushed the llama, and everything was back to normal. But it was a really good experience to learn how to take care of a pet.
Mm-hmm.
And a good experience to be away from my family for the first time.
So I guess there were other kids at the camp too. Did you guys all eat together?
Yeah, we had a mess hall, they called it, which is basically cafeteria. The food was disgusting. I remember losing a lot of weight when I came home,
Mm-hmm.
and my mom would send me packages of chocolate and cookies, and I would eat it all. But yes, we all ate together, this gross cafeteria slob food, like Sloppy Joe for lunch,
Right.
or just imagine turkey and gravy for dinner, but the turkey was kind of a blue color or something.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was just a little bit gross. But and at one time we had a food fight, and that was absolutely amazing. this one kid got upset. The other kid threw some mashed potatoes, and the next thing you know, turkey's flying, mashed potatoes flying, everyone's getting involved, and that was really fun.
Hi, Jake. How are you today?
Good. How are you, Shirley?
Not too bad, thanks. I thought we might talk about folk heroes today.
Sure.
I don't really know much about American folk heroes. Are there
Sure.
any that you have a favorite or?
Well, actually, my hometown in the United States happens to be known as one of the hometowns for Paul Bunyan. And
I think I've heard of that name, but I don't know anything about him.
Paul Bunyan was a lumberjack. Like, he would cut down trees.
Okay.
And he was supposedly a very giant man. He was huge. And I don't know if he actually ever lived in some time in the past, but maybe he was just a very large man, but somehow the stories have been passed down to say that he was as large as a house or as large as a skyscraper, or it completely depends on who you ask.
Wow. So, not sure whether he's a mythical character or a real character.
No one really knows for sure.
What did he do?
Well, some people say that he took his axe and he dragged it behind his back across the United States, and he made the Mississippi River.
So it's a kind of story to explain why something exists.
That's part of it. And also, he had a pet, too. His pet is very famous.
And what kind of pet?
His pet was an ox, but it wasn't just an ordinary ox. It was a blue ox, and it was also oversized to
Okay.
fit with his size.
What did his pet do?
Well, his pet, I think, would just carry lumber for him or something.
So, about when did this story start? I mean, when did Paul Bunyan become famous, or when did people know about that story?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but like your country, the United States is a very young country and has a very young history since the European settlers came there. So I think it's maybe from a couple hundred years ago, maybe at the most.
Okay.
You've lived in 3 different parts of the world, so is there any difference between each part in terms of physical contact?
Yeah, I have lived in Hong Kong, Guam, and the U.S. Hong Kong is in Asia, Guam is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and the U.S. is American culture. So in Hong Kong, I think most people would not touch each other, just give each other a little bow. I find that a bow is very common in Asia. If you're very good friends, you wouldn't really hug. Hugging, I think, is a very American thing to do. I think you would just touch each other on the shoulder or give each other a side embrace, a mini hug. In Guam, you would definitely greet your friends and family with a kiss on the cheek. A handshake is much too formal for island culture because island culture is so relaxed and laid back. You would only do a handshake with business partners or in a really formal setting. But usually a kiss on the cheek is what you receive and give when you see your family and friends. In the US, hugging is most common, I think, for friends and family. But if you're not friends and family, a handshake would probably be the most common.
Is the handshakes always the same, or is there different styles of handshake?
From what I've observed, Guam has American culture, so Guam handshakes and US handshakes are the same. I think in Hong Kong, it's got a British background, so that's also very similar. I don't see any difference with the handshake.
So what about young people? Is there a different way they interact physically with each other?
Yes, definitely. In Guam, I always see people do a fist bump for close buddies of theirs. Girls would definitely hug and give each other a kiss. In Hong Kong, I don't see the fist bump often. I don't think I've ever seen it at all, actually. But for close friends, I think a side embrace or a semi-embrace would happen, but mostly just some form of touch or acknowledgement of the other person. I think it's also very common for people of the same sex to hold hands in Asia and just be friends. Woman and woman hold each other's hands if they are very, very, very good friends. And it's apparently very normal. I don't know about a guy holding another guy's hand, but if a woman and a woman hold each other's hands, it does not signal that they are together as a couple. It might just signal that they are very, very good friends or sisters.
In Australia, that would be very strange.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it? Even in America and Guam. So, Nick, let's talk about touching and holding hands and physical touch with your significant other. Do you and your partner hold hands when you go out in the street?
We hold hands all the time. Initially, when we first went out, holding hands was the first thing we did. They've progressively moved on from there to kissing, but holding hands was certainly the first thing we did in our relationship.
Do you remember when you first tried to hold her hand, or did she try to hold your hand first?
I made the first move. We were sitting on the couch watching a movie, and I was getting a bit nervous, and I couldn't quite concentrate on the movie, so I moved my hand over to hers, and she reciprocated and moved on from there. So,
you know, that's funny that you bring that up, because one of the most common moves that is made fun of in movies as well is when the guy takes a big yawn, a fake yawn, and he opens his arms wide and places it around the girl's shoulder and thus embraces her. But he had to do it because he yawned.
In my experience, like my first hug was like that as well. So it was just a bit of an excuse I was reaching for something, and then suddenly my hand went around, and she didn't mind. So
That's
it was a
very
good sign.
good. And what about kissing? Do you kiss a lot in public, in the streets?
Rarely in public, because we find it makes other people uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true. I find that when I see couples kissing or making out in public, I usually think to myself, why don't you get a room?
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to see that. You just want to be having a conversation with them, or you don't want them to be constantly distracted.
So, Shirley, we were talking about childhood memories, and you're from Scotland. There's anything from your childhood that you can tell us?
I know I've got a really funny story, actually. Maybe I was about 10 years old or something, and we used to have this little kind of shack in the countryside that we were dragged to every weekend, and away from civilization, you know, and no running water, no electricity. So we kids had to make our own fun. I've got my brothers, myself, and a couple of cousins. We would always go there at weekends or school holidays or something. And I mean, one of the highlight of our weekends was to go to the Sunday school, the Sunday morning church service. And one of the reasons this was attractive to the kids was because they bribed us to go there by giving us sweets when we got there. So it was great. So we always went anyway. It was a church service for about an hour and singing hymns and stuff like that. Anyway, this one Sunday we arrived early, about half an hour early. There was nobody there. The church wasn't open yet. So it was, as most people know, it rains a lot in Scotland. So on that rainy day, we all were wearing our cagoules, which is a kind of a rain jacket with a big pocket in the front. And while we were waiting for everybody else to arrive, we started just kind of playing around in the trees. There was a little river nearby. And it was at the time of year when the tadpoles were turning into baby frogs. So we got this crazy idea to collect all these. I mean, I'm talking hundreds of frogs were around. So we all got a big handful of baby frogs, put them in this big pocket of our cagoule, went off into church. So there we are. We're kind of in the middle of the crowd. You know, we weren't at the front or the back, kind of in the middle. And everybody's standing up singing the hymns and really getting into, you know, the church singing and stuff like that. And then we decided that we would get the frogs out. So each of us, one at a time, each of us kids one at a time, kind of crouched down as if we were tying our shoelace and let all these frogs out of our pockets. So these tiny little frogs started jumping all over the church. And there's all these ladies in their Sunday best and started squealing and screaming, and the minister didn't know what was going on, and he's trying to keep everybody calm, and we're just singing along with the hymn, you know, we're really innocent, and they had no idea, because they didn't see us do it, so they had no idea what had happened. And yeah, I mean, we got away with it. We didn't get told off because we didn't get caught. And yeah, after the church service, you know, we had such a laugh after the church service. And yeah, that's one of my greatest childhood memories, getting up to mischief with my brothers.
Monica, you mentioned a farm homestay in New Zealand. Have you ever actually lived on a farm?
I haven't lived on a farm as such, but I've visited family friends who have lived on farms.
Oh, did you like it?
Yeah, I remember loving visiting my family friends on farms. Yeah, especially riding horses. I loved riding horses when I was young.
So are you good? Are you an equestrian professional?
I wouldn't say that. I do remember one time my mother always seems to tell people this story about when I was young, and we were at her friend's farm. I was on a horse, and the horse took off, and I was only about, I think, 10 at the time, and I was hanging off the side of this horse, and my mother was really worried for me.
Yeah.
And then when the horse finally stopped, she, you know, she came running up and asked me if I was okay and things. And apparently I said to her, "Oh, it's okay. I wanted it to go fast."
That's cute. You're lucky you didn't get hurt, though.
Yeah, wow. I guess I just didn't sense the danger.
Actually, I kind of grew up on a farm. My grandfather had a ranch growing up, so I spent every summer on his ranch. So I have quite the, I don't know, I guess I have a lot of experience.
Oh,
on a farm.
okay.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I remember when I was young, I thought the life on a farm was just the best. I mean, I had it so good, and I loved everything about living on a farm, and I thought when I was going to get older, I would want to be on a farm, but now that I'm older, I couldn't imagine doing it ever again.
Oh, what can't you imagine doing?
I don't know. I guess I just couldn't imagine all that work. And I think I'm just so addicted to city life or suburban life, and living in a house and just, you know, doing work on computers and things like that. I couldn't go back to that lifestyle. But when I was young, I have to admit, I enjoyed it a lot. So how about you? Could you see yourself moving and living on a farm?
Well, yeah, I think my thoughts are similar to yours in that I'm very used to being inside using a computer, and I'm used to a very different lifestyle to one that involves being on a farm. But yeah, I've never had a long period of time where I've stayed on a farm like you, so yeah, maybe it's a bit different for me.
In Australia, there's lots of snakes as well. Is there snakes in Guam?
Oh, yeah.
there's plenty of snakes in Guam. One of which is very famous is the brown tree snake. Now, the brown tree snake was brought over to Guam a long time ago in cargo ships when it hid in the cargo, and the cargo was unloaded onto the docks of Guam. So when these brown tree snakes were accidentally released onto Guam soil, they subsequently destroyed most of Guam's bird population. Can you believe that?
Oh, that's amazing. So, yeah, introductions like that can cause disasters for wildlife.
Yeah, exactly. And because these brown tree snakes destroyed most of the bird life on Guam, we've lost a lot of beautiful tropical birds that used to live on Guam. Another thing that I can think of that was introduced to Guam but isn't a wild animal is a wild plant. And we call it a Japanese bonsai leaf, actually. And I believe bonsai means suicide or something in Japanese. But what these leaves do is that they grow and grow, and they look like vines. So they cover loads and loads of trees and good wildlife that are out there. Plant life. And they keep these plant life from growing because they essentially ambush them and keep sunlight from ever reaching them.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah. So if you can imagine a building covered completely in really thick vine, that's how these Japanese bonsai leaves work. They completely shroud and cover all of the good plant life that we have on Guam. So we've lost a lot of good plant life, beautiful different types of leaves and bushes and flowers. Yeah. So in addition to losing all of our bird life, we've also lost a lot of this plant life to this introduction of a foreign plant species to Guam.
Is there any natural disasters which happen?
Yeah, there's plenty of natural disasters. Guam is actually right on the coast of a reef formation called the Marianas Trench, and underneath in this trench is the lowest part of the world, the deepest part of the world.
Wow.
Yeah, so if we joke about it, we joke that Guam's highest mountain, Mount Lam Lam, is actually the highest mountain in the world if you count off from its base, which is in the Marianas Trench, the lowest part of the world.
Wow, that's amazing. So there must be good diving if you talk about barrier reefs.
Yeah, there's plenty of good diving. It's got really great diving like you would find in Hawaii or in the Great Barrier Reef. And many, many tourists from all over Asia come to Guam to scuba dive because there are great spots, and it's the closest U.S. soil they can get to.
Ah, I see. But in Australia, in the Great Barrier Reefs, there's lots of dangerous animals. Is that the case in Guam as well? Or?
Well, actually, that's funny you should ask. There has been a recent article about a guy in Guam, a very young guy who was scuba diving, and he got stung by a lionfish.
Huh.
But that is the extent of the dangerous animals of Guam. You'd have to go out into the deep sea to find more dangerous animals. But I think the most dangerous ones we have are quite small. Things like the lionfish, which I just mentioned. He just got stung, but it wasn't anything terrible. We do have reef sharks, but they are not great white sharks, so they're quite small. And smaller poisonous things like triggerfish. Those you just have to be careful about whenever you're scuba diving. But other than that, there's not much dangerous in the sea.
Great.
So, Clan, you're from Trinidad and Tobago, and you were saying that your country has a very diverse multicultural mix.
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
Oh, sure. Trinidad and Tobago mostly were made up of people from Africa, African descent, who came as slaves, and Indians who came from India mostly. I think we also may have some from parts of Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. But they came as indentured laborers closer to when slavery was being abolished. And these two groups actually make up the two largest ethnic groups in Trinidad. However, there's a lot of mixing. It's very difficult to find someone in Trinidad and Tobago who is extremely purely of one ethnic group, because everyone is sort of mixed. We have also a lot of whites or Caucasians who are native to Trinidad and Tobago, who speak exactly like me with my Caribbean accent. And many people find it very strange because they will walk around in Trinidad and think that they're tourists, but realize that they're actually native Trinidadians. And many also come from Europe to settle in Trinidad after retirement and have their families here. So this is how they came to stay here. We have a very large Chinese population, and it's growing because now the government is encouraging immigrants from China to come in to help us with our development to build our capital city. So we have a lot of Chinese. We have a lot of Colombians, Venezuelans, people coming from South and Central America, migrating to Trinidad because Spanish is now being promoted as a second language for Trinidad. So street signs in our capital city are in English and Spanish. So with all of this mixing of different people, it's very, as I said, very difficult to find one person who is of just one ethnic group. And it's reflected in our food, it's reflected in the kind of music we listen to, sometimes in the way we dress. For me, for example, I am mostly of African descent, but my dad is mixed with people from South American ethnicity and Chinese. So, as I said, although I am mostly African, everybody still has a little bit of something in them.
Okay, Monica, we're going to debate winning in sports, especially for young people. So do you think that winning should be stressed with sports, with, let's say, high school athletes?
Well, it depends on the situation and what they're training for. But generally, I think that winning is overemphasized in sport. I think that participation is more important. Yeah.
Why would you say that?
Well, I think if you concentrate too much on winning, then the problem is if you don't win, you don't enjoy the sport. So the emphasis is shifted from enjoyment to basically results. So I think it can be quite damaging.
Right. Well, I kind of agree with what you're saying. And actually, I played high school sports, and I was never very good. And I always wish I participated more than I did. But I actually think that the focus on winning in some ways is quite important, and that it does serve a good purpose to have a focus on winning rather than on participation. I think the main reason is because when you focus on winning, that drives everybody to be better. So if you want to win, if you want to be on the team, etc., you have to force yourself to be better, and it's the carrot on the end of the stick, and it makes people train harder, work harder. It sets a goal for them, and it kind of prepares them for life. That sometimes you fail, and sometimes you don't get what you want, and so that's why sports and the whole focus on winning is good, because it's exactly how life is in the real world.
I would tend to argue the other way and say that actually sport doesn't reflect life in terms of winning and losing. I mean, let's take a work situation. It's not about winning or losing. It's about cooperating with people that you work with. And so if you have had an upbringing where you've been in a sports team that has been overly competitive, you could transfer that competitiveness into a workplace, and it can be counterproductive because it may mean that you're just not very good at being a team player in a work environment.
That's actually a really good point. But you could also argue that actually, even a work environment is like sport, and that you have teamwork and you have to work together. And if you don't work together in a very productive way, maybe you'll be out of a job or your company won't be productive. So you need to have that instinct to continually drive to be better than other people. And it sounds really brutal, but I think that's just how business works.
Well, you're talking about work being business, but I mean, I'm a teacher, and it brings me to quite an interesting discussion that's taking place now in teaching, which is two different kind of political views, really, in terms of teachers, because people want high standards in terms of their teachers, and one idea is to rate teachers in comparison to other teachers and basically give the top teachers incentives so that they get paid more than teachers who aren't as good as them. But the counter argument to that is that it creates a really hostile environment in the workplace, and in a school where you really need teachers to work together. I'm not sure that that's the best way to go.
Yeah, well, that's another debate for another day. But,
is that a cop-out or what?
So, Monica, you actually are a trained physical education teacher.
Yes, that's right.
So we often hear about how kids today are not fit and they don't exercise enough. Do you think that's true?
I think it is true, yes. I think kids these days spend a lot more time on the computer than they used to. So, of course, that means less time outside and getting fit.
Now, in some countries, there's a big debate about how much fitness kids actually do in school. So in your country, in New Zealand, do kids still do a lot of fitness actually in school?
Well, reasonably recently, the PE curriculum got amalgamated with the health curriculum. So PE and health were considered to be important in school. And the health side of the curriculum is often taught in the classroom, and of course the PE side is often taught outside the classroom. And there is always debate about how much kids should be doing inside school. In fact, very recently, now that it has become quite a big problem in New Zealand for teenagers, there has been talk about increasing the number of PE lessons that students have. But the current Prime Minister, I think, believes that the emphasis should be put on out-of-school activities like clubs and encouraging students to become more involved in that side of things.
What do you feel? Do you think that it should be?
I actually agree, to be honest, because I think if you increase the number of PE lessons that students have in a week, it doesn't actually necessarily increase their motivation to be involved in physical activity. But if, like he's suggesting, you increase the opportunities outside of school, students maybe become involved in a sport that they choose, that they like to do, and they hopefully can take it on as a lifetime sport, which is important.
But wouldn't the counter argument be that only kids that actually have a natural inclination to play sports will want to join those clubs, and that the kids that are more sedentary or don't enjoy physical activity won't join a club, and so you need to actually make them do fitness in school?
Yeah, that's true. That is a counter argument, and a very good one.
So I guess
to argue on some other occasion. Of course, I can talk about that side of the argument as well, if you want me to.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So, but basically, you say it's both sides make a good point.
So, Chantal, you were saying that you grew up in a small town and had a very rustic life, but then you moved overseas to Italy, correct?
Yes, I moved to Bologna, Italy.
Wow, that's such a huge transition. What was that like? And why did you move to Italy?
Oh, wow. So I moved to Italy because I was studying abroad during my junior year at university. And so I was to do a immersion program at the University of Bologna, which means all of my classes were in Italian, all of my homework, all of my exams, everything was completely in Italian. And I also had to find my own housing, which was also the first time I found housing on my own, because I had always lived in the university dorms at my university in the United States. And so, yeah, to navigate, a new city, a city in general, and then finding my first apartment and learning how to survive a new university system, it was exhilarating and very exciting, and I loved it.
That's so cool. So, what was it like when you first got to Italy? Did you have culture shock? I mean, because you came from a small town environment, and now you're living in a big city in Europe.
I think my friends would probably say that I was very quick to trust everyone. As I mentioned before, growing up in a small town, I knew all my neighbors, and I was very trusting of strangers and very welcoming, and I still am. But in hindsight, when I moved to Italy, I think I was maybe a little too naive sometimes, and especially not knowing the language, it was easy to sort of put my trust or my faith in someone when I needed help, because I needed help often, whether for translating or even just grocery shopping. And so sometimes I think I look back and I'm like, oh, maybe I should have walked away a little bit sooner or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, so compare life in Italy to life in the States. What was it like? How was it different?
Life in Italy feels so much slower. People are still very productive, and they're very passionate, and they go to their jobs and they go to work, but there's just this sense of how important it is to enjoy your time and to enjoy your time with family and with friends. So, for example, I feel like in the United States, people, and this is very general, but I feel like people have their jobs and they work really hard, and to the point where maybe they're so tired they go home and they just want to watch Netflix or watch TV and relax, and that's their way of relaxing, is being at home. And in Italy, it feels like the way people recharge and the way that they relax and get their energy back is being in the company of their friends and being in the company of their family. So they'll finish work and everyone will meet up for a drink in the center of town, and it's not to drink a lot, it's really just to have a glass of wine, eat some delicious food, and just sit and talk, but about nothing really. Just enjoy the time, and eventually people decide to go home, but it'll be hours later, even though they're exhausted from work. But that's how they relax, and that's how they get their energy back, and they go to work the next day and are productive, and I really enjoyed that the most.
I can relate to that. I was in Spain for about 2 months just traveling around, and the one thing that I still remember the most is that I would go into a little pub or a bar late at night, 10 o'clock at night, and there would be old people. And I'm not talking like 50 or 60. I'm talking like 75 years old maybe. And they're well-dressed, and they're sitting at a table with their friends, and I could never imagine that happening in the United States. And it was so impressive. I was so impressed by that. that people really in the later years of their life still had that social spirit. They go out, they socialize, they have a good time. And we're talking late at night, like 10 o'clock. You would never see that in America, ever.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's very similar in Italy, too.
So what about the food? I hear the food is fantastic. Everyone, raves about Italian food.
Yes, it is so good, and I probably, wow, where to begin with food? I love the cheeses. There's just so many different kinds of cheese, and I'm a huge cheese, meat, jam person, and so the combination of having all of that available in Italy, and especially the different regions are known for different foods. So sometimes you can't even eat a specific type of food unless you're in that city, or otherwise you'd have to pay a lot to get it at a different part of the country. So yeah, I mean, pizzas were delicious too. I know it's stereotypical, but the pizzas were awesome, and they're so different than the U.S. They're so thin, super, super thin. There's no like deep dish pizza in Italy or double crust or cheese-filled crust that doesn't exist.
Exactly. Like it melts in your mouth, right?
Yeah, and it's so delicious, and pastas, of course, are great, and their wines are delicious too, and yeah, I miss Italian food a lot.
Well, I am thinking of going there, so you'll have to give me some tips.
I would love to.
So I'm here with Chantal, and we both are from the United States, and we both are teachers in Japan. So I thought we would talk a little bit about some of the stereotypes that people might have in other countries, for example, Japan or other countries, about Americans. So first, we're going to talk about hamburgers. Okay, so hamburgers. How often do you actually eat a hamburger?
Hamburgers. I would say it's actually not that often. Although I love hamburgers, I love them very much, but maybe only a couple times a month or so.
Yeah, I agree. I think hamburgers is the one thing that does not meet the stereotype that we don't eat them that often. Like, I never have hamburgers in America.
Okay.
Pretty much never. Like, I'll have them if somebody's barbecuing it, maybe for a picnic or something. Yeah, and if I do eat fast food, it's usually not a hamburger. I eat something else. Like, I eat tacos or burritos, right?
Yeah.
I don't eat hamburgers. So that's one. I think hamburgers don't really match the stereotype myth.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
agree. I agree, especially because I know many of my students here in Japan, they will ask me often what I eat for lunch. And before I respond, because they're playing a joke on me, they'll say like, "Oh, hamburger." And I have to tell them that, now I do live in Japan, but in the United States, I don't typically eat hamburgers every day.
Yeah.
But that is a lot of what they think. They think that I eat hamburgers regularly, or at least fast food, but their image of fast food is only hamburgers.
So true. And actually, the funny side story to that, or contrary story, would be, sushi. So we both teach in Japan, and I think most people think that you eat sushi all the time in Japan. And it's almost the equivalent of the hamburger. You don't eat it that much.
That is so true.
Right?
So true. I cannot say how true that is.
Or another one, we're talking about stereotypes, would be sumo. So Japanese people are not that into sumo, really, right? But it's an iconic thing.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the point of baseball.
Yes.
So do you actually like baseball?
I do. I love baseball. I do. And I used to go to some games in the United States. In San Francisco, I went to several Giants games growing up. So I do enjoy baseball. Do you enjoy baseball?
I do. I have to admit, like I played baseball when I was younger. I loved baseball. But I do think it's not as popular as people think it is. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think that like a lot of people like it, you like it, I like it, but a lot of people could care less about baseball.
Most of the time, I think I hear people say it's a slow sport, it's boring, no one wants to watch it. They're much more inclined to watch basketball or football instead of baseball.
So true.
So I want to ask you about when is the right age to have stuff or to start doing stuff. What do you think is the right age to start having a phone?
Oh, I think for security reasons, to keep the child safe, perhaps maybe about 11 or 12, when they start going around places without their parents.
Yeah.
It would be a way for me to contact my daughter. Even now, my daughter's only 6 and she doesn't have a phone. That's far too young, I believe. However, she walks to school by herself.
Yeah.
And walks home by herself, and that stresses me out. For her safety. So there are times where I wish I could phone her or text her, but she doesn't have a phone, and I do believe that 6 is far too young to have a phone.
A little bit too young.
Yes. So purely for security reasons, I think probably around 11 or 12.
How old were you when you first got your phone?
Oh, well, I'm an old person, so people didn't have mobile phones. I was reaching the end of high school. I was, I think, 17 when I got my first mobile phone. And it was a big brick. But again, that was for, I guess security reasons.
Yeah.
My parents got it for me. I was going out, I'd started going out at night, going to concerts, and I was beginning to be allowed going into bars and things, 17, 18. So, yeah, it was a good security thing. My parents were appreciative of being able to contact me.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you? How old were you when you first got your mobile phone?
Oh, goodness. I was about 12 or 13. I was really young.
Okay.
And I only got my first mobile phone, or my first cell phone, because my best friend had got the same one. And I wanted to send picture messages to her. It was back in the old days where you couldn't send photos, you couldn't take photos.
Picture messages. I couldn't even
messages.
send picture messages. Mine was just text, pressing the same button over and over again.
Oh yeah. So I never really used it as a way of security. I just used it to send really overpriced picture messages to my friend for absolutely no reason. It was such a waste. And to play Snake. Do you remember Snake?
Oh yeah,
the
Snake.
little game that you could play on your phone.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't use it for a good use, I think. I just used it to waste time.
Fair enough.
ridiculous.
Well, you're 12, you said, right?
12, 13, yeah.
Well, that sounds age appropriate, I think. Age appropriate use.
Yeah, it's a good time to start wasting your time. Good age to start wasting time.
Yeah.
So, what do you think is a good age for girls to start wearing makeup?
I think it depends on the kind of makeup that they're wearing and the purpose, because to me it seems like there are two different kinds. There are young girls who wear play makeup.
Yeah.
It's a toy. It washes off easily,
Yeah.
garish colors, very mild on the skin, and it's literally just coloring in their face.
Yeah.
It's not enhancing their features or trying to look, as society thinks, beautiful. They're not covering up any pimples or spots. It's not like that. It's just coloring in their face, trying to look more like a princess. And I have a 6-year-old daughter, and she loves makeup. She has her own young toy makeup,
Yeah.
and she asks permission to wear it, and I let her wear it. I've bought some for her. I make sure that she can only do it if she has a clean face and clean hands, and that she washes it off properly at the end, and that she tidies it away afterwards.
That's good.
She's actually on her final warning, because she used to leave it out, and I've warned her I will throw it in the bin. Because I have a toddler, and she wants to see what her big sister's doing, and she wants to play with it, so she grabs it and makes a mess everywhere. So yeah, 6-year-old is on her final warning. So I guess to answer your question, my 6-year-old is wearing her play makeup already. So it doesn't bother me.
How old were you when you started wearing makeup?
Well, I love makeup, and that's probably where my daughter got it from. I wanted to wear makeup from a young age, the way my daughter does. I wasn't allowed. It was forbidden. And I first actually managed to buy a secret lipstick when I was about 9 or 10.
Secret lipstick?
Yeah, I had to hide it from my mum. And she would only let me wear lip gloss when I was that age, and I wasn't allowed to wear any lipstick, so I had to buy a secret one. And I was always so interested in my grandmother's makeup and my mum's makeup as well, but she never really wore much. She has a very simple sort of beauty routine. I'm much more interested in it than she ever was. So I don't know where I inherited that from, but my daughter's definitely inherited that from me. So maybe because it was forbidden for me, that's why I was drawn to it more.
Makes it more tantalizing.
I think so. That could be it. But yeah, it's a real hobby for me. I really, really love it. I wish I had more money to purchase more. You can never have enough.
Never have too many lipsticks.
I know, it's true.
What do you think about boys wearing makeup?
If they want to wear makeup, then they should. Like, it annoys me, this horrible idea and concept of like men and boys have to be manly. Like, what is manly? For me, makeup is an art. It really is. It's artistry. And if they're feeling bad about their skin, the way I feel bad about my skin, right? If I have pimples or spots, I'm lucky. I get to just cover it up with like foundation and concealer, bit of blusher. It makes me feel better. But if there's like a boy who has, going through teenage years and he's got bad skin and he wants to cover it up, and his macho friends catch him wearing it, or whatever, people in school catch him wearing it, and it can be a really bad situation for him. And I think that is awful. It is really, really terrible. I think boys should wear makeup as they like. I actually follow quite a lot of makeup artists on social media, and I look at many, many pictures of different products and the art that they produce. And I follow male makeup artists as well, and the skills they have are unbelievable. The blending skills,
contouring.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
the blending skills and like covering up, basically just like covering up their whole face and putting a new face on top of it.
It's pretty impressive.
It's really impressive. It's so amazing. I would really enjoy a makeup lesson from from some of the artists that I follow on different social media sites.
Absolutely.
So your favorite age group is the junior high school age.
Yeah.
Do you have much experience teaching younger children?
Younger children, like toddler age?
Well, how about elementary school?
Yeah, elementary school I've been teaching for about 5 or 6 years. They're fine. You just have to be a bit silly with those kids.
Yes.
Just have a good time. Can't really be too serious when you're teaching young kids because they're still kids.
That's true. So how about younger than that? How about the kindergarten age? How are they for you?
They're probably my Achilles heel. I'm not great with kindergarten students or younger than that because they don't respond to reason.
Right.
Yeah. So they're difficult for me to teach. I prefer teaching older students. How about you? What kind of age range do you like teaching?
I think I appreciate all parts of all age groups. Every group has its pros and cons. Recently, I've been teaching university students, and I think I'm remembering how much I enjoy it because they are adults, and you can treat them like adults, and you can still have a bit of silly fun with them too.
Yeah.
So these days, I think I prefer teaching the older students, the university age students. You can really go into topics quite deeply.
Yeah.
And you can get some interesting answers from some students. Other students, of course, you can't.
Everyone's different, right?
Yes, you just have to find a way of teasing their potential out of all of them, I think.
Is there a group that you don't like teaching?
I'm not used to junior high school children, junior high school students. I don't have any experience with them, so that would make me nervous, I think.
How do you think they would be different to university students?
I think, from what I mentioned before, the teenagers, the hormones, I think that would be different. There's it's bubbling inside them, all of these changes of feelings and emotions, and they have so many things to deal with. Pressure of growing up and I think that can be more challenging. But I think it's important as a teacher to try to remember what it was like when you were that age.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing that will help you.
Absolutely. So what do you think about teaching young children, like babies? How are you with that?
I do really enjoy that. Babies are awesome. They have their own set of needs, but usually the very young classes come with, the parents are there too, so it's kind of a group-led situation, teacher-led group, and yeah, it's good fun for me. They're very cute and squishy, and and very not uncontrollable. What's the word?
Unpredictable?
That's it. Completely unpredictable. One day they can be in the best mood ever, and then the next day they're just a nightmare.
I think that's why I'm terrified of them. Because they're so unpredictable. I don't like it.
Yeah, that's true. And the bodily functions too,
Yeah, no thanks.
There's
No
all of
thanks.
that.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to deal with that. No, thank you. No, thank you. No bodily functions.
So, Katie, you're a teacher.
Yes.
What is your favorite age group of students?
Probably my favorite age group is around the junior high school age, so from about 11 to 15.
Okay.
I think they're the most interesting to teach.
What makes them so interesting?
Well, they already have personalities, and they're like almost adults, but not quite adults. So it's interesting to see, I think it's just really interesting to teach them and see how they respond to stuff. It's very different from adults, and it's very different from children, but it's kind of almost there, but not quite.
Yeah, that sort of bridging age group.
Yeah.
I guess.
So they're still young kids, so I can still teach them stuff, but they're old enough to also do stuff by themselves.
Yes.
So it's like the perfect age group to teach, I think.
Yeah, independence.
Yeah.
That's right. What about things like behavior and attitude? I just imagine that age group to be quite challenging. I mean, there's a lot of hormones going on, and personalities are forming. So
usually when in their first year of junior high school, they're fine because they're still babies. They've gone from being the oldest kids in elementary school to like the babies at junior high school. But when they get to second year,
yeah,
that's when they start getting like a bit moody, a bit hormonal, a bit grumpy in class. But then when they go to third grade, that's when they start becoming normal people again, I think.
So second year's the challenging year.
Yeah, the terrible twos. Yeah.
Well, that works in both ways,
yeah,
huh? It does. So do you have any particular strategies or tips for dealing with that difficult age?
I think why they're so moody is because they're almost adults, like they're becoming adults. So if you stop treating them like kids and start treating them like adults, talking to them like adults,
right,
treating them like you treat an adult, then they respond better to that than if you like just shout at them like you would a kid, or if you discipline them like you would a kid. Yeah, just treat them more like adults and they respond to it really well, I think.
So you find they step up to the expectations.
Most of the time.
Have you ever had any particularly challenging moments in the classroom?
Yeah.
Silly question, really, isn't
it? Of course,
it?
yeah. I mean, I've had kids like throw textbooks out the window.
Oh,
I've
really?
had kids like punch their fists through walls. I've had lots of angry kids, but they're very rare. I've had lots of them, but they're rare.
That's an interesting.
Yeah. In terms of like overall in a class, there's usually only one in each class that's a troubled student. But I mean, that's anywhere. That happens anywhere.
That's true. So how do you deal with troubled students?
I think that's a very difficult question. There's no like textbook way of dealing with troubled students in general, because every kid's different. Every kid has a different problem. Every kid is acting out for a different reason. So you have to find out why they're troubled, why they're acting out, and try and deal with it in the best way you can. Yeah, don't get angry is probably my best advice, even though you feel like strangling them sometimes. But just try and be patient, try and figure out why they're acting out, and just deal with it from there.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, staying calm is probably the best option, isn't it?
And the 1 time out of 10 is when you really need to get really angry. That's the scary time.
Yeah, sometimes they just need to know because there may be children with, just personalities, strong personalities, and they just are maybe showing off to the class, being a clown, and they just need that one moment where you show them, you have to listen to me, I am the boss, kind of thing. Just get your power back.
Okay, so Meg, we're talking about baking, and in the last interview, you mentioned cake pops and some other stuff. Now, you also mentioned truffles. What is a truffle?
A truffle is, it's a little chocolate candy, or it can be not so tiny, but it's not huge. It's like bite-sized chocolate candy with something in the inside that's called ganache, which is can be a chocolate or a different flavor, kind of creamy or a little more firm, and then coated in chocolate. So it's a chocolate candy, basically.
Okay. Now, I sometimes hear the word truffles like something that pigs find under trees. Is it the same word?
No. Well, same word, but those are a type of mushroom, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's truffles mushroom, and then there's truffles chocolate candy. So I guess be careful which one you're ordering if you're at the store.
Right, and they have nothing to do with each other.
No, I mean, maybe someone has made a mushroom chocolate truffle before,
Right.
I'm not sure, but not me.
Okay, so are truffles easy to make?
They're time consuming. So I don't think they're difficult to make, but you have to have the time to put in because you need to make the inside chocolate part first and mix together the ingredients and then I always did it by hand, form all the little balls so that you can dip them in chocolate. And so one batch I could usually get maybe 60 truffles, so probably I had to spend a few hours working on a batch of truffles.
Wow, can you go through the process? Like, how do you make them from start to finish?
So probably my favorite ones are like an espresso chocolate kind where I need some chopped up chocolate, more like baking chocolate or really dark chocolate, or if you want milk chocolate, you can use it. And then mix that with some heavy cream and butter on the stove, and if there's any flavor you're going to add. And so if it's like a coffee flavor, you can add some coffee grinds and later strain them out. So it has that flavor. And then,
that's the inner part that you're making. That's like, what's that called again?
Ganache.
Ganache. Okay.
And so then you've made that, and so it's still pretty thin, more liquidy, and so you need to put it in the fridge to let it firm up that recipe can take a few hours before it's ready. And then once it's ready, I just use like a small spoon to scoop a little out and then use my hands to roll it into like a ball shape. And then let that sit. And I might have to put it back in the fridge because your hands kind of warm the chocolate back up. And then once it's out, you can use a special dipping fork or just a regular small fork and have some melted coating chocolate that you can get at craft stores, or there's fancy kinds or cheap kinds or whatever. And then you need to dip each ball individually and put it down on wax paper, like a special paper that it won't stick to. And then you let them, if you're going to add anything on top, like sprinkles or anything, you can do that. And then that's it, you're done.
Wow, and then you just put them in the fridge. You chill them, right?
You don't have to. They're better actually if you keep them out of the fridge, because if you put them in the fridge, then you maybe have to handle issues with it going from cold to warm. And chocolate, you might not know chocolate, if it gets too cold sometimes or like frozen, little white spots can come to the surface, and so it kind of ruins the prettiness of the chocolate. So,
okay.
Yeah, so you can just leave them out.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Well, I might give it a try, but it still sounds pretty
well,
hard.
I'll help you.
So, Meg, I hear that you're quite the baker. You like to bake brownies, cookies, things like that?
Yeah, I love to bake. It's pretty relaxing for me and kind of fun, kind of a creative outlet, baking.
Well, everybody notices it in the office when we see you bring in brownies for your students, and we're all jealous. We wish we were in your class. So, what's it with baking? Like, is it just something you do to relax?
Yeah. Well, personally, I love sweets. Like, would eat only sweets if my body could handle it, but I try to eat regular food too, so I think I inherited that from my mom. But so because I love sweets so much, it ends up being really fun making something like brownies or cookies. And for the creative outlet aspect, I love to make cupcakes or cakes, and I don't know if you've heard of cake pops. And
no,
decorate them.
what's a cake pop?
A cake pop is like a little piece of cake on a stick coated in chocolate.
Oh, really? That
Yeah.
sounds pretty good.
So in America right now, they're getting pretty popular. There's some people are saying it's the new cupcake. So I don't know if you know, a few years back, cupcakes got pretty popular, and so now we have cake pops. And I was in the process of starting a little cake pop business before I moved to Japan. So it's really fun because you can make the cake pops, and it takes a while, but then you can decorate them in all these really creative ways for different holidays or parties or birthday or just cute things. So yeah, so the creativity plus something sweet makes it fun for me.
That's awesome. But what cake pop, is it like a corn dog, but like a cake?
No, it's just like a little round piece of cake. So the process is you should bake a cake like normal,
Yeah.
and then sift it up so it's just tiny little crumbs. So ruin the cake that you've made, sift it up till it's just crumbs, and then mix in just a little bit of like cream cheese frosting,
Uh-huh.
and it makes kind of a dough, a formable, moldable dough.
Uh-huh.
And then you mold balls, put it on a stick, dip it in chocolate, and then you can decorate it. So it can be chocolate or like a vanilla colored type. You know, you can have different colors, things
Wow.
like that. So
Cake pops.
yeah. So cake pops are probably my favorite thing to make, but also decorating cakes. I took a couple of cake decorating classes, and making frosting and using the special frosting tools to swirl it on
Yeah.
cupcakes or whatever. So.
So
yeah.
have you ever made like a wedding cake or anything like that?
I did actually make one wedding cake. I never really wanted to make wedding cakes because they're very complicated and there's so much pressure for it to be extremely perfect because it's someone's wedding.
Yeah.
And so, but there was a couple that I knew who were just doing a really like low budget, cute wedding, and they weren't too concerned about it being a huge cake. They just needed something smaller. And so I did a couple of tiers, and it was actually a chocolate cake, so it wasn't even white. But so I did one chocolate cake, but I've done cake pops for a few weddings as like favors for the guests.
Wow, the cake pops are just the thing.
Yeah, cake, because they come out so cute. I actually have a cake pop set that I can make where it looks like a little bride and a little groom, like a little
Right.
tuxedo. And so
Yeah.
those are probably my most popular ones for weddings. And I also, before cake pops, I was making truffles. So that's another thing that you can also decorate in a cute way.
Wow. Well, we'll talk about that more in the next interview. I'd like
Mm.
to ask you some questions about truffles.
Sure.
So, Sori, talking about ocean sports and being on the ocean, maybe you could talk about your ocean swimming experience in Ogasawara.
Yeah, I love swimming, It's so peaceful to be there in the ocean. And the ocean in Ogasawara was very clear, and you could see so many fishes, and I'd love to go swimming and be immersed in the ocean. It was like another world. It was very beautiful, but there was one time. Oh, that time.
What happened?
My friends had come to visit, and so we went fishing. But before they started fishing, I decided to go for a swim. And I swam, and I could see all the way to the bottom of the ocean. And I see this fish, but they're actually not fish. They were sharks. They were white tip sharks. Wow. There were 4 of them at the bottom of the ocean. And I just remember, that one thing you have to do is to keep calm. So I did that. I swam out. I told my friends, there are 4 sharks down there, so get me out of here. So they got me out of there. But my heart was beating so fast. I was so scared.
Were they dangerous, those sharks?
Well, they're not dangerous. They might be able to like bite a finger off, but I didn't want that to happen either. So as soon as I saw them, I came out of the place. Yeah, but that was so scary.
Wow. Ogasawara sounds beautiful and amazing and dangerous all at the same time.
That's right. So Mark, what about you? Do you have any encounters with fish?
With fish? Well, I remember that fish don't you remember when we saw it together? We were swimming in that beach called Kominato, and we swam out around those rocks where we always went, and we had our snorkels on. It's all peaceful and pretty, and just tranquil, and we're looking at all the fish, and then suddenly that freaky fish like started staring at us. Do you remember that?
Yeah, with huge eyes.
Huge eye, and then it started coming towards us.
That's right. So in the middle of the ocean, we decided, okay, let's just split.
We
And,
split. We were swimming away from it, and it was swimming after us. This little fish, like
it was very small. It was like 30 centimeters long, but it looked really scary.
and we were quite far out from the beach, and we did split up, didn't we?
And
Like,
then what
I went
happened?
that way, and you went that way, and guess which way it went?
My way.
And
And
it
it's-
chased you all the way into the sea, into
That's
the
right.
beach.
So I was swimming really quickly and trying to get out of the beach, and it was very close to me, and I thought it would bite my toes, but it didn't do anything. But I can't forget that time that a small fish got me out of the ocean.
It was so weird, wasn't it? Like, fish don't do that. Fish
They
never-
don't, and it was the only fish. Like there were no other fish around.
Strange.
Mysterious.
Okay, Julia, we're talking about types of people.
Mhm.
We have some more that we can discuss. So the next one is worrywart. Are you a worrywart?
I guess when it comes to some things, maybe, yeah. Like sometimes I get insomnia, and I know it's because my brain is worrying about stuff.
Right, you just can't let it go.
Yeah, which is kind of why I took up yoga, meditation, because just calming down those, those thoughts that are just going crazy around in your head.
Mhm.
So I would be a worrywart if it wasn't for my yoga practice. I think the yoga helps me keep my mind calm.
Oh, cool.
But I have that natural tendency, I think.
Okay, so what about things around the house? Are you a clean freak?
No. No, I am messy, like ridiculously messy. I don't see mess. I don't see it. It's like a blind spot.
So you're a slob.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And this is the one thing that drives my husband crazy, because he's very tidy, he's very clean, very neat.
So you guys are yin and yang.
go. Yeah, he likes things to go in the proper place, and he likes things to be tidied up, put away. And for him, it's very sort of a therapeutic thing. It's, I guess, the mirror of his mental state. If there's a mess going on, he feels uneasy, so he needs to tidy up in order to kind of be focused and calm. I'm kind of the opposite. If everything's too tidy and neat, I get a bit freaked out. I'm comfortable in mess.
That's
Very
good.
comfortable in mess.
Comfortable in chaos.
Yeah.
Well, that leads us to the next one. Maybe this relates to your husband. Is
Mhm.
he a control freak?
Yes. Absolutely. He is, yes.
So
He
can
likes
you
to be-
explain what a control freak is?
Control freak is someone who likes to be in control, has to be in control all the time of all things.
And if there's disorder or something's left.
It causes him stress.
Yeah.
It causes him stress. So just simple things like maybe like a house guest. While he's a very friendly and generous and warm person, having an extra person in the house makes him uneasy because it's a factor that that's out of his control.
Yeah. So how about other things like, are you a video game junkie or a TV junkie?
There are certain games that I have to take off my phone because they will eat away my time.
Right, like Angry Birds and stuff.
Stuff like that. The ones that just really simplistic ones, things like Tetris and putting squares in boxes
Right.
and Bejeweled, where you change, moving things around. Those kind of games I can get very readily addicted to. So I have to be careful. I had like a brief, intense fling with Tekken, that's like fighting games. I was
Oh.
really into fighting games and playing.
Wow, that's hardcore.
Yeah, but it was short-lived, and I felt it was like an unhealthy obsession that I had.
Yeah, you can just, You have
But
to
it was great. I mean, I enjoyed it when I did it. It was fun.
So Julia, let's talk about types of people.
Okay.
All right, first one. Are you a fitness freak?
A fitness freak. I'm fairly fit, but I'm not a freak. No, I'm not a fitness freak, no.
No, so you exercise, but it's not like you do it all the time.
No, and I do some unhealthy stuff as well. I like to drink, and I'm a former smoker, and yeah, no, I'm not a fitness freak.
Right, yeah, I think, a fitness freak is like somebody who exercises compulsively.
I indulge in bad stuff too, so no, I'm not a fitness freak.
Okay, so that leads us to the next question. Are you a party animal?
Not anymore. I'm too old now.
But when you were younger, you were a party animal.
Yeah, I'd say that was probably the type that I most fitted into.
Oh, nice. I was never a party animal. No, I've always been pretty tame. I've always been pretty tame.
Yeah, I was pretty wild when
really?
I was younger. Yeah.
So you used to drink, smoke, stay up late.
Yeah, all that and more. Yeah.
Come home in the wee hours of the morning.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Okay, next one would be, do you know anybody in your family who's a couch potato?
Couch potato.
Because I know that you're not a couch potato.
I'm not a couch potato, no. My brother sometimes demonstrates couch potato traits. Yeah. He likes to play video games and stuff like that, and he'll spend a lot of time watching movies, and so he does spend a lot of time sedentary compared to me. He makes me look like a fitness freak, I guess, because he doesn't do so much exercise.
Right. And so for people listening, the couch potato is somebody who watches a lot of TV and sits on the couch.
Spends a lot of time on the couch, yeah.
Well, how about the similar personality trait of the bookworm? Are you a bookworm?
A bookworm? No, but I think my husband's probably a bookworm.
Yeah. So he
spends a lot of time reading books. He reads very fast, so he gets through a lot of books.
He's a speed reader.
He's just a very fast reader, and he has to he has to have a book with him all the time. He cannot, a waiting room or on a train or any situation where you've just got to sit around, he cannot do it if he doesn't have a book.
Yeah, I live alone, and that's a terrible trait that I have. I cannot sit and eat and just eat without something to occupy my attention. I have to read, or I have to be like watching something on the computer. And if I go to a waiting room or anything like that, or I'm on a plane, I'm the same. I have to have something to read. It drives me nuts.
See, I can't read on transport because I get sick. It makes me sick, makes me nauseous. I get seasick. Yeah. So I don't have a habit of reading on a bus or a car. Oh my God, no, I can't read. There's no way. But my husband reads everywhere all the time.
Now there's a couple that are not as nice. They can be positive or negative. Like, for example, a helicopter parent.
A helicopter parent, what's that?
So a helicopter parent is basically a parent that just hovers over their child all the time. They're always worried about their child. They follow them everywhere. They want to know what they're doing at all times, and they just worry a lot. They're so worried.
That sounds very stressful.
Yeah.
As a parent.
They're always worried their child's going to get hurt or something, or that they just are just overprotective, I guess. So are you a helicopter parent?
No, I don't think so. No. I'm very happy for my daughter to have independence. So.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So you don't, like, if she goes outside for a few minutes, or if she's, you hear some clanging in the next room, you don't go rushing over.
No. I wait for the tears before I go over.
Smart. And then recently, because of a very popular book we have, it's called A Tiger Mom.
A tiger mom?
Yeah, a tiger mom.
Sounds cool. Is it a positive term, or is it?
It is kind of. The tiger, I think, comes from the Asian reference. It's like for an Asian mother. And it's basically really strict, really driven. Like, really push your kids. Make them study hard, demand good grades, demand that they do extracurricular activities, really push them to have high-paying careers or successful careers, do well academically, stuff like that.
From very young,
from very young. The woman wrote a book. I think it's actually called Tiger Mom, and she was a Yale professor, and I think she was of Chinese ancestry, and she raised these very successful daughters. And so she wrote a book and basically saying you need to be strict and push your kids and demand excellence. I think that's what she wrote.
Is the tiger? Is it reference to like the Chinese horoscope then? Maybe like the characteristics of the tiger for that year.
No, actually, I just think it has to do with being a tiger comes from Asia. I think that's it.
Well, a tiger does have a pretty kind of aggressive or driven sort of image. Like
right.
When a tiger gets something in its sights, you know, like
yeah, totally.
No,
so,
I'm not so much a tiger mom. No.
So you're a soccer mom?
More of a soccer mom, I think. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, that's what I would want, a soccer mom.
Soccer mom. Yeah.
So Juliet, now you are a parent.
That's right.
And have you heard of all these terms that we have in the U.S. for different types of parents? I wonder if you have them in the U.K.
You mean like soccer mom, stuff like that?
Exactly.
That's the only one I've heard of, actually.
Okay, so what do you think a soccer mom is? What have you heard?
My image is a mother who dedicates her time to running her kids to and from soccer practice. Is that right? And also drives a big vehicle. My image is like a big SUV or a big four-wheel drive.
Right. I think it's like a parent that has many scheduled events for their child.
Okay.
So like
and
maybe they have
between
swim class, soccer practice, ballet, stuff like that.
Oh, maybe I'm a little bit of a soccer mom.
Yeah, I think I think it's a good term. Like I think a soccer mom usually is considered a caring parent.
Okay.
And they try to have their child do like productive
Must be pretty
things.
quite an affluent, perhaps middle class kind of parent.
Yeah, exactly. Now we have the equivalent, and it's called a NASCAR dad.
Is NASCAR some kind of car racing?
Yeah, basically it's just these cars, they run around in a circle. It's kind of like horse racing for cars. They just go round and round. But yeah, so I guess it's the same thing. It's just a dad who's really, really into his kids. Spends a lot of time with his kids.
Would this be a stay-at-home dad, like a?
No, it's just kind of like a good old boy father, like a dad who's kind of blue collar, not rich, maybe lower middle class, maybe, but just kind of like your typical TV sitcom dad, I guess.
But that's nice. Takes his kids everywhere. That's nice.
Yeah.
Involved in the.
Yeah, like a NASCAR dad would probably take his sons hunting and maybe take his daughter shopping and stuff like that. Well, actually, speaking of extreme sports, we're talking about extreme sports. Have you heard about ultra marathon?
I'm reading a book right now that's about a tribe of ultra runners in Mexico, and I think it's going to come onto the subject of ultra marathons.
Yeah, I mean, what does the book talk about?
The book talks about this very old tribe who can run for days. Days, yeah, and some of the members of this tribe are already in their 80s and 90s, and they scale mountains, and they have a very frugal diet. They run barefoot.
Barefoot?
They run barefoot.
In the desert, on rocks?
Desert. Yeah.
Wow.
And they are they run they don't, as soon as they learn to walk, they're running, and they run their whole lives. And they run like 100 miles is just like a walk in the park to them. They just...
That's insane.
At very high speeds.
Well, I mean, do they have some secret, some traditional secret?
Well, yeah, they do. They're a very mystical tribe, and they're not that well known. The book's written by a journalist who investigates, and he records his story of how he gets to meet it. Just even finding them and meeting them is a huge ordeal in itself.
Because, I mean, physiologically, it sounds like that's impossible. Like the human body can only run so far because it needs water, it needs food, it needs rest.
I don't know. I think the part of the philosophy of the book is that we're limited by our belief in that, and that in fact this tribe don't have that belief, therefore they don't have those limits. They kind of surpass those limits simply by they just do it. Nobody told them they couldn't, so they
just did
nobody
it.
told them they needed a pair of $100 shoes in order to run. They just it's like it's a natural human thing, and it's like an atavistic thing.
Wow.
Humans, we can run down gazelle. We can run faster than horse. I mean, we can run further than horses, and these creatures that we think have
Are you sure about
ability.
that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard that before.
That's why, people who... It's quite dangerous to run with a dog, for example. People who run and take the dogs, because dogs can't run as far as humans.
Really?
Yeah, and dogs can't sweat. Humans can run and run and run for days. That's how they killed prey when we were in the caves.
They just never gave up.
You can outrun an antelope because antelope can only have short, sharp bursts of speed, but a pack of humans can run down any animal on the planet.
Well, that's good to know. If I ever need to kill an antelope.
Well, yeah, obviously you can't just stick your shoes on and set off and.
Wow. Good stuff, though. So, but would you like to try it someday? Try one of these ultra marathons?
I think it's good to have a goal, but I like training for these kind of things. And ultramarathon, mentally, I don't know I have that ability to run for that far, that long. I'd like to have. I'd like to try and develop that stamina.
Yeah. I think maybe in my younger days, but
no, I don't.
Or another life, but I'm going to pass.
I think that running actually requires a lot of maturity. So the older you get, the better you are at running, because you give up on stuff when you're young and your brain's quite, you can't concentrate. You learn concentration and discipline, and they come with age and maturity. So I think we get better runners as we get older. That's what I'm banking on anyway.
Yeah, me too. So I got that on my side. Hey, Julia.
Hey, Todd. How you doing?
Good. Now, Julia, you are really fit, and also you are a yoga instructor and a runner. So you are the perfect person to talk about extreme exercise.
Extreme. I wouldn't say I'm an extremist, but go on.
Okay, so first of all, I thought I would ask about this yoga that you do in like really hot rooms or something like that.
Oh, yeah, the Bikram yoga it's called. Yeah, I never tried it myself. I know it's kind of a growing craze. Maybe Madonna made it really popular. As far as I know, you do it in a sauna, but it can't possibly be a sauna like
not a real sauna, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the temperature is, but I think the philosophy behind it is to try to recreate the same climate as you'd find in India, where yoga originates.
Oh, right. So you want it to be really hot
and humid, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And also people who like to get the kind of the stretch value, but also like to sweat at the same time. If you want to sweat at yoga, then to crank up the temperature is going to help you.
Wow, that's intense. Well, what about, have you heard about CrossFit?
CrossFit?
Yeah,
no.
CrossFit's the big rage in America.
CrossFit? No, I haven't heard of that.
CrossFit is like people do all of these really old school exercises like push-ups or pull-ups.
Star jumps.
They do like jumping jacks. They do really weird things like deadlifts, stuff like that. But they do it one after the other in really short time intervals. And like you're supposed to, like the workout only takes 12 minutes.
Whoa.
But if you do it right, I think like some people actually get so fatigued they throw up. So like you really push your body to the limit.
Well, that is extreme.
It is extreme. Although I'm probably saying it wrong. Yeah. So, but it's actually this big craze where people do more natural body movements, and you never do the same thing twice. You're not supposed to get into a routine. You always do things different.
You do it like spontaneously, or you set yourself a program?
I think that, there's a whole website. You can go to the CrossFit website and they explain it all. Yeah, but it looks pretty cool. It's like not your typical gym type workout.
CrossFit sounds like something you do on a BMX or something.
Right, exactly.
What about your personality or your characteristics?
I would like to be more studious for school, because I'm not that much of stay home all night to study person. I look at my textbook and I really try, but then I realize I could be doing something else. So I just go out and do something else, and I don't do my homework, and I don't fail because I am at least smart enough to pass, but sometimes it's a struggle to get through. I would like to be more studious and more maybe hesitant in my answers, because I talk before I think at some point, and sometimes I do like my open personality though, like being like, for example, when we went out partying yesterday, I was talking to everybody, which was very nice. And people seem to like that open attitude, as long as you're not being open and arrogant, because I try not to.
Yeah.
If you're being open and open because you're interested in the person you're talking to, then you get more positive responses.
Yeah.
So I do like that.
But being so open has caused you problems as well. I remember that guy thought that you liked him because you were so nice to him.
Happen. I can't help it. There was a guy in my school, I don't know, a guy, he's probably in his 40s, who went over and talked to me, and it's just impossible for me to say go away, so I ended up giving him my phone number, and now he calls me every night 12:30 on my phone, which is very loud and very annoying.
Every night.
And when I pick up, he stopped now because I don't pick up anymore. But in the beginning, I pick up the phone and he said hi, and then I said, "What do you want?" And then he said, "Nothing much. How are you?" Like really, he didn't even want anything. He just wanted to talk to me, and yeah, that's kind of problems happens more than often because I can't help it.
What would you like to change about your status, like a new house, a job, boyfriend, anything like that?
I would not mind finding a nice guy. I would not at all. I don't know about the specifics, and I am not even sure I can handle a relationship right now. Maybe I just want to meet somebody to try and work it out with. But that's probably the most important thing, because I love where I live. I love my study. I don't have a job, and that's really nice. I saved up money before traveling, so I do have a lot of money right now. So I don't need to work, and that's nice.
At the moment.
At the moment.
So, Maria, I thought we'd just talk about things like what would you like to change about yourself? Mm-hmm. So what would you like to change about your appearance?
Well, I don't like to think about changing myself. I like how people look from the birth, if you can say that. But if I should choose, I would like to change my height, because I'm very tall, and it does cause a problem when I'm looking for a guy. Especially since in the past I happened to fall for shorter guys, and I got issues because they were always being intimidated by my height, even especially when I wore heels. So I would like to have my body, because I do like my long legs, but just be shorter and not be taller than everybody,
yeah.
as I am at the moment. And all of my friends.
I guess that would also lead to you having problems finding shoes and clothes and stuff
indeed,
like that.
Yes. I have to watch out. Well, in my country, it's not a problem to find shoe sizes, because we are very tall people normally. So shoes are big and clothes are big. But when I travel, I went to China to visit a friend, and I wanted to go shopping, and it's impossible to find shoes and long pants and fitting bras, if you can imagine. So that I would like to change my height, but otherwise I might change my weight, for example, or I have changed my hair color several times. I went from blonde to black to red to blonde. So otherwise I think I'm fine with me.
Are you happy about it? Oh, now, looking back, are you glad she did?
It was tough love. At the time, I hated her, and I was getting picked on a lot at school about it, because I just didn't realize that, as a female, you have to do these certain things. It's this is what's acceptable in the community. You have to do this. So it's I didn't realize it, because I always played with the boys, and none of them did this crap. It's why do we have to worry about that?
It sounds really kind of old-fashioned, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I was actually, now thinking about it, I'm happy that she did, because, it brought it home to me that to a certain degree you do have to at least, live with what your community, accepts as standards. If you walk outside, the community accepts that you have to, wear a shirt when you go outside. You can't go out topless. You probably should wear the shirt or you'll get looked at funny.
So if I don't want my daughter to wear makeup, I should actually buy her some makeup and force her to wear it. So she'll do the exact opposite.
Well, I have heard that children do tend to do exactly what their parents tell them not to do. I don't know. I didn't want to wear makeup, so my mom was concerned. I know a lot of people, though, who have had the opposite problem, like when they're younger, like they're maybe 7 or 8, and they want to wear makeup because mommy does. And, you know, I had a lot of friends who would play dress up. They would sneak into mom's closet, steal all their, you know, her dresses and her high heels, and steal all her makeup and, you know, play dress up. And at a certain age, it was cute. But my cousin actually was one of them, and she would wear makeup. She was to school, and she was only an elementary schooler.
Wow,
so,
that's pretty young.
Yeah, there was a lot of anger about that from the teachers, and it was not all acceptable. So I don't really know when the correct age is to wear makeup, but I think at least if they're more mature or more adult-like, I guess maybe it's all right. Once they're no longer little girls anymore, then maybe you can let them wear makeup if they want. But
oh, cheers. Thanks for the advice, and I'll use it wisely.
You're welcome.
Okay, so Rebecca, we just talked about kids and technology. And you asked me about whether or not I should give a cell phone to my son.
Yeah.
Now I would like you to give me a little bit of advice for my daughter. I have a daughter, and she's only 7 months old, but I'm worried about when she's older, when she gets a boyfriend, and when she has her first date, and when she'll start wearing makeup. So, could you kind of give me some advice about this?
Oh, well, I think maybe I had a bit of an unusual experience. My mom actually made me wear makeup.
Really?
When I got into high school. It was like, you know, in middle school, I was the kid with, you know, braces and glasses and stuck in a book, and my mom was like, you can't do that in high school, you'll never meet anyone.
Wow.
So she took away my glasses and made me get contacts, and I couldn't do anything about the braces, but you know, as long as you cover your mouth or do something weird when you smile.
Wow, that sounds quite the opposite to many of my friends. Like they all wanted to wear makeup, and their parents wouldn't let them.
No, I was a tomboy. My mom was actually kind of worried. Like, she was like, do you have any interest at all in girly things? I was like, no, I don't like shoes. I don't like clothes. I don't need a purse. I'll just go climb a tree.
So do you think it's important as a parent to steer your children, like to kind of sculpt them and make them into more rounded people, or do you think you should just let them go?
At the time, I think I actually resented my mom for it. Because, like, she waxed my eyebrows.
Really? Wow.
My mom removed my eyebrows. She sat me down and was like, you have a unibrow, that is not acceptable. And she pinned me down and ripped them out, and I screamed, and I hated her for weeks.
Oh, wow. How old were you when she did that?
Oh, God, it was the end of middle school sometime. But middle school, high school, somewhere in that area.
So, like 15?
15-ish, yeah. And I didn't shave either. My mom actually shaved my legs the first time. She's like, you need to shave this now. I was like...
Actually, I remember that one time you had a party and you made that really nice pumpkin dip.
Oh yeah, that's a popular one. Everyone loves that when I make it.
What do you need for it?
It's really easy. All you need is 1 can of canned pumpkin, 1 8-ounce block of cream cheese, powdered sugar, and a few spices.
Is it easy to make?
It is. You just let the cream cheese melt a little, and then you blend it together with the pumpkin and the powdered sugar. And then after you get that really smooth and creamy, then you put in the nutmeg, ginger, and cinnamon.
Wow, that sounds yummy.
It is. It's great. And then I usually put a few cinnamon sticks in for appearance, and then serve it with ginger snaps and with green apples cut into slices. It's good with both of those.
Cool. I'm going to try that sometime. What else can you make?
Well, like I said, I'm not much of a cook, so I don't cook much. I put things together. You know what? I have a blender and I do a lot of smoothies. I love making smoothies. Yeah, I buy the fruit and then keep the fruit in the freezer. That's the trick. You've got to freeze the fruit. And then you don't need ice, so it doesn't taste watered down. So you take the frozen fruit, put it in the blender, and then you just mix it with yogurt or fruit juice, and it's delicious.
What kind of fruit do you like to use?
Well, my favorite is just really simple. It's just frozen strawberries, frozen banana, orange juice, and a little honey if you want, but you don't even need the honey. And then I have another I like with mango and papaya and pineapple and yogurt.
Well, between your smoothie and pumpkin dip and my eggplant curry, we can throw quite a party.
Let's do it. We'll do it on your rooftop with your cats.
Sounds like a good idea.
So, Nabil, I really like that eggplant curry you made the other night. What's in that?
Oh, you did? Okay. It's actually really easy. There's eggplant, and you need some potatoes, some tomatoes, and onions, and a few spices.
Okay, what spices?
Well, I use about half a teaspoon of turmeric powder and a teaspoon of coriander powder, red chili, and cumin.
Are those easy to find at any grocery store?
You can find them at most grocery stores nowadays. If you can't find them at the major ones, then you might want to look for an international food store, and all of those carry the Indian spices.
Okay. I have a really small kitchen. What kind of equipment do you need to make it?
Oh, nothing at all. You just need a stove and you need a saucepan.
Okay, I can handle that. So how do I make it?
Well, first of all, you heat some oil in the saucepan. And when the oil is hot enough, then you add the chopped onions and a tablespoon of garlic paste and a tablespoon of ginger paste.
Okay.
And you let those cook for a few minutes until the onions have turned brown. Then after that, you add the tomatoes and let those cook for a bit until the tomatoes have gone soft. And then you add all the spices, the turmeric, the red chili, the coriander, the cumin, and the salt, of course. And just mix it up well at that point and add some water.
Okay.
The water prevents the spices from burning. After that, add the potatoes and then add the eggplant. And then pour in about a glass of water just to make sure that the potatoes and the eggplant are covered. And then you turn it to low heat and put the lid on and let it cook for about 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm not much of a cook, but I think I can do that. I'll give it a try.
Well, good luck.
Thanks. Maybe I'll have you over and let you try it.
Yeah, I'd love that.
All right. So what about you? You're still in the same place, right?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Good. How's it going?
Oh, it's great. I'm actually quite satisfied with it now.
Oh, good, because I thought you wanted to move at one point.
Yeah, I thought about it for a while, but then I decided to stay there. There's a lot of good points there. It's a quiet neighborhood. It's not too far from the train, so I can get to work easily. For a while I thought it might be a little too expensive, just slightly above my budget, but I've gotten used to it, and my cats love it. They're really comfortable there, so I think I'm going to stay.
Oh, great. I love your cats. Do they have a lot of room to roam around?
They have enough room. Of course, they were better off in the house.
Right.
I was living there last year, but they've adapted pretty well. So there's a roof there, I can take them up and they run around. There's plenty of places for them to hide.
Now, what about your neighbors? Are you still living near Matt and
Matt and
Laura?
Laura, yeah.
Right.
Actually, it's really funny. They've been there for about 4 months, and last weekend they invited some people over, about 5 or 6 of their colleagues, and they had a little party. I think they played poker and had lots of booze around. But unfortunately, the neighbors complained to the landlord, and the landlords were just really angry.
Oh, no.
So they sent them this really harsh email and said that they wanted them out by the end of the week. So, yeah, Matt and Laura have been kicked out of the building.
You are kidding.
No.
Wow, and just 5 people over.
Yeah, it was like 5 or 6 people, but apparently it was loud enough. I think it's because the neighborhood is kind of family-oriented, so people aren't used to loud parties.
Oh, right. Maybe the voices carry a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of echo in the building, actually, for some reason. So.
Well, that's too bad for them. Where did they move?
They just moved down the street to another apartment building. It's smaller, so I don't think they're happy about it, but oh well.
Well, tell them I said hey when you see them.
I will, yeah. So, Ginger, I hear you have a new apartment.
Yes, it's great. I just moved in last week.
Nice. Where is it?
It's near Victory Monument. Do you know where that is?
Yeah, I do. How do you get to work from there?
Well, I take the SkyTrain.
Oh, that's really convenient.
It is. It's just a 5-minute walk.
Okay. And what's the neighborhood like?
It's a crowded neighborhood. There are a lot of people, lots of cars, just lots of energy in general.
And is it conveniently located?
It's very convenient. It's about a 5-minute walk to the SkyTrain station.
Okay. Why did you decide to move?
Well, it's near a park, and I love living near a park. And it's also just a 5-minute walk to my gym.
And have you made any new friends in that neighborhood?
I have. I've met a couple of people in my apartment building, and I've gotten to know the person who owns a restaurant across the street. There's some great restaurants on the street also.
Oh, what kind of restaurants?
Well, mostly Thai restaurants. A lot of Thai people live in the area. But there's also a Western restaurant and a Japanese.
And is it a safe neighborhood?
I feel very safe there. I've heard that there's some thefts on some of the quiet streets where the motorbikes will ride by and snatch your bag off your shoulder, but I've never actually seen it myself, and I feel very safe sleeping there.
And what about traffic?
There is a lot of traffic.
Oh, no.
Yes, the traffic, and a lot of street traffic too. Lots of people walking on the street, so it can be tough to get around. But there's still a lot of excitement in the area, so it's fun to be out and people watch.
It doesn't sound like a quiet neighborhood.
No, it's not quiet at all, unless you go into the park, and then it's very quiet.
How often do you go to the park?
Almost every night. Every night after work, I'll take a walk in the park, and there's a pond with a water display with music, so it can be very soothing.
Shirley, one question, please. I'm a bit confused now. One thing, when about sports, sometimes I can see UK play something with a team. Sometimes you're all divided. Why is that?
So we are essentially still 4 separate countries in a United Kingdom. So, basically each country just wanted to keep their national team. In the case of the Olympics, for some reason, and I'm not sure of the exact reason, but the Olympics Committee didn't want 4 divided teams from Great Britain. They wanted a representative of the United Kingdom, so they basically made the rule that Great Britain had to send a team and not teams from the 4 individual countries. So we are a United Kingdom, but we're still very much 4 independent countries, and each country is very proud of their own national teams for football and for rugby and things like that. And but it's good that we get together for the Olympics and we can perform as one united country.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Shirley, we were talking about politics. How is the situation in your country?
Well, you know, I'm pretty much an on-the-fence kind of person, and politics is not my forte. It's not something I like to get into a conversation about. So I'll just change the subject if that's all right. I'd like to tell you a bit about the United Kingdom. You know, I'm from Scotland, and you know, where is Scotland? I get this question so often. Is that in Norway? And is it a region of England? So just to clarify, it's pretty complicated, but in the United Kingdom, the UK, we have Scotland, England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. And then people know Great Britain.
Yes,
Okay.
so I do.
Great Britain is Scotland, England, and Wales. To give the country its full title, it's the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That's the full title for the UK or Great Britain or GB, or England is just one country within 4 that are united. It sounds really complicated.
But it is the biggest one, right?
England is the biggest country with a population of 40 million. Scotland's about 5 million. Now, I correct myself. England is, I think, 49 million. Wales is about 2 million. Northern Ireland about 2 or 3 million. So in total, the whole of the United Kingdom is about 60 million population. How did that come about? Go back 300 years or more even. England and Wales united over 300 years ago, and then Scotland was invited to join the union between England and Wales. Scotland agreed with actually many conditions. For example, one of the conditions was the money, the value of the pound. In Scotland we have Bank of Scotland pounds, and in England it's Bank of England pounds. It's all the same sterling currency of the UK, just it's very difficult in England to spend any money that's got Bank of Scotland written on it, even though it's all the same money. Anyway, that's another issue. So 300 years ago Scotland joined the union between England and Wales to become Great Britain. And then I think early in the 1800s, that's when Ireland joined. Of course, now it's just Northern Ireland, and there's other history related to that. We could go on all day talking about how it became Northern Ireland. So when people think of the UK, they generally think the UK is England, but it's actually 4 countries. So.
So, Rory, in the last conversation, we were talking about changing your personality, and you never said what you thought of that.
Well, I think when you learn a language, often your personality does change. I notice with my students that they often seem quite different when they speak English to when they speak Japanese. I'm not sure if that's a language thing or a cultural thing. But you speak more than one language.
Yes, I do.
Do you think your personality is different in each language?
That's a really good question. Just thinking of it right now, I think maybe for me it's more a question of the culture. Because I think when I am in an environment where I'm expected to be more extroverted, I tend to try to live up to that.
Right.
I tend to try to be more cheerful, more open, more friendly, more friendlier, I should say. But when I'm somewhere where I know that it's expected of me to be quieter, I do tend to become more quiet.
Right.
So, I don't know. That's a really good question. And
do you think there might be something in languages which make them like a more extroverted language or a more introverted language? Like I think about Italians. Maybe it's a stereotype of Italians, but they seem to be very extroverted, and the language seems to help them in that extroversion.
That's true. That's very true. That's a good question, because I'm just trying to think of culture and languages in general, and there's that debate of how cultures and languages are intertwined.
Mhm.
Is it the culture that came first,
Mhm.
or is it the language that made the culture the way it is? So I don't know. I really don't know. But I would love to read more research and find
Mhm.
out.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed since I moved to Asia, to
Mhm.
countries like Japan and Korea, the people do seem more introverted, and the language also seems more introverted. So I wonder if the language, like you say, I wonder which came first, the language or the culture.
Mm-mm. And I think to add on to that, when I think of Asian students that I've noticed speaking English,
Mhm.
which to some people is a more extroverted language, they always seem more confident.
Yeah.
They seem friendlier, they seem more open
Mhm.
to talking about themselves, their family life. But when you talk to them in their native language, it seems like they revert back to their cultural norms, which would
Right.
probably be less.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe there is something there.
Yeah, I guess the culture over here in Asian countries is people are less likely to share information. There's less. I mean, in the West, especially recently, there's quite a pressure on you to be more open.
That's true.
Whereas maybe in Korea, Japan, China, people are more closed
Mm-mm.
and just have different boundaries.
I'm just trying to think of African countries, like being a Nigerian myself, we've had the issue of colonization and where the Western British culture is valorized. So coming from that aspect, I wonder before how we were we more introverted? Because in a lot of ways we're very similar to Asian cultures
Right.
and Asian values. We have a lot of that as well. But now it's true that being able to speak English and express yourself in a more Western way is a lot. It weighs a lot. It means a lot. So people really enjoy that. People really take their value from that.
Right.
So yeah, I think it's a really interesting
Yeah.
topic.
Because people often see England or British people as a bit introverted and a bit quiet, a bit cold, and yet we share the same language as America, and people tend to think that people from North America are quite brash and extroverted.
That's true.
So I guess it is more cultural than language based.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we've come to a solution then.
Okay.
We found it. It is the culture more than the language then. Hi. So Rory.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Are you an introvert or an extrovert?
I'm not sure, you know. Sometimes I think that I'm basically an introvert.
Yes.
Like, as I get older, I much prefer my own company.
Interesting.
I don't really like going to parties that much if there's going to be new people there.
Mm-hmm.
If it's my friends, I'm happy to go out, but
Mhm.
I don't know. What about you?
It's funny what you said. I feel the same way. I think sometimes I'm an introvert, and at other times I can be an extrovert. But maybe in reverse to what you said, I feel like the older I get, the more extroverted I become.
That's interesting.
While I was younger, I was a lot shyer, so I preferred my own company. But now I find that sometimes too, I really enjoy people, so I like to
Right.
meet new ones.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
In the classroom, as a teacher, I'm quite an extrovert, I think. I quite like being up in front of students, showing off. But I would never do that in front of other teachers or my friends
Interesting.
in my personal life. But it's something about the classroom, maybe because it's my environment and I'm in control,
Yes.
that I feel more comfortable, like being more extroverted and
Mm-mm-mm.
showing off, camping up.
I think it would be a little difficult to be introverted if you were a language teacher. I think it certainly helps to be extroverted or to act to be able to become more extroverted when you're in the classroom.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure.
And have you ever done anything really extroverted, like performed in public or
Before I used to sing actually, and I've sang in concerts.
right?
And it's true. I think that's where my introverted self really comes out, because although I enjoy singing and I like the attention to a certain extent, but I get really nervous.
Right.
Really, really nervous when I'm in front of a large crowd. And sometimes I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? Why am I here?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't do that so much
Right.
anymore.
And do you think people can change? Do you think people, because people seem to want to become more extroverted, it seems to be like society says extroverted people are successful people.
It's true.
Do you think people can change, or do you think people should try to change?
I've heard of actually people saying that depending on the language, that people change with language. I've heard of some of my students saying that when they speak in a different language, their personality actually changes.
Right.
Where maybe in their own language they may be quieter, but when they speak the different language, they become a lot more extroverted.
Right.
It's as if they change.
Uh-huh.
So whether or not it's a real change, I think you can fake it, quote unquote, even if you're not an extrovert or an introvert. Maybe for a few hours or for
Right.
the occasion, yeah, you can pretend and then go back.
Right. I
Yeah.
wonder if when we speak a different language, we don't have the same connections with the words.
That's true.
Makes it easier to maybe speak more honestly and not worry about what other people think of us.
That's true.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Today we're talking about bucket lists, things you want to do before you die. Do you have anything?
Actually, no. I don't have a bucket list. And the reason why is because I have already done or am currently doing the things that I want to do. In addition, I like to live in the now, so like the present of like what's happening. So I really don't think of the distant future very much, just like what's right in front of me. For example, I'm going to Singapore soon, in about 10 days, and I'm really looking forward to that and the new adventure and things that I'll get to do there.
What sort of things do you have in mind to explore in Singapore?
First of all, swing dancing. My favorite kind of dance currently is Lindy Hop swing dancing. And Singapore is one of the places in Asia that has several swing dance meetup groups. So I look forward to dancing several of the nights while I'm there, but also trying all of the delicious food and just exploring a country that I've never been to.
Wow, great. What are some of the things that you have wanted to do in the past that you have accomplished already?
I think living in foreign countries. I've already lived in 2 foreign countries, and I plan on living in foreign countries probably the rest of my life. So that's a big one. And I think just everyday things like finishing college and getting 2 master's degrees and being able to support myself. It's all things that are important to me.
Yeah, those are really great things. What are your 2 degrees in?
My first degree is in teaching English to speakers of other languages. This degree allows me to be able to live in other countries and to teach English. And then my other degree is in global studies, so it's like an intercultural degree where I learned about different cultures and religions.
Whoa, that's really great. Have you ever eaten anything exotic or had any really interesting experiences that most people might not have had when you're traveling to these different places and fulfilling your goals?
I've definitely eaten a lot of different things, most of which I'm not really sure what a lot of it was. The strangest, probably jellyfish, maybe. I've also gotten a chance to ride a lot of different animals. I've ridden camel, donkey, horse, elephant, and even an ostrich. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Have you done any other extreme activities?
Yeah, I've been skydiving before.
I've been volcano boarding. Trying to think what else I've done. I haven't been bungee jumping. I think that's probably one of the only ones that I haven't done as of right now. But I really have no desire to do that one. So.
Wow, that's great. You've lived a good life.
So Adam, we're talking about bucket list. So things that you would like to do before you die. So what's your number one thing on your bucket list?
Ooh, difficult question. Number one, I'd probably have to say, skydiving, maybe. I've wanted to do it for a long time, and I went bungee jumping in New Zealand. That was fun, but I still have not yet been skydiving, and jumping out of a plane just sounds like an awesome idea to me.
What other kind of adventure sports have you done?
This summer I was, what did I do? Sandboarding in Peru. That was fun. When I was younger, I did a lot of snowboarding and skateboarding, and yeah, I really enjoy extreme sports. I ride a motorcycle currently. If I could, I'd love to race cars professionally, although I don't know how good I'd be at it, but just looks like so much fun.
Yeah, well, it's never too late to start something you want to do, so you should add that to your bucket list. So tell me, what else is on your bucket list?
I really want to write a book, be the author of a novel. I'm always in the process of writing something down, but it never seems to come to a complete book type end result. But maybe eventually all of these little things that I've written down will come into a book form, and I can publish it and complete my goal.
What kind of things do you write? Like what kind of genre, or is it kind of all the same, or do you write many different styles?
I write a lot of different things. One thing that I write is travel stories from my travels abroad, or anecdotes that I come across when I'm traveling. Recently, I've been writing jokes. I really enjoy watching stand-up comedy, and have got kind of inspired from them to write some stuff down, although I've never really presented it. And I also write, I guess, fantasy stories as well. I have a few short stories, but it's been difficult for me to try to put them into book, like a longer version of them. The details are tricky to write down.
Wow, that's really interesting. Hopefully one day we'll be able to read a book written by you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. So tell me what else is on your list.
The other things would be traveling to Europe, which I plan to do hopefully next summer, so I can cross that one off the list. I've always wanted to go to Europe, especially Italy and Spain. So I'm excited to get that one done. And I'd also really like to go to Africa and go on a safari and see, lions, tigers in the wild, in their natural habitat. I've also heard that you could see sharks, great white sharks, in South Africa on the coast. I had some friends that went and sat in a cage in the water and had great whites swim by. That sounds like a terrifying and once-in-a-lifetime experience that I'm terrified of sharks, but it would be quite amazing to see.
Yeah, I am terrified of sharks as well, so I probably will not be adding that to my bucket list. But yeah, I hope you get to do everything that's on your list there.
Thanks. Me too.
So, do you dream a lot? Do you remember your dreams?
I usually do, although I have to admit now that I'm older, I don't dream so much. It's pretty rare that I have a dream. But I will have dreams if I'm really stressed or if I'm really sick. So usually every time I get sick, I notice I'm sick because I have a dream. And I'll wake up in the middle of the night from some crazy dream, and then I'll notice, oh, wow, I'm sick. So, yeah, that's about it.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. Although, when I was when I was younger, I used to have all these dreams related to work. I guess they were stress related. And the craziest dream was I was a waiter at a very fast-paced restaurant, and it was very stressful. And you had to wait on about 10 tables, and people would come in, and you had to get their food fast. And if you didn't, you'd get yelled at by the boss, or the customers would be upset. So I used to have this dream, and this was when I was in college, that I would be sleeping, and there would be a table in my room, and the customers would be sitting there watching me sleep, and they would be furious because I wasn't bringing their food, and I was like just sleeping in the bed right next to their table. And it was the same nightmare I had for like again and again and again. It was crazy.
That's really interesting and kind of funny too.
Yeah, I know. It's weird how you have the same recurring dream. I used to have another dream, a nightmare when I was young, and it would be I was riding a bicycle up a mountain, and the mountain was like had a path that just kept going around and around the mountain, and you had to be really careful or else your bike would fall off the cliff. And then my bike, of course, would go off the cliff, and I would fall, and then you would wake up right before you hit the ground. I had that dream many, many times when I was a little kid.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you ever have nightmares or any dreams like that?
Yeah, I don't dream very often, but I have this one reoccurring dream also where I am in school, and it's the end of the semester, and I suddenly realize that there's one class that I haven't been going to the entire semester, and I'm going to fail it. So I panic, and I'm running around like trying to find my professor to like try to figure out what I need to do or what I need to study for the final exam so that I don't fail this class. But what's really interesting about this dream is I found out a few years ago that my father has the same reoccurring dream.
Wow. This is going to sound crazy. I've had that dream too. I've had a dream of like I registered for a course in college, and I never went to the course, and I'm going to get an F, and I don't even remember when I registered or where the class is, but I didn't finish the class. Is that the same dream?
Exact same dream.
Wow. I wonder what it means.
Me too.
Maybe there's somebody out there that really knows what it means, and they're like, uh-oh, those two people are doomed.
There must be a lot of people with this dream.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Like there's certain structures. Like I know that the bike dream that I had about falling off the cliff, I've heard that many people have that. Yeah. Have you ever heard about the dream? I had it a couple times, the dream where you're in class and then you suddenly notice that you don't have any clothes on and you're afraid that people are going to notice you don't have any clothes on?
No, I've never had that one.
Yeah, that was one when I was really, really little, but yeah. Huh.
I've heard that a lot of people have dreams about their teeth falling out. And that this means that like they're afraid of like losing something in their life.
Really?
Something that's really important to them.
Oh, wow. So if your teeth are falling out, you're going to lose something.
Yeah. Wow. Or you're afraid of losing something. Because most people, their teeth are really important to them.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Well, I don't... So, Sarah, let's talk about sleep. How many hours of sleep do you usually get every night?
Usually at least 8. Depends on how late I stay up, but usually about 8 hours I try to get every night.
And you're pretty consistent. Like even on the weekends, you get 8 hours.
Yes, even on the weekends. Sleep is very important for me to feel normal and energetic.
Now, do you need an alarm clock to wake you up, or do you just wake up naturally every day?
I definitely have to have an alarm clock. Even though I wake up very easily, I don't wake up at a routine time easily. So I usually set 2 alarms, and that'll usually get me up.
Oh, wow. I actually have this kind of weird mental ability. I thought that everybody can do this, but I found out it's not the case. But I can wake up exactly at the minute I want, anytime. So like if I have to get up at 5:43, before I go to bed, I can say, okay, get up at 5:43. And I'll wake up at 5:43 exactly. I don't know. How, yeah, I don't know how. I guess your brain just can keep time. I when I tell people this, sometimes they think, oh, come on, that's not true. But really, like ever since I was a kid, I could just tell myself what time I want to wake up, and I'll wake up exactly at that time.
That's really quite amazing. I wish it was that way for me, but it's not.
Yeah, well, it's weird because like I don't use alarm clocks, and I can't, like an alarm clock. The idea actually, I can't have a deep sleep if I know that it's going to ring and wake me up, like it's going to jolt. To me, an alarm clock is like somebody throwing cold water on you, you know? So, I don't use alarm clocks at all.
Yeah, I'm always paranoid about being late, so that's why I set 2, just in case like 1 doesn't go off. But I can sleep any time of the day. Like, it really doesn't matter what type of day. It's very easy for me to fall asleep for as long as whenever. So that's why I have to have an alarm clock, because I could sleep 12 or 14 hours and not wake up.
That's like, you do like sleep.
Yeah.
So do you take naps?
No, because then I feel really like groggy and really like irritable if I take naps for only, because I just want to sleep longer than that amount of time. So I don't take naps.
Like, can you sleep with the light on?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't. Actually, that's probably why I always wake up so early. As soon as the light comes through the window, I wake up. I can't sleep if it's not dark.
I can sleep in any situation. Light, noise, sitting up, doesn't matter. I can sleep.
Oh, wow. So you're a deep sleeper.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Like just a little bit of noise or a little bit of light, and I can't sleep. Wow. And actually, I probably only get on average 6 hours a night, but I do sometimes take naps.
Okay. How long do you usually nap for?
Usually an hour. I found out if I go over an hour, then that's the danger zone, because then if you sleep like 2 or 3 hours, then you wake up and you're just groggy for the whole day. Like you can't. It's like you've been drugged, you know? So, yeah. At 45-minute nap's about it.
Yeah. When you were a child, did your parents make you take naps?
They did. And oddly enough, when I was a kid, though, I couldn't sleep. Like, you know, you would cry, I don't want to take a nap, you know? And then you'd be like, you'd conk out. But, yeah, I do remember. Do you remember having to take naps in school?
I didn't go to school, actually. I was homeschooled.
Oh,
so
really?
I remember taking naps when I was really little, but beyond that, in like school age, I never had to.
Huh. Anyway, all this talk's making me...
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Today we're talking about do-overs. So, if you had a time machine and you could go back to your college years, is there anything that you might change or do differently?
I really wish that I would have had a chance to study abroad. I chose the wrong major initially. I was a nursing major for 2 years and worked really hard at a major I was really bad at. And then after 2 years, I switched schools and switch majors, and because of that I had so many credits to take that I couldn't study abroad or do really any extra classes that were fun.
That must have been challenging. Where would you have liked to study abroad?
Really anywhere. I've always loved to travel, so I would have been open to going anywhere.
So you said you studied nursing. What would you have studied otherwise?
Well, I first went into nursing because everyone, since I was really little, told me that I would be a good nurse. So I thought it was my calling in life. And then, after taking lots and lots of science classes, which I'm really bad at, I decided to switch majors to education. And then I ended up liking that major, so I'm really happy that I switched.
Is there any other major that you would find interesting that you might study if you went back, or you're satisfied with education?
I'm glad I did education because I really like that work-wise, but if I had to go with things that I'm interested in, I probably would have been some sort of art major. Both my siblings are artists, so it kind of runs in the family a little bit.
What kind of art do you like?
Mainly dance, but I also was really into music growing up, so musical instruments and singing.
So, do you have any friends that were interested in art or dance that you had in those times?
Not really, no, actually.
Do you wish that if you were in a group of people that liked the similar things, that you might have pursued different interests?
Definitely. I wish I would have done more with dance. I was a ballerina for 12 years, and I gave up on that when I was 14 because I got to the level where I either had to train professionally to do that for a job or stay in a class where the younger girls would keep moving up. And so at that time I quit. And although I don't wish I was still doing ballet, I wish I would have continued some kind of dance.
So, Sarah, any funny haircuts or anything like that?
Actually, yes. 1 week before I moved away to college, I cut my hair boy short. And then after that, like during my first semester, I dyed it all different shades of red. And my hair's actually been pretty much every length and every natural-ish color.
Wow. How did your friends and family respond to your red hair?
My mom didn't like it so much. She thought I was going to dye it like a natural red color, but it was more of a fuchsia red color. So she didn't like it very much. But my friends and like my siblings understood because I've always been very different and didn't really care what other people thought about how I looked.
How long did you like it?
For a while, until I wanted change. I love change, so I'd always switch it to something else.
Wow, that's great. Thanks, Sarah.
So Adam, today we're talking about do-overs. So what is something that you wish you would have done over? For example, maybe something in your university life?
Yeah, there are a few things. I might change my major. I studied education, and while I enjoy what I'm doing right now, my free time, I really like watching movies about science and astronomy. And if I would go back to school and start my studies over, I'd probably study something along those lines, astronomy and metaphysics or something. I think that those topics are really interesting and on the cutting edge of science, and just fascinating to explore.
Interesting. Anything else you wish you would have done?
I might have been more involved in the sports clubs at my school. For example, the American football team. I played in high school, but in college I wanted to play, but I didn't have the motivation to push me over the edge to actually go out and really put my heart into it. I went to one training day and kind of tried out, but I didn't really pursue it as much as I would have liked. I think it would have been fun to be part of that culture and that environment.
How about something that you did do that maybe now you wish you hadn't?
I pierced my ears in high school because that was the cool thing to do, but now I don't wear earrings, and yeah, looking back on it, kind of just a silly thing to do, that trying to follow the trends that trends usually pass. So yeah, that would be something that I wouldn't do again.
Anything else you would have changed?
I might have made different decisions about my girlfriends at the time. I had a really good girlfriend in the beginning of college, and things didn't work out because of a variety of reasons. But I think if we would have worked on it, we could have made it made it happen, and so yeah, that's something I think about sometimes about life in college. It's always, college love is kind of crazy thing. So yeah, we're too much like kids, I guess. I think at that age.
Okay, thanks, Adam.
So, thanks for telling me about the ballet and all that kind of stuff, but I'm really more into sports and things like that. Do you know of any other things you can do in New York?
Oh, absolutely. There are a lot of events for sports enthusiasts in New York. We've got basketball. The Knicks play. They're an NBA team.
Mm-hmm.
We've got baseball. The Yankees and the Mets play. And there's a feud. Yankees fans hate Mets fans, and Mets fans hate Yankees fans.
Right, they have two baseball teams.
That's right.
Wow.
Exciting. We even have a Subway Series. Well, it used to be a Subway Series because the teams would play at different stadiums. So they'd go to different stadiums for about a week or so, and the fans would just switch back and forth from one stadium to the other. But I think they recently built one stadium for both teams.
Oh. Do you think one team is more popular than the other?
I think probably the Yankees, unfortunately.
Oh, the Yankees?
Yeah, my family was a Mets fan, and don't tell anyone else in my family that I said that.
Oh, so I guess they don't get along with each other?
Oh, not at all.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm from Canada. I really like hockey. I know you guys have the Rangers.
Yeah, we do have the Rangers. They play at Madison Square Garden, so you could easily buy tickets to see a game there. That's the same place where the Knicks play, so.
Oh, they both play at the same place?
Yes, they do.
Oh, maybe I could go to a basketball and a hockey game.
You probably could if you stayed long enough. I think they have different seasons, right?
Oh, do they?
Yeah. Madison Square Garden's pretty big, though, so maybe there's more than one arena. I'm not sure. I've only been there 2 or 3 times in my life.
Oh, okay.
Well, we also have the U.S. Open, if you like tennis.
Right.
Yeah, that's held in Queens, not in on Manhattan.
Oh, okay. And what about there's U.S. Tennis Open, but there's also the U.S. Golf Open. Is that in New York as well?
In New York? I don't think is it?
I'm not sure.
I don't think the U.S. Open for golf is in New York. No, I don't think that's New York. Yeah. No.
Oh, okay. Have you seen the tennis before?
Yes, I have. I saw Serena Williams play.
She's great.
She is, yeah. Powerful woman.
Yeah, I'd like to see her play.
Yeah.
Hey, Antoinette, why don't you tell me about growing up in New York?
New York? Warren, why do you want to know about that? Well, growing up in New York was lots of fun. I loved growing up in New York. I couldn't imagine growing up anywhere else.
Really?
Yeah, really. The fun things I did, well, lots of movies to go see, but I guess you can see movies anywhere in the U.S., anywhere in the world for that matter. I enjoyed being able to go to Lincoln Center for concerts or Carnegie Hall and even play in Carnegie Hall. So I did play in Carnegie Hall.
Wow. Wow, that's exciting.
Have you ever been to New York?
I have.
You have?
Yeah, I've been there twice.
Oh, okay. What did you do when you were there?
The first time I was with my mother. I was 12 years old. And we went to Central Park and we saw some museums around Central Park.
You didn't go into the museums?
Yes, we did go into the museums.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's my park, Central Park. How did you find my park? Did you like my park?
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
I was surprised how big it was.
It is a big park. That's what I like about it. You can get lost in the park and almost forget that you're in a city.
Yeah, that's what I found really neat about it, is sometimes I felt like I was in the countryside, but then I would see large buildings.
Yes, yeah. I enjoy that too. Did you know that you could ride horses in the park?
No, I didn't.
Did you know about the skating rink in the park?
Yes, I've seen the skating rink on TV.
Oh, okay. What time of year did you go? What season was it?
I've been there in summer and in fall.
Okay.
But not winter.
It's beautiful in any season, I think. I love Central Park.
Yeah, me too. It was it was a memorable experience.
I'm glad to hear that. What other places did you go to?
Well, when I was older, I went with my friend, and we went on top of the Empire State Building.
Okay. I'm not sure if they allow you to go up there now.
That was around 2004.
Okay.
And we went.
Were you able to look over the edge?
I don't know if I was looking over the edge. I think it's inside.
Okay.
But you're at the top.
Okay, so yeah, things have changed a bit since I was a little girl.
Mm. Oh, did it used to be outside that
you could go outside. There were those binoculars, or I don't know what they're called, but you put a little change in.
Right. Yeah.
You could see.
Yeah, they had those
okay.
as well. Yeah. Yeah, we could see Central Park.
Okay.
And you could even see the Statue of Liberty from there.
Oh wow, I've been there.
Yeah. Actually, I never got to go. Both times I went to New York, we wanted to go to the Statue of Liberty, but we didn't have enough time.
Oh, well, you should plan another trip.
I'd like to, yeah. Sounds great.
So, Megan, the last one we were talking about idioms, but we didn't cover them all. Let's go over some more idioms.
Okay.
All right. So, the first one is, what activity is in your blood?
I would say anything with nature is in my blood. So, hiking or especially kayaking. I love going kayaking. And so it's hard for me to resist if I'm in a place with beautiful nature. I need to go outside.
So what about baking? Isn't baking kind of just natural for you, that you would just love to bake? Isn't it in your blood?
I do also love to bake. Yeah, I guess hiking and baking are both in my blood together, kind of two different activities. So baking, especially when I can make very creative and decorative desserts to share with people. So I don't like to bake for myself, but sharing with others, it's quite enjoyable for me. Do you have any activities or things that are in your blood?
Well, I think one is actually just teaching. I love teaching. I just want to teach all the time. Even if I won the lottery, I'd be a teacher. I just like thinking of lessons, thinking of new ideas for lessons, trying technology with lessons. So even on my free time, I like thinking about it. And another thing is jogging. Even though most people are surprised because I'm a little fat, I'm about 20 pounds overweight, but I run almost every day.
I think I've seen you running before.
Yeah, I literally run every day. Like if I don't run, I feel terrible. Like it's the most relaxing thing for me.
Yeah.
I can't go 2 or 3 days. Well, 2 days maybe, but I can't go 3 or 4 days without running.
So jogging is really in your blood.
Yeah, and I started when I was a kid. You know the movie Forrest Gump where he just starts running?
Right. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that was me as a kid.
Run,
I literally would
Forrest,
just
run.
Yeah, I would just run out of my driveway also in the country and just go running for an hour.
Wow.
Just to run. I thought it was fun.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, it's definitely in my blood. Okay, so we'll talk a little bit about feelings. So when you get criticized, do you take it to heart?
I think my first reaction is to take it to heart. So sometimes I might be a little oversensitive when I first get criticized. But after some time passes and I'm able to think about it, usually I can see how that criticism can be useful, and I can try to make a change or improve something. Or I can decide that I don't care about that person's opinion. What about you? How do you respond?
Yeah, I used to take things to heart a lot, but as I've gotten older, as many people do, now a lot of it just rolls off my back. As we say, like water off a duck's back. So it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just realize that everybody has different opinions and don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think that's a good attitude to have.
Yeah. Okay, so the next one also about feelings and opinions. So are you more likely to bite your lip or speak your mind when you disagree with somebody?
I think it depends on the situation. So if I feel like someone else is being treated unfairly, or there are some rules that are there for a reason that should be followed, I am more likely to speak my mind. But if it's something personal or just related to me, I might bite my lip to try to keep the peace. What would you do? Bite your lip or speak your mind?
Well, I have a big mouth, so no. So I always speak my mind. So I have a really big mouth. I just never keep it inside. Yeah, it's really hard for me to bite my lip. Yeah, so that can be a bad thing.
But sometimes good.
Yeah. Say it like it is, as they say. Okay, Meg, let's talk about idioms related to the body.
Oh.
So we have lots of idioms in English that we use for specific meanings. So to learn these idioms, we'll just talk about them by asking each other questions.
Okay.
Okay, the first one is about dating. So, should a man always foot the bill on a date?
Well, I think I'm a little bit of a traditionalist in that maybe at the beginning or the first date, the man should foot the bill. But after that, if you're in a relationship, it doesn't really seem fair for the man to pay all the time. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, on a date, I feel awkward if I don't pay the bill. So, yeah, the man should foot the bill on the first date. Okay, so the next one related to feet is when you dance, do you have two left feet?
Yes, I definitely have two left feet. I'm not a good dancer by any means, and I don't really enjoy it. So I think I look a little awkward when I'm dancing. What about you?
Yeah, I definitely have two left feet. I just look like a mess on the dance floor. So, and I don't enjoy it. And I think because I'm nervous, I want to get out of there. So, yeah.
Right. I understand your feeling.
Not mine. Okay. So, also related to feet is the leg. So, in your city, what costs an arm and a leg?
In my city where I live right now, I feel like fruit costs an arm and a leg. It can be quite expensive, especially if you want fruit that's out of season. But in my hometown in America, you can usually get fruit very cheap. So it feels like it costs an arm and a leg here. What about for you?
Yeah, the city I live in now is in Japan, and it's also very expensive. Taxis cost an arm and a leg. So to take a taxi ride is so expensive. In America, where I'm from, I would say healthcare costs an arm and a leg. It's so expensive.
Yes.
Crazy expensive.
Right.
You never want to get sick. Yeah.
Yes.
Even health insurance costs an arm and a leg. It's very, very costly.
I agree with that.
Yeah. All right, so let's now talk about feelings. Okay. So, is it okay to give people the cold shoulder sometimes?
Well,
nobody likes the cold shoulder.
Right. Nobody likes the cold shoulder. I don't think that we should give people the cold shoulder. However, I have to admit that I have sometimes given a friend or a family member the cold shoulder when I've been upset about something.
Yeah, the whole thing about the cold shoulder is you're actually, you do want them to talk to you. You just want them to feel bad.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, it's kind of passive aggressive.
Exactly. Like, I'm mad at you, but I really want you to just see that I'm mad at you, and then you give me attention and I'm happy.
Yes, you want to make it clear that you're mad.
Yeah, exactly.
By giving the cold shoulder.
Right.
Have you ever given someone the cold shoulder?
Oh, yeah. I can be very moody, so I've definitely given people the cold shoulder. And then I'm embarrassed sometimes afterwards. I'm like, why did I do that? That's so bad.
Yeah, feel a little guilty later.
Yeah. So we're both teachers. Do you ever give a student the cold shoulder?
No, I don't think I would ever give a student the cold shoulder, because if they have questions or need help, I want to be able to assist them. So that's a little different, I think. What about you?
Yeah, no, totally. Like, the students give me the cold shoulder, right?
Yes.
So you know that something's wrong. But yeah, a teacher can't give students the cold shoulder.
No, you can't.
It's impossible. Or it shouldn't be done. All right, those were some interesting points. Okay, so Meg, this week we're talking about just grooming habits and stuff. So let's go now to, like, our teeth.
Oh.
Now, the dentist says you should floss every day. Do you floss every day?
Now I do, actually. I'm pretty consistent with it, because a couple years back I had some cavity issues that I didn't want to go through again, and I wasn't so good about flossing before that, but the dentist said that if I flossed and used mouthwash regularly, probably it could be avoided. And so ever since then, really every day I do it.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah. What about you?
Well, the dentist always says you should floss more. I'm pretty good about every other day, and then every now and then I'll get on a binge, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna floss every meal like I'm supposed to. But I'm pretty good. I brush my teeth twice a day. I know some people at work, I see them brushing after lunch. Are you one of those people that brushes their teeth 3 times a day?
No, I do twice a day also. Do you do morning and night?
Yeah, and actually my dentist told me don't do it 3 times a day because if you do it too much, it could do damage to your gums. So, plus he said I was brushing my teeth too hard. So
Yeah.
I was pushing my gums back.
I actually had the exact same experience earlier this year. I went to the dentist because I felt like I maybe had some cavities because I had sensitivity in my teeth, and I was also brushing too hard because I was working, so I really want them to be so clean, and so
Yeah.
my gums also were receding a little bit.
Oh, yeah, and it's so painful when it happens. You realize you have
Yeah.
to reverse it, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah. So what about the tongue scraper? Do you do the little tongue scraper thing?
I don't have like a tongue scraper. I just kind of use my toothbrush and just brush it a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you use tongue scraper?
I have one. I use it sometimes.
How does it work? What does it do?
It's just like you're raking leaves. You just put it in your mouth and you just like scrape your tongue. And you do get some stuff that comes off of it. You're like, oh, wow.
Oh,
But
it
yeah.
sounds kind of gross, actually.
It is a little bit gross, yeah.
But good for your mouth.
Yeah, definitely good. Definitely good. So then the other thing I guess we can talk about is shaving. Now, so I'm a guy, so I have the facial hair.
Right.
So, but I'm pretty lucky. I only have to shave maybe twice a week.
Oh, really?
I can get away with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the full-on, manly beard thing that comes out, so.
Yeah. Yeah, some people have to shave like twice a day, so that seems like it would be inconvenient.
Yeah. So do you I guess because you're a woman,
Right.
do you have to do the legs thing?
Yes. Yes, I do shave my legs pretty much every time I take a shower.
Really?
Yeah.
How annoying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is annoying. I actually really don't like it. I wish I didn't have to do it. And I mean, I guess I could choose to stop, but
Yeah.
I'd rather do it. So, yeah, usually every time I take a shower, because then if you're wearing a skirt or shorts, it's visible. So, yeah, just try
Wow.
to be careful.
And honestly, from a guy's perspective, when I look and I think about women shaving basically their calves below their knees, it looks like it'd be very easy to cut yourself because your legs are kind of hard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think for the calves, it's not so bad because it's kind of a straight, it's more smooth. But the knee part, you have to be careful.
Right, yeah.
Because it's like a shape. And ankles.
Oh, yeah.
And feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like for guys, our problem is right under the chin and then the Adam's apple. The Adam's apple's brutal because you kind of have to go around it, so it's very easy to cut yourself.
Yeah. Do you use an electric razor?
No, I should. I'm very environmentally unfriendly. I use those plastic razors because they're just so easy.
Yeah.
And actually, I kind of get away with it because at the gym I go to, they offer it. They have free razors in the men's room, so I just do it there.
Yeah.
Save a few bucks.
Might as well.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Well, anyway, I guess we're somewhat healthy.
Yeah, or clean at least.
Exactly. So, Meg, I have an interesting question for you.
Okay.
So the other day I was talking with a friend, and she asked me about, showers, like how many showers do I take a day?
Mhm.
And I think I had mentioned I take 3 showers a day. That's why that came up. And she thought that was absurd, that nobody should take 3 showers a day.
Yeah, it seems a little crazy to me.
That's odd. Like, I thought that was kind of the norm, actually,
Really?
these days. Yeah, because you take a shower when you wake up.
Uh-huh.
Then most people go to the gym. You take a shower when you're done at the gym, which is usually mid-afternoon or early evening. And then I usually take a shower before I go to bed.
I don't think I've ever known anyone who's taken 3 showers a day.
Really?
Do people that you know take 3 showers a day?
I think I just assumed that all of my friends kind of did the same thing because they're guys and they also play sports, so they
Yeah.
also take a shower, when they wake up, before they go to bed, and after they work out.
Yeah, well, I guess sports or working out definitely makes a difference. I might totally frighten you with the showers that I take because I do not shower 3 times a day. Typically, I shower once every 2 days.
Really?
Yeah, because especially with my skin, it gets pretty dried out if I'm showering so often with the soap and the water and everything. So I have to be careful with that. But if I played sports or something where I got sweaty, I'm definitely taking a shower after that, an extra shower. But Yeah, I've never taken 3 showers in one day, I don't think.
Well, so you, even when it's hot in summer, you just do it once every 2 days?
If I get sweaty, then maybe more than that. But I don't sweat very easily, so I usually don't have to worry about it.
Oh, wow. I think it must be what your skin gets conditioned to, because one of the reasons why I always take showers is not that I feel dirty, is like I feel like my skin gets itchy unless I take a shower.
Yeah, and it might be because, well, and I think there's a difference too with where I lived in America and living here in Japan. Like the humidity is different, and so my skin gets more dry here. Actually, it has the opposite effect. So I had to be more careful here maybe than I did in America.
Yeah, that's true. So what about washing your hair? You wash your hair every 2 days?
Yes. Yeah, wash my hair every 2 days. Use conditioner maybe once a week. My hair would also get super dried out. I don't know if you can see it, but it's a little frizzy right now.
Yeah.
So that's how it naturally is, my hair type too. So maybe your hair type handles well getting showered, washed 3 times a day?
Yeah, I mean, for one, I wash my hair usually twice a day, sometimes just once. But always, after I work out, I have to wash my hair. But one thing I never, ever do is use conditioner. And I don't understand why people use conditioner on their hair.
Well, short hair, maybe you don't have to worry about it as much.
Oh, okay.
But with longer hair, and especially earlier this year, I had hair quite a bit longer than this even. And the ends get dried out very easily, and they don't replace like the hair oils because it's coming from the roots. And so you have to add some extra moisture into the hair if you want it to stay looking decent. So, yeah, probably more important to condition long hair than short hair.
Okay, yeah. Because I've never understood why people use conditioner, because when I use it, it just makes my hair seem waxy.
Yeah, maybe you're using too much conditioner or not washing it all out.
Maybe, I know. I have to learn how to wash my hair. Okay, cool. So Rachel, I thought we would talk a little bit about items and their shelf life. Like how long will you keep something? For example, like a book or like clothing. Because like yesterday, I was talking to my students, and they were surprised when I admitted that the shirt I was wearing I had had for over 10 years. Now, they're young.
Right.
They can't imagine that.
No, that might be a function of being young.
Right,
Because
exactly.
their clothes of 10 years ago are obviously too small.
Yeah.
Um,
Do
depends on
you
the
like to keep
clothes.
your clothes a long time?
If I really like them, I might.
Yeah. How often do you toss out your clothes?
I toss out clothes once or twice a year. I'll go through my wardrobe and throw out things that are too small or have started to look shabby. But there are other things that I just keep year after year after year. Probably things people don't see as often, like pajamas, might last a little longer.
Yeah.
Some people advise that if you haven't worn something for 6 months, you should throw it out, but that seems to me to be not logical, given that there are 4 seasons and they last a year. If
Yeah.
you haven't worn something for a year, maybe you should consider throwing it out. But yeah, definitely at the start of the season, not in the opposite season.
Right.
You have to think about the weather.
Yeah, well, what about food? So we live in Japan. We're both teachers in Japan. So one thing I often wonder about is the sashimi and the sushi, the raw fish. Like, how long can you keep it before you eat it? They say you're supposed to have it that night, but I sometimes eat it the next morning or
Yes.
even for lunch.
With fish, as well as other meats, I think it's very easy to tell because you can tell by the smell whether something's good or not. I actually think the rice is more dangerous.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it will grow bacteria. Because it's been warm, it'll grow bacteria easily at room temperature. The rice is the
Ah.
part you need to be careful about.
Well, what about like other foods? Like, are you somebody who's really strict about the expiration date, or?
I'm not. I think the expiration date on most products errs on the side of safety. Another thing is people confuse the best by date with the expiry date.
Right.
The best by date is just about freshness, flavor. For
And
example,
that's the
with
date
spices,
they put on
yeah.
the package in the
That's
store.
often the date that people
Sell
go by.
yeah.
Yeah, sell by and best by. For example, spices might have a best by date. After that, they might clump a little, they might lose a little flavor, but they're not dangerous.
You can still eat
You
it.
can still use them, yeah.
My rule is always
tell.
3 days. So I'll eat anything if it's within, except for meat maybe, but anything if it's within 3 days of the expiration date or the sell by date on the
I
stores.
think that matters. Yeah, I'd to me, it makes an enormous difference what it is. For example, moyashi, which is bean sprouts. I'll eat them on the day or the day after, but not after that. They start getting bad really quickly. But, for example, a jar of pickles, that's going to last much longer than the 3 days after.
I think the big one, I guess you're right about time, is dairy. The one, milk is obvious, because milk you can smell.
Yes, but on the other hand, it just turns into yogurt.
Right, yeah, so that's the other one is yogurt. So yogurt, I'll see it in the fridge, and I'm like, how long can I keep this? Like, sometimes it'll be past the expiration date, but it smells fine. It looks fine.
Well, milk, yogurt is soured milk. So it's difficult to say at which point it sours, because it's already sour.
Yeah, and cheese, too, lasts forever, it seems like.
Pretty much. You can see the mold on cheese.
Yeah. So what about if you see bread and there's a little mold on the bread?
No.
Are you old school? You cut around it? Or
I used to, and I used to cut the mold off cheese, but having learned more about the visible mold is only a small amount of it, and parts of mold you can't see are branching into the food.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so that makes it a little dodgier. So, no, I probably wouldn't eat bread that had any kind of mold on it. And I'm dodgy about cheese too. That's got the wrong sort of mold on it.
Right.
It's the right sort of mold, like a blue cheese, and that's fine.
Right. And I should clarify here, neither of us are medical professionals. So
don't take this advice.
Don't take our, but we're just talking about our own habits here. So what about juice? What about juice? Like, how long can you keep juice? Can you smell when juice is bad?
I don't usually buy juice, so I don't really know.
Oh. Yeah.
Maybe you can smell it.
Maybe you can smell it.
Yeah, I'd probably toss juice because I'm not experienced enough with it, obviously, to have made my own mind up about it, so I'd probably go by the date for that one.
What's interesting is when you see some foods that you think would last forever, but actually they won't. They just have an expiration date that's way in the future, like canned goods.
Yes.
Sometimes it's surprising when you're like, oh, there actually is an expiration date on there.
There is.
But it's way in the future.
Way in the future. As long as the can's not dented, I think.
Or rusty, right?
The rule for that, yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting topic. So I'm here with Rachel, and we were talking about expiration date. So you were saying that you throw out your clothes regularly.
Mm-hmm. Fairly regularly.
Yeah. Do you donate them or just toss them?
I put them in the recycling.
Oh, there you go.
And hope they're going to be remade into something else.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, I always take it out on the day that they'll say that they'll pick up clothes.
The reason for that is because they usually throw clothes out when they've started to look a bit shabby, so I don't think anyone else wants to wear them by that stage.
What about furniture? How often do you try to get new furniture?
Almost never. That's something I don't. Yeah, I'll put up with what I've got.
Yeah.
It seems like such a waste to throw out such large things.
Yeah, but you never want to replace the couch or the chair.
The couch has been replaced 3 or 4 times.
Right.
That's a big one, but we've still got the same kitchen table. We did get some new chairs.
Yeah, I've never been a big furniture guy, but when I see something that's really cheap, like I would never buy new furniture. I'm always amazed, like who buys new furniture? Because when you walk by a store and you see the furniture, it's so expensive. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to sound really cheap, but it's like, I'm like, wow, why would you pay hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars for that when you can just buy one used or whatever for $10 or $20?
Definitely a used furniture person now. When we moved into our house, we did go to a furniture store and bought all new furniture. It's easy at the start and everything looks new and it's kind of nice. But I almost exclusively buy secondhand furniture now. You can, depending on which store you go to, you can get some really good bargains on some beautiful old antique that look really nice in your house and cost a fraction of something new.
Yeah, that's why you like anything that's made with metal or wood, because usually you think it's going to age well.
Yes.
Plastic, not so much.
No, I've definitely sworn off plastic. I think plastic's a fill-in if you need something quickly.
Yeah.
And cheaply, but definitely don't like to buy plastic now.
So what about like electronic goods, like getting a new TV, new refrigerator, stuff like that? Like how often do you buy?
Well, we just wait until that breaks down. That's a pretty easy one.
What about the TV though? The TVs don't break down; they go on forever. Like how often do you think, oh, I want a new TV, I want a new, nicer TV?
Our last TV broke.
It did?
Well, we had lightning hit the house.
Oh.
And we lost several electronic items. We lost
Wow.
a keyboard and a computer. I think we lost we had 3 hard disk DVD players.
So it was
We
an
lost
electrical surge that like fried all the circuits and
It
everything.
fried the house, yeah, pretty much.
Wow. I did not know that could happen.
Yeah.
So Rachel, you said that in your home country of New Zealand, there's lots of birds that don't fly.
Yes, there are a lot of birds that don't fly.
Wow. See, I only knew of the kiwi and of course the penguin, but I didn't know of other ones. So first, the kiwi doesn't
Yes,
fly,
that's
right?
the famous one.
Right.
They don't fly, but they can run very fast. I've
Right.
seen them.
And like, are the kiwi all over? Like, are there different types of kiwi?
There are several different varieties. They're very rare, though, and they're nocturnal. So
Oh, nocturnal.
I'd say most New Zealanders have never seen one in the wild. I've only seen them in kiwi parks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You
Okay.
don't see them.
So I thought they'd be like kangaroos in Australia or something. You
No,
go
they're
and there's
very-
one.
Very precious and very rare.
Oh, wow.
One that you see more often is a pukeko, which is, it looks a little bit like a stork, I suppose, except it's dark blue.
What's it called?
Pukeko.
Pukeko.
Yeah, and they're a lot more common. And takahe is another one.
So the first one that
You can
looks
see them along the side of the road when you're driving through the countryside. They're much more common.
So this pukeko, does it fly?
No, they don't fly.
Really? And it's like
Yeah.
a stork. It has long legs.
It has quite long legs, yeah. It's a very cute little bird, but it's very dark.
How tall is it? Like up to your knee, up to your hip?
Maybe up to your knees.
Really?
Cute little bird.
That's awesome. And so what was the other one you mentioned?
Takahe, it's a very similar looking to that one. It's a little different, difficult to tell apart.
Really? And it's also like kind of dark bluish?
Yeah. Another one's a kakapo, is a very famous one. It's New Zealand's flightless green parrot. It's kind of like a large fat parrot that lives on the ground.
Really?
It's extremely rare. I'm not sure what the numbers are now, but around 20 years ago, I think there were only 45 left.
Oh, that is
Extremely
rare.
So
Wow.
there's an intensive breeding program for them. And
Yeah.
of course, nobody's seen those in the wild.
Wow, yeah, you have to be careful to go like the way of the Tasmanian tiger.
They breed and they nest on the ground. They lay their eggs on the ground, so they're very vulnerable to introduced predators, to any animals.
Yeah, I know that like you don't have snakes, but I know that snakes, when they got into Guam, like decimated the bird population.
Yeah, that's what would happen, and that's why New Zealand immigration and customs is very strict about what kind of animals you can bring in. We don't even have snakes in zoos.
That's smart. Yeah.
Michael Jackson famously came to New Zealand in the 1980s and wanted to bring his pet snake with him, and he wasn't allowed to.
Oh, good on you.
There were no exceptions to that rule.
Are there any other birds that don't fly? Like, for example, do you have penguins?
Oh, yes, there's lots of penguins in New Zealand.
In the south, right?
Yeah, in the south. Oh, they come up to the north sometimes.
Really?
Occasionally you'll see them.
That far north?
Yeah, occasionally. The big colonies are down south.
Oh, that's amazing. How cool. Any other birds that don't fly?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. I'll have to look it up on the internet.
No, that's
But-
still though. That's still
Yeah.
that's quite a few. That's
they are quite a
so
few.
nice.
Mm.
Yeah, that's
The
interesting.
most famous was the moa, of course.
The moa?
Which is an ostrich-sized bird.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but they were killed off before Europeans arrived in New Zealand.
Oh, easy hunting.
They were easy hunting, yeah.
Yeah.
And big feast.
It's funny how when you go to a place, you really want to see like a local animal. So last year I went to the Middle East. I went to UAE and Oman, and I just wanted to see a camel.
Camels,
I wanted
yeah.
to see a camel so bad. And I thought, like, I
Everyone
had a feeling
drives
that they'd be on the
Mercedes these
side of the
days.
road, there'd be a camel. And I was actually kind of going out in the countryside. I wasn't just in the city. And I never saw a camel. And I was asking people to work there. They're like, oh, yeah, you do see them. But I was just so heartbroken that I never saw a camel.
Oh.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite animals. I just think they look so cool. So when I go to New Zealand, I have to make sure I see a kiwi.
But you'll have to go to the Kiwi House.
The Kiwi House?
The Kiwi House, it's called. Or just look up zoos.
And they got them?
Yep, they got them there. But you won't see them just driving around.
So, Rachel, you are from New Zealand, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Now, when I lived in London many years ago, my roommate was from New Zealand, really nice guy, and he had the coolest job. He would ride around a motorbike in New Zealand in the
Yes.
bush, as he called it,
Yes.
the wild, as we say.
The bush.
The bush. And his job was to just kill invasive species. That was his job. Just go out and plant traps for rabbits and...
Yes, that's right. Actually, I have a friend who does that now.
Really?
Yes.
So it's that big of a problem. You have to like...
It's a huge problem, yeah.
Really? Like, so what animals are a problem?
Rabbits, like you mentioned. Possums are a big problem in the bush because they eat a lot of the native plants.
We have possums too in America, in Northern California, and they are disgusting. I love animals, but they're one animal I don't like. They're nasty.
There is a big possum hunt in many areas every year, and they're starting to sell the pelts as fur because it's not a protected species, so there's no limits on how much you can catch and how much fur you can sell.
Yeah, and they often have rabies, right? At least in the States, we have to be very careful.
No, we don't
of them.
have rabies in New Zealand.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yes, so...
Yeah,
no
we have
animals
crazy
have
stories of possums or raccoons having rabies. And so when you see one, like, they tell you, do not touch it, don't go near it, because if you get bit, you're not good. And I got bit by a dog when I was in Thailand and had to get the rabies shot, and it was not fun.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah, and then luckily for me, I went in to get the shot because I didn't know really about rabies. I wasn't educated about it, and I thought, well, the dog just bit me a little bit, but I better go and check. And then the doctor was like, oh, no, it can kill you. Like, yeah, you better get it checked out.
No,
So
this is one of the reasons we have very strict import laws in New Zealand, because we've seen the damage that can be done, and we're very strict now, and rabies is one of the diseases that we don't have and are very keen not to ever have.
yeah, you hope so. So you have a problem with possums and with rabbits. Anything
Rabbits
else?
on farms. There's also wild deer and boar in the forests who also do a lot of damage, and stray cats and dogs as well also kill a lot of native species. There's no native animals in New Zealand. The only mammals that are native to New Zealand are dolphins and bats. So there's no natural hunters except for hawks. So the birds, a lot of the birds have lost the ability to fly, and they nest on the ground. So they're enormously vulnerable to predator species like cats and dogs. They've almost completely decimated many bird species. So that's why there are hunters throughout New Zealand who are basically given free rein to shoot whatever they can find because they are so destructive to the natural environment.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere that you have some campaign to have like no predators by a certain year, right? Like a new thing in New Zealand.
I haven't heard of that, but I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's always been a goal.
I think that it was in the news. I'll have to check, so I could be wrong, but I think it was 2050 is the goal of the government to have no predators.
That would be amazing.
And they say the big one is dogs and cats. That's like the
Cats are a
sticking
huge
point.
one, yeah. They're starting to become much stricter about controlling cats and dogs now, keeping cats inside and keeping dogs leashed, so that they don't run off into the bush and cause a lot of problems.
But dogs, I think, are more domesticated. They're probably not as dangerous. But cats are basically, they're not really that domesticated. They're still natural hunters.
Yeah, we keep them with us to hunt, pests like mice who live with us. Yeah, so they catch a lot of birds. But with the birds nesting on the ground and unable to fly, it's very easy for the dogs to kill them as well.
Oh, I see.
So.
And dogs just can be kind of naughty sometimes.
Heck yes. And they run off.
Wow. So what do you think? Do you think your country can achieve this goal, no predators, by 2050?
It sounds very challenging. I think at present only some of the offshore islands are completely pest-free. No predators. Yeah, that's not quite the same as no pests. That's because pests also include things like rabbits and possums and deer, and that don't eat the native species. So maybe just predator-free might be a bit more achievable, I think.
Well, Warren, we've been talking about the fact that we both live in Japan and that we're both from Western countries. Tell me, how do you feel about Western eating utensils compared to Japanese eating utensils?
Well, even in Japan, they use Western utensils sometimes. But overall, I do like chopsticks. I think it's very handy. It's just easier to pick up certain things. When I first came to Japan and saw people eating salad with chopsticks, I thought it was very strange. But if I try to eat it with a fork now, it's actually very difficult to pick up things like lettuce. And I prefer using chopsticks for things like that.
When you first started using chopsticks, did you get hand cramps?
Not so much, because I can't recall when I started using them, but I became comfortable with them before coming to Japan.
That's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about the sleeping? How do you sleep? Do you prefer a bed, or do you prefer the Japanese style futon?
Well, it's funny you say that. At first, I hated the idea of this thin little mattress, but I do find it's actually quite nice for my back. I actually prefer it to Western beds because it's better for my back. But I don't like sleeping on the floor. I like being higher up.
So a high futon.
If I could get like a, tatami mat that's raised with a futon mattress on top, that would be best for me.
I think I've seen things like that in the stores. Platform bed with tatami.
Oh, that sounds nice. I should look for that.
Yeah, I should find one for you and point you in that direction. Well, what about bathing? The Japanese are famous for their onsens and the way they bathe. So do you prefer a Japanese-style bathing situation or a Western-style shower?
Well, I actually much prefer the Japanese style now. When I go back home, I find it quite difficult. I like to be able to clean myself before going into the bathtub.
That's a good thing. I do enjoy that as well. What about the custom of taking your shoes off before going into a house?
Well, that doesn't bother me too much. When growing up in Canada, I always took my shoes off coming inside anyways. I don't think it's as much of a ritual in Canada, but many people do it just to keep a clean house. But sometimes if I run out and I forget something like my car keys and I want to just run back inside, I'll tend to want to keep my shoes on rather than taking them on and off every single time.
Okay, tell me. Confess now. Do you sometimes keep your shoes on and go into the house?
Yeah, sometimes I have, but I've caught my wife doing it a couple times too, and she's Japanese, so I guess I'm not that bad.
I don't think so. I do it too. What about sitting on the floor versus sitting in chairs? Which do you prefer?
Oh, again, I really dislike sitting on the floor. It isn't very comfortable for me. I'm a little bit tall. I have long legs, and I don't seem to have a place to put my legs when I'm on the floor. Usually my legs will fall asleep quickly and my back will start to bother me, so I prefer to sit up in a chair.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, I guess my last question refers to eating habits. Well, meals and how they're served. Do you prefer to eat meals that are served to you individually, or do you prefer to eat and share your food?
Well, that's a good question, but I don't know if I have a preference. I like the idea of eating all sorts of different things, so it can be fun eating in a Japanese style sometimes. But there are times where I do like to just have my own meal in front of me as well. So, Antoinette, you've been living in Japan for a while now, right?
Yes, that's right.
Huh. Well, can you tell me, do you like to use chopsticks or forks and knives more?
It depends on what I'm eating, really. For the most part, I enjoy using chopsticks. They are easy to use. I don't have to worry about cutting anything, and especially if I'm eating Japanese food, which tends to be chopped in small pieces, small bite-sized pieces, chopsticks are perfect. But when I'm eating Western food or spaghetti, I prefer using Western-style utensils.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. What about sleeping? Do you like to sleep on like a Western bed or a Japanese futon?
Actually, it depends on the season. In summer, I prefer sleeping on a futon. It seems cooler than a bed. But in winter, I love a cozy, plush bed with lots of pillows and quilts or duvets, and I like to feel cozy.
That sounds nice. Okay. How about having shoes on or off in the house?
I like to go barefoot. Well, with socks. My feet get cold.
Oh, do you use slippers?
No.
Oh, okay.
I find slippers uncomfortable unless they are the kind that fit your foot. They're not actually the correct size for my foot. So.
Oh, I see. So Japanese slippers are different size for you?
They're one size fits all, and I just feel like just kicking them off anytime.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How about, in Japan, a lot of times people sit on the floor, but you don't really do that very much in the United States. Do you like sitting in chairs or on the floor more?
I like both, actually. Again, it depends on the season. The floor is so nice and cool in summer, and I like just feeling that coolness. But in winter, I want fabric underneath me, and I want cushions. That tends to provide a barrier for cold wind.
Right. Eating out is a little different too. I think in Japan you tend to share all the meals that you have, but maybe back home you usually just buy one meal.
That's true. Maybe I'm a germ-phobic American. I don't know. I like eating my own food. I don't like to share. If it's one huge serving plate that's meant for several people, then fine, but I like just having my own plate of food.
Oh, okay. What about having a shower or a bath? I think in Japan they usually have like a detachable shower head, and you can shower yourself before going into a bath. What do you prefer?
Well, I like showers, either way, as long as the water is hot. Whether it's detachable or not, as long as the water is hot, I like showers. And I like having water run down my body. That's a pleasant feeling. So, but I also like sitting in a hot tub of water, but not for too long.
What about the bathtubs? Because I think they're different sizes, aren't they?
They are. I like the fact that Japanese baths allow you to sit in water up to your neck. But I also like the fact that Western-style baths allow you to recline in the water.
Right. You can stretch out more?
You can stretch out, yeah.
Oh, okay. I see.
That's a hard call.
So, Jeremy, you mentioned earlier that you've been back to Canada with your baby. How was that experience?
Well, I mean, until you fly with a toddler, you really never get to appreciate all of those times that you flew across the ocean, watching movies or reading magazines or just sleeping on the flight, because those days are over.
Wow.
I mean, it's not that bad, but when you're on the plane, you say never again. I remember about halfway into a 10-hour trans-Pacific flight, I thought, well, I can maybe do this every 3 years, not more than once a year for sure. I mean, first of all, our boy was bigger than most children for his age, so he was about 1 year old. And they have these bassinets that you're allowed to put your child in, and the baby will hopefully sleep for a while. So the stewardess sets up the bassinet. We're all ready to put him in there, and then she says, "How old is he?" And he was 12 kilos, and this was for 11.5 maximum. And they wouldn't let us put him in there, so they had to take the whole thing apart, and basically we had to find some way to have him sleep on our laps for the next 9 hours. So, I mean, 1-year-olds like to crawl around, they like to scream, they like to cry. Other people on the flight don't like that so much. So, it's basically every minute of silence you just savor and just pray that this will keep going, and it never does. But once he falls asleep and the plane's quiet and they turn off the lights, then it's okay. But it's too long. It's too long for a 1-year-old. So I can maybe manage it once a year, but that's about it.
I remember my sister, she has 2 kids, and she told me a story a few years back when one of her daughters was still a toddler, and they went to Disneyland from Canada, and she said it was just horrible, and they would never do it again. And I just smiled. I didn't have that experience. I was just thinking, what could be so bad about it?
Yeah.
But hearing your story now, wow, I can only imagine.
Well, I think that actually most passengers on a flight are usually quite understanding. And I think it's just, in the parent's head that everybody's judging
That's
them,
true. That might
everybody's
be true.
looking at them. Because, I get so worried about what other people are thinking that I'm inconveniencing others that I just work myself up so much, and my wife's the same way. But, actually, we did have people say to us, like, don't worry about it, and they would just go out of their way to say, oh, what a cute baby and stuff like that. So I think people were kind of aware of how stressful it is for parents, and they just, some people actually make an effort to make parents feel like everybody's not silently judging them, or maybe not even silently.
Not saying anything. If you had one advice to give to a parent that would travel with a child in the future, what would you tell them?
My best advice is if you can fly in the morning, so after baby wakes up and you have your breakfast and your flight's maybe at, 9 or 10 in the morning, I think that works out best if it's say a 10-hour flight, because you'll land and it'll be probably around bedtime, like it's normal bedtime. The first time we did it, the flight was in the late evening, so basically he'd been up all day, and then there was another 10 hours on top of that. So, when we landed, the readjustment to his normal schedule was really, really difficult. But when we flew in the morning, and it was a 10-hour flight, when we landed, he just basically went to sleep like a normal schedule. So that's a small thing, but it really makes a big difference.
Thank you. Jeremy, I heard you have a new baby. Congrats on that.
Thanks.
So how has fatherhood changed you in any way?
It's changed me probably in every way. When you think of how your life is different, it's basically from when you wake up until, you eventually get to go to sleep. Everything is different. But everything about it is positive. Even things that you'd think would annoy you actually aren't really that annoying. Like having a toddler come and wake you up at 6 o'clock in the morning when you've got a cold and you've taken a bunch of sleeping medication the night before, like which happened to me this morning. And even that, having a toddler wake you up and just looking at you and laughing, it's awesome. It really is awesome. So, I always kind of worried before when I was thinking about having a kid about all these things. Oh, I can't go out at night, or I'm going to have to wake up so early in the morning, and I'm going to be woken up in the middle of the night by a screaming child. All of that stuff really doesn't bother me. It just, it's part of the experience, and yeah, sometimes maybe I'd like to sleep a little bit longer, but yeah, waking up and then having a little guy sit on my lap while he plays with the remote control and changes channels over and over again. I mean, that's somehow a very, very enjoyable experience. But it's you get to see a little person change every day and start figuring things out. And of course, every parent thinks that their child is the smartest child in the world. He can turn off and on the light switch, but it's those types of things that you just marvel at. So, I can say, like most people, that it's everything about it is very positive, but it's often just the really, really small things that make you appreciate this little wonder.
And looking back on the experience now, what are some things that you would wished you had known? You wish you had known before your little boy came along?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was so stressed out for the first couple of weeks after he was born, and from the moment he was born until he came back home, and then for the first number of weeks that he was home, we basically just hovered over him for weeks. And of course you have to be protective and careful of a newborn baby, but not everything was as serious as we thought it was. And, you know, crying, we were worried about waking up our neighbors, or we were worrying that, you know, something was seriously wrong. Babies cry. And if you really get stressed out about it, then you're going to make your life miserable. So, you know, having done it once, just realizing that, you know, kids cry, kids get sick, kids throw up, kids need their, you know, their nappies changed. I would just take a deep breath if I have to do it again, and just realize, okay, this is just part of the experience, and you just got to roll with it. So.
Okay, that's great.
So, Amy, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they told me that you'd had quite a number of like interesting little odd jobs. So, like, I'm interested. Could you tell me a bit about that?
I don't know how odd they were. I don't know. When I was in university, part-time jobs, I used to work in restaurants and, you know, usual stuff, restaurants, and I think my favourite was working in a nightclub. It was a really, really big nightclub, and I used to work on the floor, just kind of cleaning up, looking after all the drunk patrons. And on my first night there, it was actually one of my favourite DJs was on, so that was great. I got to listen to really good music whilst finding money on the floor and cleaning up after folk. It was really good.
You found some money on the floor?
Yeah, you know, it was a busy club, really, really full, a good couple of thousand people in there. And I guess people were doing whatever they were doing, and they would drop big wads of cash. And because I was the person to clean up all the glass bottles, then I would find the wads of cash on the floor. So it was good. I'd get my wages, I'd get tips, and then I would get my own personal tips from finding money on the floor.
So, like, you must have found like a whole range of, like, you know, different things. Like, what else did you find?
Yeah, little wraps of things and packets of things. Yeah, I mean, I had to work hard for the money. It wasn't easy because the place was full, absolutely rammed of people. Everybody's incredibly drunk or whatever, and they're all just wanting to dance and have a good time. And I have to make sure there's no broken glass for safety reasons, obviously. So I'm pushing my way through the crowd and keeping my eyes on the floor constantly with a torch. And alongside the broken glass that I would sweep up would be, yeah, wads of cash, sometimes little purses, little bags, things like that. When I found, like, identification for things, when it was a purse, I would, you know, do the right thing with it, hand it in. But if it was just a wad up, like a rolled up set of notes, I would just put them in my pocket for me, basically.
Yeah, it's difficult to know what to do with cash because, you know, you hand it in to someone who, well, it's cash, isn't it? So,
I know.
Yeah.
When I found, I remember finding some driving license and student ID, and it was actually the same university that I went to at the time, and I just took it to uni when I was going in during the week, and I handed it in to make sure that it got back to the owner, because, you know, that's the worst thing about when you lose your purse or your wallet. The cash you can kind of just say goodbye to. It's a given, really, that it's going to be gone, but it's your ID and your cards and everything. It's such a hassle trying to get them back again. So I wanted to make sure that whatever drunken idiot dropped them in that club, that it got back to their hands safely.
Oh, that's nice. So you're a thief with heart, then?
I'm not a thief. An opportunist.
I'm kidding.
It's on the floor.
I'm pulling your leg. No, I would have done the same.
So, Paul, what's the most memorable job experience that you have?
Well, I think the most memorable is the volunteering time that I spent in Australia. And I was up in the northeastern corner where there's a relatively small rainforest. And I was helping with a research station that's located in the rainforest. So we do a range of different things. going from trying to control coconut trees.
Control?
Yeah, because like, believe it or not, you imagine these kind of tropical paradises to have coconut trees, but they're actually very invasive and they're not native to that area.
Oh.
And basically, if you let a population of coconut trees to go out of control, nothing else can grow.
Oh.
They drop their fronds and they drop their, obviously, the coconuts, and nothing else can grow. So you basically lose a lot of the native species there. So trying to keep them under control. There was also caring for bats that had been orphaned. Sometimes they're born, with physical disabilities that mean they can't survive in the wild. So
right. Like a sanctuary then?
It's like a sanctuary, yeah. So they take care of...
What size of bats? Like Indiana Jones style?
Fruit bats.
What size are they?
They're pretty... Like, once they spread... They're like little monkeys with big wings.
Yeah, so what's their wingspan like?
How... Let's say... Maybe... I guess up to probably 4 feet. Does that sound too much?
Is that about a meter?
Yeah,
they're
like some of the big the big dudes.
Yeah.
They got a huge wingspan.
The only bats I've seen in real life are really tiny. They're just like little mice.
The micro bats.
They're like little birds, You see them flying around. You think, oh, that's birds. No, they're bats. So these guys sound pretty big.
But they're completely like herbivorous. They only eat fruit.
Right.
So like they're really
Do they eat the coconuts?
Well, the coconuts are kind of tough for them to get into. You need to be able to make a hole, I suppose,
of course,
to get there. Yeah, but they eat mostly like fleshy fruits. Apples or whatever they can get. Really, berries, and they're really important for spreading. Because obviously they eat the flesh of the fruit, but they don't eat the seeds.
Okay.
So they just kind of pass through them.
Okay.
And they're really useful for dispersing seeds.
Yeah.
So, rainforests, regeneration, they're very important, animals.
So they're like the big bumblebees of the rainforests then?
Yeah, I guess you could look at it like that. Yeah. So yeah, that was an interesting volunteering kind of odd job that I had, I suppose.
Yeah, it sounds really good. Really cool.
I'd really like to go back there someday. So we were talking about climates, Amy. Are there any sort of climates that you'd like to live in?
I would like to live in Iceland or Scandinavia.
Interesting. Why would you like to live in that sort of climate?
The snow is just so beautiful, and my image of those countries is that their infrastructure is sufficient enough to keep you warm when you're inside, but outside is just so beautiful. The snow is amazing. It quietens everything. I think it's glorious. Just really like it. I used to ski when I was younger, so I like skiing and I like the hills, and yeah, this snow on hills is just beautiful for me. How about you?
Well, I love snow too, but I don't like it when it gets all slushy and sloppy, and it's like, and your feet are freezing, and I think like the ideal of snow is really appealing. I'm not sure about living in it. I prefer I don't know, maybe the climate of like southern Italy, kind of Mediterranean climate. I think that would be really quite pleasant, not too hot, by the sea. Although, yeah, in the summer it does get hot, but I don't think there's the humidity like here in Japan.
Right, I was thinking about that. What kind of heat is it? Is it a dry heat? Or
I think it's a drier heat, yeah. Whereas the heat, obviously, we get here is
Yeah.
unbearable at times, right?
Yeah. It's really bad. Yep.
So,
what's the highest temperature? What's the range of temperatures, do you think, in southern Italy, that kind of climate? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I guess maybe at this time of year it starts getting up towards 20 degrees C.
That's nice.
And then I think it does, places like Sicily, I think it does get pretty hot.
Uh-huh.
Probably like, high 30s.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so... And then I think the winters are probably quite mild. Unless you're up in the north of Italy, of course, near the mountains.
Yeah.
I think down in the south, I think it remains kind of pretty mild,
Uh-huh. If it's in the Med, then it must my image of that. I've never been to Italy, so I don't know. I've been to the south of France, and that got really hot. That was a nice temperature, and it was dry, and yeah, the nighttime wasn't too hot either. It was really nice during the day. That was a nice climate, I think.